please. Hello. Thank you. Let's get this going. I'm gonna switch accounts here. Am I live? I'm live. Awesome. Wow, it's taking this thing a minute to update. Would love to get some music going. Good God. I think this one. So let me change this. Not that it matters, but hopefully everyone's vault values have gone up a little bit today or than the last couple days. Hopefully. Uncle Jay, what's up? Back at it again. Nice to see you again. Long time no see for some of you. Javier, hi man, what's up? What's going on, guys? Since there's so few people here, let's go ahead and actually talk a bit, look at some stuff. Been meaning to invest possibly in some comics. I'll be honest, I'm pretty hesitant to heavily invest in like some master collector points until I see the final. I don't know why the music got a little bit low all of a sudden. Okay, how's the music, by the way? It's not too loud, right? I hope it's meant to be more like background stuff, but if it's like, if I'm not talking and it's kind of distracting, please let me know. I thought about looking at some comics. I used to try and get a common of every comic, except for, you know, Marvel's #1 and some other stuff. Think of buying some mini grails. Did you watch that most recent video from, gosh, what's his name? The Collectible? I forgot his name. He has a really awesome channel. It's just his setup and the way he presents is like just very smart, very clean. Hi, I'm new here. How do I get rich? You... I don't even want to make that joke. I was gonna say a bot joke, but I don't even want to make that joke. No. Focus on Disney, Spider-Man, and DC, and you'll be fine. Just buy that. Just put $500,000 on the app, buy yourself a Spider-Man, Secret Rare, get a Walt, get a Todd and Rizzo, and I think you're set. Just chill on those. Or have a time machine that will take you back to, you know, December 2020. Then you buy everything you want, you know? That's the best way to go. Did I mess this up? No, it's okay. Someone commented on a video premiere thing. What'd you guys, if some of you guys that were in the video premiere, what'd you guys think of that? I might try to do that more often with my videos where I do a premiere where essentially it's kind of like a watching a movie, I guess, with friends or something. Like the video will play, but I'll be in chat and you guys can talk to me about stuff I cover or whatever. So the part 2 video of my tier list series for the categories or brands of NFTs, it seemed pretty good. At first I was like nervous. I'm like, God, there's like, the video started and there's 2 people in chat, including myself. And then it kind of picked up. So I don't know, maybe I'll have to do the premiere like a bit earlier or something. I don't know, but well, let me know what you guys think of that. Where are the Veve vibes? They're right here, dude. You found it. You're right here. Yo, Greg Salazar. And that's it. Yep. My collectible's very good. Video, have all of them. Nice. Jamie Sharid, evening from the UK. How's it going, my guy? It's going great. Got a solid workout this morning. I did, what did I work out today? Back in buys today. I probably should do more treadmill as well as some like abs as well. Because before you know it, here in Arizona, it's going to be summer. And you got to get that body right if you want to hang out and go outside. And right now I got my sugar-free Monster here with the block of ice. My roommate has an entire desk where he likes to make like old fashions and stuff like that. And he has that little, you can do a cube or a sphere. I like to do either one in this, but just to keep my Monster cold so I can kind of get through the day. I had a very thankful. I'm still very thankful for all the people that helped me out last stream with the donos and stuff like that. Not that like I feel bad, but like I want to do something more if people do donate to me. So if people want to donate to me directly, or what I thought about too is doing, and I think some of you guys that were here last stream knew this. If people want to donate to an account hedge fund, I thought about making a hedge fund like group. I think that's what the proper term is. I wanted to make another account where all the money that goes into it is just strictly from the community or people that want to donate money. A portion of the NFTs that we score on there, that we do flipping and all that stuff, would be used for giveaways. And then we would just make an alt account. And every time I make a purchase, I would ask the community either via Twitter or YouTube or whatever, like, hey, we have 300 gems. What should we purchase? And I'll give you guys some selections on what I think is the best. And you guys can determine, like, do we want to buy a Zombie Hunter Spider-Man, or do we want to buy 6 Murmacornos or 3 of the Kripkins or whatever. Like, maybe I'll put a meme pick in there, but I do want to have some picks in there that are like, I think are legitimate and I think will do well. And maybe it'll be fun to see how big we can grow this like community ran account. And once we get to certain, let's say like either certain, I don't say benchmarks, but like certain points of like our account value, like, hey, maybe once we hit an account value of 1,000 gems, we'll give away this NFT, or once we hit this point, we'll give away this NFT. And so it'll be kind of a fun thing that's like collaborative. So whether you donated money or not, like, you're still part of the decision-making process. I think it'd be kind of a fun thing. And I think it's more fun than just giving me money. If you want to do that directly, you can, that's awesome. But if you just want to like give money for a hedge account, and like we can kind of like build an account, or like build a like a Veve account together, and like there's giveaways, I think that's a bit more fun. Not entirely sure, but yeah. What's up, buddy? How are you? Dude, we got a bunch of people in here. This is awesome. So that's what I thought about for the whole donation thing, because I was totally blown away, and I was so thankful for everyone that helped with that. But I want to do something like fun in conjunction with that. I don't know. I might also do something on stream. I do want to have a who was it? NFT and not NFT. Veve and 3 had a good idea where, like, I think at the top of my stream, I would have like a little ticker that would cover where it says collectibles community market. A ticker up there that shows like my recommended picks for the day. So it's like, here are the NFTs I would pick for under 100, NFTs under 300, NFTs under 500. NFTs under 1,000, and it would just be a ticker. So like, just so people don't have to ask, hey, I have 150 gems, what do I buy? Like, I don't mind fielding those questions, but it does seem like I do get asked the same questions over and over and over every 20 minutes. And I don't want to be rude, but I think I also might have like a little donation area. So if people do donate, you know, there'll be a list of like rare, ultra rare, secret rare, common, uncommon. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. I do want to do this again. I do want to take this a bit more seriously, make it more fun, more interactive, more community based. So that way you feel like you guys are part of this, like, you know, part of the community, I guess. So let me catch up with chat. I'm a little bit behind. VV Vibes, you to King. Thank you so much. What up, Lockford? I appreciate it. God Block, my collectibles. Indeed, indeed. Mean Angel, what's up, buddy? How are you? Ghost Spider, Issa, Cop, not financial advice. Missed out when it was 70, just picked up. Yeah. Some of the newer, the new Spider-Man, Marvel Mighties, I think as long as you just type in Spider, it should pull them up. Yep. Spider-Man, I think as long as it's below 200, it's still a good deal. I got a Spider-Man 2099 when it was at like 2.3K, I believe. So I'm up quite a bit on that. Ghost Spider, wow, is that 138? This is an FA. I really like the look of this, and I do think this one, I mentioned it a couple days ago. I'm like, it would not surprise me at all if Spider-Man went to 250, Ghost Spider went to 200. Spider-Woman might hit 100. I don't know, she's really struggling. And was it Black Cat? Where's she at? Black Cat's at 119 right now. You know, it might take her a bit, but she could probably hit like 175. So she'll still be less expensive than Ghost Spider, but not by much, in my personal opinion. And this is actually a point I made on Andrew Ellis's video. He had a really good video today about like, what would I do if I joined the Veve app again for like the first time, maybe knowing what I know now. And I put a comment just saying like, for you guys that are new, like stick to what you know, not stick what you know, but stick with like with what's popular. Try and focus more on who is more popular and less on mint numbers and rarity. Because if we look at Black Cat, higher rarity, less mints than Spider-Man and Ghost Spider, but it costs less. Same thing with the Mickey and Friends, like Daisy Duck. Daisy Duck has a higher rarity and less mints than Minnie, Donald, and Mickey, but she's less expensive than all of them. You know, she's the cheapest right now. So just because less people, you know her, or people or just want to collect these more. So that's kind of one thing I kind of give my advice to like new people is like, focus on popularity over mints and rarity, and focus on characters over things, objects, cars. You know, not that they like, I think cars and stuff might be a small exception, but like, don't get like posters and like logos and stuff. I'm not a huge fan of those personally. That's just my take on it. Lockford, we got an honorable mention on Benzinga today. Veve? What the hell is that? Oh, Veve did. Benzinga? I don't know what that is. Javier, just say you have the Walt statue and you'll be fine at the beach with the girls. Don't need to work. I used to have a Walt a long time ago. No, not anymore. I was not, I won it and I sold it, and there's a whole story with that. Yeah, maybe I'll tell it later. But yeah, I'm not one of the early adopters that got here early, and to be honest, I used to be one of those people. I used to be one of those people that was like jealous of early adopters that would like, I would like, dude, I would give anything to be early on the app. You know, if I got here January of 2021, like, dude, I would give anything. Like, I would have scooped up this and this and this, but like, no, you probably would have just adopted what everyone else thought at the time, right? Too. DeLoreans are, there's way too many DeLoreans. They're pointless. Nightwing is better than Todd. You know, these comics are worthless. Why do you have 60,000 mints? Like, they're terrible. Just get rid of your Marvel Comics #1 for 5 gems. Like, you would have probably just thought like everyone else. So, yeah, and I think there was very, very, very few people that actually knew what they were sitting on and like the collectability of it. Yeah, so I used to be jealous of those guys, and still am to a certain degree. Of course you are, but again, they just don't have like the knowledge that we do now of like how big things could be. You know, also buying stuff that's like still on the shelf on the market. I remember hearing stories that like Todd was like just sitting on the shelf for like weeks, and like they still weren't all bought out. Like there were 7,500. And they were just sitting there, and people were like, nah, I don't want to buy this, until one day or like a few days, like 5,000 got bought up like instantly, at least according to the Taps Traded Brock McBlockchain video, which was definitely an interesting interview. I stamped it. Give me a sec. Yeah, okay. Top NFT projects today. Let's create that our own NFTs. Are you on Discord, Telegram? Sold Goofy to get C3PO for 4,440. That's solid. That is very solid. And that's the thing. I'm even kind of on the fence of like, to be honest, like I finished the set of the whole Daisy, or not Daisy, but like the whole like Mickey set, Mickey and Friends. It's great. Don't get me wrong. But at the same time, I'm like, do I need the set? And like, do I have enough liquid to like keep investing in new projects or new things I want? Maybe I don't need to collect sets anymore. Maybe I should probably go for like, let's say Mickey and Friends was released again today and we had no clue. It's like, am I better off just trying to get like, maybe like 2 or 3 Plutos, you know, or not stacking, but you know, am I better off getting 2 Goofies, which I think at one point I might've been able to afford, depending on like how low he went. I'd really have to like look at the chart. You know, sometimes you kind of have to. Yeah, he went down to like 3K. I might have been able to do it, but I wouldn't have been able to buy anything else. I mean, it's like, is it better at a certain point to basically buy 2 Goofies and just flip one in the future, or just stack a bunch of Donalds and Mickeys or something like that instead of collecting the whole set? Because I don't have the option of like just throwing in hundreds of dollars or thousands of dollars of fiat into the app every month, where I'm like, I'm gonna collect this set because it's cheap now, and I'm just gonna keep throwing money in because I can just afford the next set or the next big thing that comes out. Like, at least me personally, I don't have that option. So, but Mason Fuzzy, that's a solid move. You got a golden moment, which is, you know, the OG of Disney drops, right? So, Destinator, Jamie Shard, Ghost Spider, is it worth it? I would say yes. You know, it would have been nice if you got her below 100. I think I got 2 of her when she was below 100, so I'm still sitting on 2 of them right now. Would have been nice to buy a few more. I do think all of these are going to be going up in price in the near future. Spider Woman will get there too, but you know, she's just struggling right now. But I can see her at maybe like 100, 120. Probably sub 100 for a bit. YT5, what's up? How you doing? Do you know anything about Victoria VR? I don't know. Dick Spring Batman, is it worth buying? Dick Spring. Let's just pull up all the Batmans because I want to see the price equivalents to like each of them. Oof. Batman versus Killer Croc, sub 1K. That's unfortunate. Becky Cloonan, dude, Becky Cloonan. I put it out this morning. She was at 1,700 earlier today. At least that's what the graph was showing. So I don't know if someone just accidentally listed it like very, very low. But I kid you not, the video I made this morning had Becky Cloonan at 1,700. So that was pretty absurd. But maybe just one person listed it really low. The API like picked it up and like it got taken away immediately. Maybe it was a mislisting. I have no idea, but that was really weird. Darwin Cook Batman's back down to 225. That's pretty impressive. F.A. Robin almost touching 200. Let's find the Dick Spring Batman. I did see it, but I kind of want to just populate the rest of the Batman stuff. Okay, cool. Dick Spring Batman, this one, 265. Let's see. I haven't looked at this one too much. As well as the Amanda Connor. Maybe we'll check out the Amanda Connor afterward. This one looks pretty good. This almost looks very, very similar to the 71 Batman, right? Yeah, this one's actually, you know, 30 gems cheaper. This one had an all-time high of 600. Not paying attention to that one too much. Like, that peak looks very short-lived. And the listings went down basically 50%. So I'm not sure if someone genuinely just bought up all the Dick Spring Batmans all the way up to 600, or maybe there was like some sort of like mass delisting. I don't know. I haven't really looked that closely at it. Shot back down to 325, went up to 420 down here. So like you can kind of safely assume, I wouldn't say safely assume, but like we can kind of assume here it might go back up to Gosh, even if it went up to like 350, which is like a decent middle point, that's not even its, you know, third candle at its highest. That's a pretty good little buy. I mean, that's roughly a 90 gem profit that you can get there. We'll look at the 71 Batman really quick. Those listings also look kind of high, but that's fine. Yeah, this one's looks almost identical in a way. This one has 6,800. And honestly, you can't go wrong with like any of the black and white series Batmans. Of course, there's just different price points. What rarity is this one? They said this one was rare? What I was looking at? So this one's rare. They must be part of a different series because I don't know how the uncommon has less mints than the rare, unless it's part of two different series. But yeah, I mean, I like the Dick spraying Batman. At least just looking at the numbers here, it just has the most room to grow. Let's take a look at Gary Frank as well, but I think all of them are pretty decent. So I'm peaked at 600. Like, yeah, it's so interesting. Like all these charts between all those Batmans, like Dick Sprang, number 71, and Gary Frank, like they're all like plus or minus like 20 gems from 300, and they're all like plus or minus, you know, 25, 30 gems from 600 at their peak. And then there's some resistance, and that's the main thing I want to see is like see some resistance as it's going down. If it's just going down, it just goes flat and it just lies over. I'm not a huge fan of that, but you do see some resistance here and here. That does mean people do realize it's, you know, it could do well. Like there is, people do want this. What's the other one? It was the Batman Who Laughs. As much as I think Batman Who Laughs just got artificially pumped like a ton, I think 310 is not a terrible point to get into. I just don't know if it's going to go much lower. But I do think it's a decent spot. I think it just took off so quickly that it's going to have to go through a lot of people that are willing to sell at 300. Like hell, even if I, you know, bought it at 95 or even up here, like even if I bought it at 200, like selling at 250 for a lot of people is still good enough. So I think it does have more room to go down towards the bottom, but not Dick Sprang, Robin, Darwin Cook. And like this one's kind of the same story, except I think its peak is only went to like 360. Yeah, but I do like all these surrounding marks around here. Like basically it's 300, that's 300, that's 320, that's 300. So people do like the Darwin Cook Batman. I do think there's some hype that people were saying that the newest movie or show of Batman or something like that is gonna have like the Darwin Cook like storyline. I'm not entirely sure how true is that, or maybe I misinterpreted what they said. I mean, someone said that like 2 streams ago, so I could be misremembering for the most part. But all of these are good. Like if you just can't afford the 300 gems, like Darwin Cook is great, but like any combination of the three of basically Gary Frank, Dick Sprang, or 71 Batman, it's all solid. Like, you know, I couldn't tell you that, you know, this Batman's going to perform 5% better than this Batman, or I think this one will go to 510, but this other one will go to 540. Like, I couldn't tell you. Like, I mean, at that point, we're just kind of splitting hairs. But any of them are good. Like, you honestly really can't go wrong with, like, the black and white series NFTs. Batman, sorry, let me catch up. But Justin Nader, I would say yes. Obviously the black and white series is getting hit hard because they do fall under that grouping of, hey, if you're below 500 gems and people need to liquidate stuff for big drops like, you know, Disney and Marvel, you know, you will get hit. But I do think these will recover eventually. And if any of the NFTs that are in that price range will recover, it's going to be the black and white series first. Everything else will take a bit longer. Unless there's some like major catalyst with like the Veveverse, then we could see like hoverboards and some of like the DeLorean and Ecto 1 vehicles and some other like Marvel Mighties, like those could probably pump first. But again, until we see some like Veveverse stuff, I do think like the black and white series will probably recover first, or one of the first. Ghost Rider will be an October movie. It's FA, Spider-Man. Abs Marvel Mighty is growing in popularity. I just bought one. Not financial advice. Yeah. The Marvel Mighties are gaining a good amount of popularity, and people are saying, why is Veve releasing all these FAs and basically Marvel Mighty / like Funko Pop format unless they have a plan for it, like a fighting game or something like that? So, you know, if people want to buy the FA version of a Marvel Mighty or of a character, they need to buy the Marvel Mighty version, which also just so happens to be part of a fighting game or gamification. We're not sure. Not a huge fan of that much speculation, but kind of lines up a bit. Nick Onsu, hey buddy, is there a reason why market price is down like 50% plus? Just heard something about bots getting nuked. Not necessarily, just it's a two-part thing. The first part is I'll say the reason that's most likely first. So I think what's most likely happening, or what happened, was when the market was finished, we had 2 big drops back to back. People were still trying to liquidate and consolidate stuff. I think some people were still trying to sell some of their Disney cards for either Marvel Mighties or Marvel Mighties for Disney cards, or buy other things. So like there was just a lot of movement happening in the market. On top of that, there was the market issue where basically people were buying things off the market on the Veve market, and like it was not getting removed off the listing for like, some people said like 30 minutes later. So some people said like they would buy something and it would stay there on the market for like 30 minutes. So people that were trying to buy would try to buy the floor, and they're like, oh, that's it. It would just give them an error, like that you couldn't buy it. But people that are selling would just see that the floor is really low, and they're like, oh God, if I want to get rid of this, I should just sell it now. So things were just getting constantly undercut, and like the market wasn't really updating. So people were basically just selling below floor price, at least what they thought. So I think that's the main issue. Secondary concern is that there's been a lot of talk about bots, people being unjustly locked out of their accounts and things like that. But mostly bots. Some people were thinking that in conjunction with that, bots were basically trying to offload as many of their NFTs as possible on the market, you know, basically liquidate their NFTs, sell those gems off platform, and basically find a way to just cash out and leave no trace behind, or basically find no way to lock their account and convict them, or whatever it is. So I think it's much more likely that it was just a market issue, a market hiccup. People were just undercutting each other. People might be a bit hesitant to purchase. Maybe even less of a reason is potentially 3.5 weeks from now, we could have Pokemon on the app. So people are saying that as well, that we could have Pokemon. You know, people are in a holding pattern. It does seem a bit strange that there's like anywhere between 3 to 5 million gems being purchased a day on the app, and like the market isn't moving that much, at least not yet. So I don't know if we just have people legitimately preparing for Pokemon like a month in advance, potentially, and it's not even confirmed yet, right? So not entirely sure yet, but let's see. Actually, based on your tier list videos, I think I'm going to end up all S tier because I've only invested in things you and other YouTubers thinks are great. So thank you for all the advice. Of course, DaxG, I really appreciate that. Greg Salazar, okay, I have about 400 to 500 gems. Should I get Batman 71 or should I get 2 of the new Spidey? Hold on one second. Hamoon, thank you for the 2, I believe that's Euro. Ready for Saturday at Black Panther? Yeah, honestly, I still need to catch up on Spider-Man, like the newest movie, and Black Panther as well. I probably need to stop being lazy and just go to the theaters rather than like waiting for it to hit on like, what is it, HBO Max or whatever it is. Like you tend to like watch like the newer films like from home. That's typically what I wait for. Plus my roommate has like all those like show and like movie packages and stuff that I don't have. So he has all the subscriptions, and like once it ends up there, then I watch it. But yeah, no, Black Panther, I like the first Black Panther. I just love all the Marvel movies in general. I have yet to see the Eternals. I don't know. I probably have to watch that someday. But yeah, no, Black Panther would be awesome. So we'll see. You know, rest in peace. I forgot the actor's name, but he was so good. He was in so many other movies as well. I forgot his name. But yeah, but no, Hammond. That's I appreciate the €2. Not sure. I still don't know how that translates over to dollars, but I think it's more than $2, so I appreciate it. So I have about 450 to 500 gems. Should I get a Batman 71 or should I get 2 of the new Spidey? So first off, that's good that you're willing to save some gems for potential drops. I mean, you could save 150 gems. So it sounds like you could probably use 300 if you wanted to, which is almost exactly in line with what I've been saying. Batman 71 or 2 of the new Spidey? That's tough. I think the new Spideys will do better short term, because I do think the new Spideys will jump up in price quite a bit in the next few days. Batman 71 will as well, but it might take him some time to get back to his, you know, former glory of like above 400 or 500 gems. I think for now, maybe the Spideys. For now, it also depends. Like, it sounds like you're just looking to flip these and not really hold these long term. So, it might be a little bit easier to time if you have 2 Spideys, so you can sell one, you can keep one for a bit, but then sell the other one when you feel comfortable. So I think for now, maybe the 2 Spideys, but I do think Batman 71 is very, very solid. And plus I want to give you the option to sell one of the spiders and keep one, rather than the 71 Batman. Because if there's a point where there's a biggest drop or you need some extra gems for something else, then you're forced to sell for a loss. At least with the Spider-Mans, you can kind of split that loss, but with Batman 71, you have to do it with one. But I'd rather not plan for that. I think both of them will do very well. YT5, good, thanks to you. Good man. And you, also, My Collectibles was saying Ghost Spider is a mini grail. My Collectibles, that's his name, is a mini grail, and it's by Gwen Stacy. I don't know who that is, but I thought I'd mention it. Yeah, that's who it was. My Collectibles. I knew it was Collectibles, but I didn't know it was like My Collectibles, or, you know, I forgot what his like channel name was. But I really like his channel. I watch pretty much most of his videos when I can kind of catch him. But I agree. I thought the Gwen Stacy Spider-Man looked really cool aesthetically, and Gwen Stacy is basically Spider-Man's second girlfriend, I think. Definitely not Mary Jane, but I think that was like his actual girlfriend, and that was like a big deal in the comics, I guess, because Gwen Stacy was Spider-Man's girlfriend or wife or something like that, or they were engaged potentially, I don't remember. But I remember in the comics, that was like the first significant death in the comics, because in comics, apparently back then in the day, like, you didn't really have bad guys or protagonists like really die in the stories. But I guess Gwen Stacy was one of the first ones that like they actually killed her off from a bad guy, and that was like such a huge deal for Spider-Man, but also just like in comics in general. So that was kind of like as far as I remember, one of the first major deaths that was like permanent too, not just like, oh, we revived them two episodes or 2 comics later. Like, she's dead. So I'm not sure how exactly the new Gwen Stacy one plays out. Maybe it's like a multiversal thing, or I'm not exactly sure. I could be wrong, but Nick Onsu, if Veve said they will ban IRL traders, I think it will pump up the market because people will be too scared to sell gems. Ban IRL traders. Potentially. It's just hard to find a paper trail. Obviously, you can find some things, because with the 500 gem a day limit, with the 500 gem a day limit, like if someone really bought, I don't know how it works, because I've never bought gems off app, but I imagine you would have to have multiple accounts with a bunch of gems and like all trade them to one person at once, or maybe over the course of a week. But if you do see one person, you know, getting 500 gems or hundreds of gems every single day from multiple accounts, you know, I would assume that would raise a red flag, and that's kind of what they maybe use to find out who is like buying gems off app and stuff. But yeah, I don't know if they banned it. It would, I have no clue what that would do. Jay, the outside gem purchases have killed my fun with Veve. 1 year on Veve now, but I think to sell my blue chips outside the app if it stays like this. Yeah, it's up to you at the end of the day, as long as you're aware of the risks and what can happen. Basically, like, Veve can't protect you if you do any moves like that, right? As far as I know, I don't think they ban it. It's just like very frowned upon, and if you get scammed, like literally nobody can help you. So yeah, I mean, there is that. Why is everything going down more lately, Mason Fuzzy? Some things are up and some things are down. I mean, we'll go ahead and look at the top things right now. I think the market is still just recovering from the massive gem squeeze we had for like more than half a week. And I think people are just in anticipation for a potentially another big announcement or another like a big IP drop. I'm not sure who it was, but I think it was Block McBlockchain. There's like Brock McBlockchain. There's also like Block Mick Blockchain. I'm trying to remember who's who. I think it's two different people. But I heard from a friend that he said that there could be a big announcement. I don't even know who his sources is or anything like that. And I'm literally hearing it from a friend who then heard it off of Twitter or whatever, and said like, oh, there could be a big IP announcement over the weekend. Actually, let me see if I can find that. I could be wrong. Hamoon, let's go! If you have 100k gems, it's outside the app. The app's 30k worth if you are lucky. This is bad. So if you have 100,000 gems, it's outside the app 30k worth if you are like. So people are selling gems for 60% discount. Is that what you're saying? Billy McCuddy, do you think the marketplace error caused the big drop in the price of Marvel Comics #1? Possibly. I mean, everything dropped in price, like significantly. So Marvel Comics #1, it wouldn't surprise me at all, like whatsoever, if that got affected as well. Again, Hammond, thank you so much for the €2. I appreciate that. People dump because the gems they have bought are very cheap. They can undercut prices. They have doubled gems there. That's why they can play with the prices. Potentially. I mean, I could see that. I mean, I doubt that's the case. I mean, gem is still a gem. I mean, if they wanted to cash out, then they would have to obviously pay a premium too, right? Like they would have to probably discount their gems at 50%. So, I mean, I just don't see a lot of people like willingly taking massive losses because they bought their gems like off platform, you know, or basically taking super tiny profit margins, if at all, because they bought their gems off market. I feel like everyone kind of plays it the same, but I don't know. Let's see here. Dax G. Veve tweeted they have a Veve community update this Friday, and they're going to answer everyone's questions, probably announce a big drop or Saturday or something. Possibly. I could see that. Yeah, I could definitely see that. I might do a video tomorrow and release it for that morning, talking about questions I would love to get answered in the AMA. You know, I might have a question about bots, but like people are already going to be all over that. So I'd rather talk about things that, again, market related, or things that could actually help people make money, right? Like, are we going to be able to have a system where we can sell more than one NFT at once, like sets? I would like to know if we could put up buy orders, because right now Ghost Spiders are going for 138, but if someone was to sell theirs, they're gonna have to constantly undercut, right? Maybe not Ghost Spiders, because a lot of people have their attention on it, but let's say something random. I don't know, like Steve Rogers or something. So if someone's trying to sell Steve Rogers, you know, they're trying to sell at 170, no one buys, you know, there's a drop happening. It's just gonna make it so much easier for people to actually sell their NFT, because I could put up a buy order for 150. I bet you there's some people that would sell their NFT for 150 just to get the gems instantly, and not have to deal with the market and deal with undercutters and all that stuff. And like then now there's margin trading to be had, right? So now I can buy for 150 and sell it for 170. Probably not a ton of profit, or I could just wait for the price to go up a bit and then sell it then. You know, I think the margin trading is obviously would be a bit better for like the DC or like the non-Marvel Disney. So I'd like to see stuff like that. Like, is there ever the possibility that we could set up buy orders so people can cash out instantly? We actually know the actual floors of these NFTs, because that's what everyone's terrified of, right? Like some of these NFTs just bottoming out. You know, we've seen NFTs before just, you know, we buy an NFT at 150, then all of a sudden it's like, dude, how's this below 100? Like, how did this thing get discounted by 40%? Like, how did this happen? Like, look at Superman, went up to 8K, then all of a sudden now it's like, it was below 5K for a while. Like, how did that happen? But if we actually have some buy floors, then now we actually have at least a general idea of what the floor is going to be, right? So I think the reason why we don't have that is mostly for a software reason, where they just don't have a way to basically hold gems that's not in a wallet. That's my belief. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, maybe I was wrong. Okay, maybe I was wrong. Whatever. Thought there was a tweet about it or whatever, but I could be wrong. Yeah, the community update this Friday will be interesting. Like that's what I mean. Like, people are gonna ask questions like, what about bots? What about this? And like, can I play with my BMO in the Veveverse as a Game Boy? Like, it's, you know, as much as I love the community, that's kind of a waste of a question. Like, I'd rather have things that affect the community at large. Find more ways to make the search function easier in the market. Find ways to make it easier for people to buy what they want or sell what they want. Find ways to make it easier to bookmark. Like, I wish I could bookmark certain NFTs, so when I click a tab, because there's a tab at the top, like, ooh. Let me actually pull up the program so I can show my screen. Like, those are the questions I want to ask, like, personally. Like, I couldn't care less if I know if, like, my DeLorean, like, can fly or whatever in the Veveverse. Like, who cares? Like, we're asking questions about stuff that's going to happen years and years and years from now. It's like, I'd rather know what's going to happen in the near future that's going to help me and other people, like, make more money, be able to access NFTs, get more information. Let me see here. All right. And again, like, I get it. Like, sometimes I get too headstrong in the whole, like, you know, making money. Like, but at the end of the day, I think we're all here to collect, but like, making money is definitely a massive, massive bonus, right? If money was not a concern, yeah, I'd be in it, you know, for collecting, but I don't. Come on, VV app, figure it out. Don't know what's going on here. They're getting a new follower? Oh, that's nice. All right, let's pull this up. So imagine on the market, and let me refresh the back so it's kind of like a little less distracting. So imagine on the market, there's, you know, collectibles, comics, my beds, listings, brands, and there's another tab that says bookmarks. Because let's say you have certain collectibles or there's just certain NFTs that you just want to look at every day. Like, let's say every day I wanted to look at, just for funsies, I wanted to look at Walt, Secret Rare Spider-Man, and, you know, basically all the Grail of Grails, right? Or I also want to look at Superman. Like, if I click on Superman, I feel like I should be able to, on the very top right corner, or maybe the bottom right corner, there should be a little grayed out star. And if I click it, that's a bookmark. And then now I could check the, instead of like, all right, let me scroll through here and all the way down to Disney, or let me scroll all the way up here to find Superman, or let me scroll all the way down here till I can find Decon. Like, I'd rather just bookmark, you know, up to 20, 30 NFTs that I could just check with one button and it shows me all the listings. Especially if you're trying to stack something, if you're trying to sell it. I would also like to have the, what's it called? The little eye logo or whatever on these to be like a bit bigger, because sometimes I misclick like all the time. Come on. Hello? That's always fun too, seeing that like there's no things to show here. I bet you guys have done this too when you like, I mean, you would have to look at your collectibles page, but you know what I mean? Like when you mean to press that little I button in the bottom right to like pull up the information, but you accidentally click the play button and it starts like playing or starts like downloading the NFT to like play in VR. And I'm like, no, like I just want to look at the information. Like, I think you guys know what I mean. Like just little user interface stuff, things that's going to actually help you on the market. You know, also be able to put in buy orders, like, because there's probably a lot of people out there that are willing to sell to buy orders just to get rid of it. And now all of a sudden now we can start doing a bit of margin trading. Now flipping is actually like viable because we know the floors of stuff. So let me double time it and catch up here. I think it can drop Saturday. We'll see. Mr. Locknet says Chadwick. Sick. DG Eternals on Disney Plus. You should watch it. It's not bad. Okay. Road to Glory. You heard about the DC non-FA girls drop? The what? Girls drop. You heard about the DC non-FA girls drop. Is that like an announcement they just like made today or something? Are we talking about like the cover girls? Or like the Artist Alley? Like there's a lot of... Not exactly sure what you mean by that, Road to Victory. Jor Primozic. Best Buy under 1,500 in your opinion? You guys are probably going to say the same stuff, but is the jumping into action Spider-Man, common Spider-Man, Ben Reilly Spider-Man, the fact he's at 600 is like absurd. Zombie Hunter Spider-Man, like, okay, so that's just a few of them. Any of the Steamboat Willies are good. Mickey, come on, I don't know what does this. Any of the Steamboat Willies are great, whether you want to get the common or uncommon. And I do think people have kind of changed my mind a bit on this. I think Dr. Doom, where's he at? With a lot of hype happening around like Marvel Mighties, I do think Dr. Doom will do very well. It kind of sucks. He was like below 1,000 for a while, but even at 1,100, I think it's a pretty solid, pretty decent pickup. I don't know if I'll pick that up over Mickey Mouse or like the Steamboat Willie sets, but I probably wouldn't. Same thing. So Wonder Woman as well. I mean, she's 925. So I'm kind of throwing these all out there. I do think the Spider-Mans and Steamboat Willies will perform the best, but if you have more confidence in Dr. Doom, Wonder Woman, what are some other ones like below 1,000? I know like the ultra rare Captain America is there as well, but I'm probably not too bullish on him. Let's see where Deadpool's at. Or Deadpool's still going down. All right, Deadpool below 600, ultra rare is pretty good too. And to like round out, like let's say you bought a couple of these or you bought one of them and you have like 400 gems left. You know, getting common Deadpool, getting Storm, getting I think some of the snow globes. Let's see where they're at. And I'm kind of going through this quickly. I know you can rewind this and like rewatch it if you need to. Common snow globe is at 170 now, which is pretty crazy. Yeah, everything is just retracting so hard that honestly you can kind of buy anything at this point as long as the market recovers, which I think it will soon, like in the next day or so. We'll see. Because there is a Veve announcement, there could be a bit of a holding pattern on the market up until Friday. Because there's a small chance that Veve could announce something on Friday. The drop itself is on Sunday. Usually they try to give everyone a 48-hour notice before drop. So they announced it on Friday. I forgot which time it was for the Friday announcement. And they'll probably release the Medium article sometime Saturday morning-ish, Saturday afternoon, and then the drop will happen Sunday. So depending on how big that IP is or whatever it is, people might be in a bit of a holding pattern to like spend money. But that's just better for you. That means you can probably just get a better discount. Any of the black and white series like Batman's is a good way to like round out your account as well. So for 1,500, come on. Why is this doing this? Joe, like if you wanted just one NFT, again, Spider-Man, Rare is good, Joe Mad is good, Jim Lee Joker is good. Like it's really up to you at the end of the day. Not too familiar with Amanda Connor. Let me like run the numbers or like see the numbers here really quick. Peaked at 1,900, pretty solid. Still a bit shy from like what Jim Lee used to be. And I believe Joe Mad got up to like 2,200 at one point. So not bad. I like there's a lot of activity here. The listings are really high though, but again, NFTs with like low mints, like below 2,000 are like really hard to judge. Like even below 3,500, it's hard to judge because, I mean, it looks like there's a ton of people taking profits, which they probably are. But like the difference here is like 10 listings, if that. So it looks like there's just a huge jump in listings overall. But yeah, I'll continue on. I hope that helps, like just to kind of get you in the right direction. Trying to think of some like other NFTs or at least like other ones you could invest in. If you're a bit more speculative, or if you're like really into like the whole like possible immutable X, like Silver Apes at 760 is like really low. And again, this is probably like the only decon thing I would like actually recommend, again, because there's only like a community behind it and stuff. Dragon Girls, maybe it's just because I just value the Marvel DC stuff like more. But some people, Dragon Girls common is below 200. Again, I would probably use these more to like round out your vault rather than like, I'm gonna hard stack these, you know. I do think your mainline NFTs that are gonna generate you profit over the mid to long term is like, you know, the big three like I mentioned, but like if you have a few hundred gems left over, like Dragon Girl and stuff is not bad to like round out your vault. New Compass Collectibles. Hey everyone, I'm glad they're doing an AMA Friday. What are you hoping they talk about? Looking forward to that. Hope they can give us some clarity on the future for the platform. Yeah, that too. Superman 2099 is mooning right now. Mephisto NFT. Are you still investing in Veve? What I mean is still paying in gems. Me? No. Actually, well, kind of not really. I found out when I was investing in gems a while back. With like the, what's it called? Google Play points or whatever. You get points for like buying stuff through Google Play or whatever. I found out like I had enough points to put like $10 more on the app or something like that. So I'm like, all right, so I guess technically yes, but really no. I stopped putting gems in the app a while ago. I've been kind of just living off of just flipping and stuff. Glad I bought one at 1800. Yeah, I bought one at 2300 shortly after the drop itself. I saw it going down and down. I'm like, okay, I think this is a good buy point. I think I don't say the only reason, but I think the main reason why it even dropped further was because the market issue where people still thought listings were still where they were and people were trying to sell and undercut, and like that's why I kind of bottomed out below 2K, which surprised me. But I'm still happy. Like it's, you know, at the end of the day, as long as you just secure the NFT, that's the most important thing. But at least for like New Compass, at least for topics they talk about, I kind of covered it already. I'd rather ask questions that are gonna help improve the market, make it easier to search and find things, help people buy and sell easier, and all of that, rather than like, trust me, like I do have issues with bots, and bots do exist, but like every other question is gonna be about bots. So it's like, I'd rather just talk about the market and just how can we improve on that. I'm sure people have questions about OMI and Immutable X and what's the holding pattern with MTL. Like, you know, I get it, but I don't think, you know, we're every day, at least for me and probably most people, we spend infinitely more time on the market trying to find ways to make profit and get an edge here. Do I flip this? Like, I'd rather improve that experience than, yeah, talk about other things because they're already going to get talked about. I guess that's why. Veve Vibes, yeah, they're selling it for more than 60% discount, by the way. I like your streams. Like always, thank you. Thank you for stopping by, and I appreciate the compliment. And that, it does make sense. Now that I think about it, maybe some people are willing to take a, quote unquote, a small loss, or willing to sell NFTs for super cheap because they bought them for basically, you know, 50 cents on the gem, or even less, it sounds like. Daniel Jovic, are you collecting cheap rare comics to build up MCP points? Often you get rare comics for close to 40 gems, which equates to about 20 gems per MCP point. I thought like all the rares now are like well above. I'm pretty sure that, let me double check. And I'm also curious like how often they actually update this. There was a website I had bookmarked, vevesetlist.com. If you guys haven't checked this out, it's actually really cool. This one's called vevesetlist.com. I'll type it in chat. Vevesetlist.com. Vevesetlist.com, and you can actually see, okay, it looks like they updated it recently-ish. Which sets give you the most Master Collector points on the dollar for the most part? Looks like the new Imperial Lotus Dragon set is actually pretty inexpensive, 27 gems per point, because it gives you almost 9 points, 8.75. Then it goes down from here, then it goes to the Lunar New Year stamps, A Visit from St. Nick, the Myrmicornos, No Time to Die, Guardians of the Galaxy Groot. Take a look at comics. A lot of the rares, you know, give you 23. It's actually kind of surprising. The Imperial Lotus Dragons will give you more MCP points, cheaper, technically, than even the rare comics. That's kind of crazy. But again, only if you get one set. But yeah, like the price of all the rares so far, 50, 50, 52, 60. It's like there's only a handful of comics that are like below 60 right now. All the rest are above 60. So I don't think there's any rares left that are 40 or like below 50 right now, it seems. I'm holding off on that for now. Who asked the question? Sorry, like my chat just jumped. How do you even send gems anywhere? You can kind of look up people's QR code and or they can give you their real name. Forgot how that works. Yeah, it was Daniel. Rare comic. So Daniel, I'm actually holding off on heavily investing into rare comics or certain collectible sets because the Master Collector program, as far as I know, is not finalized yet. So what I think is likely going to happen is I don't think they're going to reduce points because it's going to upset a lot of people if they're like, oh yeah, we kind of made a mistake. Rares aren't worth 2 points. Now they're worth 1.5 or 1. Tons of people would be like, I bought this because you said that, you know, this iteration. So what they're going to do is instead of decreasing points, they're going to increase points. So a day could come, or maybe the next revision of the Master Collector program, they might say, hey, by the way, we know we said that common comics are 0.25 gems or 0.25 points, and if you can stack them infinitely forever, right? No diminishing returns like the rares and some of the other collectibles. They could change it where they say, actually, we changed our mind. Commons, you know, they might say, hey, uncommons now are, no, they might say, let's say that they say like, okay, commons are worth a point each up to 10 points. And then beyond that, you don't get any more points. Or maybe you only get like 1/10 of a point, something very, very tiny. And at that point, collecting commons would be better than collecting rares, because usually commons are about less than half the price, or about half the price of some of the rares for the most part. You know, they could do something like that where something weird with the Master Collector program where all of a sudden rares are no longer the best dollar per Master Collector point thing to invest in, right? They could give bigger bonuses to the collectibles now because there's a lot of comics. There's a ton of them. And honestly, the rares are pretty much all getting strictly propped up by the Master Collector program in and of itself. You know, or they can make rares 3 and then they change up. Like, I think they're going to move up the points, but still shuffle things around. So not entirely certain how they're going to do that. But like, before I just throw 6, 7, 100 gems, thousands of gems into comics just for Master Collector points, like, I'm kind of holding off on that. Our price is running up, sure. Honestly, I'm not even that big of a believer in the Master Collector program itself. It seems like it's just way too RNG based, and you're going up against whales with 50 plus sets that, let's say even I did enter a giveaway and like one of the whales won, they could have just as many points as I could within a few days, just because the sheer amount of sets they have. Like, they could just like, all right, I lost all of my points because I went all in on this set. Like, all right, I'm just gonna get 500,000 points between now and like the next drop or the next set or whatever. Like, not entirely sure, but I know it seems like very pessimistic, but that's just my take on it. There's plenty of other content creators that are way more optimistic, but like, we don't have all the information, right? So I'd rather see some evidence on this before I just throw a bunch of money at it. I hope that makes sense. I didn't even send gems. Yeah, I already explained. JR, has there been an update on gems and Omi converting to Fiat? Not yet that I know of. If you guys could clarify for me, I could have sworn I heard either in a stream or somewhere that obviously there's going to be Omi to NFT, but does that also mean that if I own an NFT, am I able to sell that for Omi? Like, if I wanted to sell my ultra rare Steamboat Willie, I can ask for 10,000 gems, or could I ask for $10,000 in Omi or 9,000? I would assume you might have to discount it because I don't think Omi holders treat their Omi as their initial value. Like, they're going to pretend like it's something higher and they're going to want a discount. So, and if they do buy it with Omi, do I get Omi or do I get gems? Because I know Omi is kind of running in the background with Veve. So if I can somehow get clarification on that, or if anyone knows, like a link or an article or whatever, that'd be awesome. But, or is that just not known yet? I'm thinking there will be a Black Panther, Falcon, or Luke Cage statue drop in honor of Black History Month. That could be true. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Would you consider Deadpool rare at his lowest before next pump? Let's take a quick look. But I hope you guys understood that Veve set list thing. It's a great tool to use. I like it a lot, and if I were to invest to the Master Collector program, it's, and again, like, even though Imperial Lotus Dragon right now is the best set, you have to spend 240 gems first in order to get that really good deal, right? So same thing here. In order to basically even get 6.25 points, you have to spend 189 or 190 gems first. So for some people that only have 150, 200 gems to spend, you might be better off with the rare comics. And of course it goes down as we keep going along here. Like Amazing Spider-Man 294 is the best uncommon to get to stack, because there is diminishing returns. I think after your first one, it gets cut by half, and then after your third one, it gets cut by or after your first, it's cut by half, then after your second, it gets cut by like a third or something like that. I would, you know, don't really care to pull up the whole Master Collector thing right now, but you can find that online. Deadpool rare, it's at its low. I couldn't tell you if something is at its all-time low, or at least like, do I think it's done bottoming out? I couldn't tell you, but let me see. I mean, listings are kind of flat. It's only been like plus or minus like 20 listings so far, which I think is a bit strange. I don't know what people have been sleeping on the Candy Cane Combat one, because if you can remove accessories, I mean, this is going to be the only time that Deadpool actually has a weapon out, right? And it looks like he's like jumping over a ledge. It's much more of an action shot. So in my honest opinion, like if there was going to be, if we did remove like cosmetics, in my opinion, the coolest looking Deadpools are going to be the uncommon and the rare. Like the common is silly. He's like holding his head back. You know, it's kind of a feminine stance. Deadpool is holding his thumb up with the uncommon. And the rare, it looks like he's, I mean, it's called Candy Cane Combat for a reason, right? It's still gonna be called that, but if you can remove the cosmetic, he has a dagger, he's like jumping over a ledge. And the other two, it's kind of a silly dance, right? So if people are into that, cool. It's still the secret rare and ultra rare at the end of the day, but if we're just talking like purely aesthetics, I do think the rare and the uncommon, at least in my opinion, look the best if you like remove the cosmetics. Do I think it's done bottoming out? I couldn't tell you if like the market's gonna keep squeezing or whatever it is, but I mean, for 160, it's pretty darn low. It's almost like the price that it was mid-January. Yeah, I mean, it's probably a good time to buy, but it's hard to tell. I mean, we're kind of in unfamiliar territory, and I think this whole month of February there's gonna be a lot of announcements. We'll figure out what's going on with bots. We'll figure out what's going on with money, with MTL, the money transfer license, or money transmitter license, I think. We'll figure out what's going on with Immutable X. We'll figure out like there's gonna be a lot of stuff that's gonna be happening this month. So possibly Pokemon, we'll see. He was at 150. Yeah, it looks like he's gone up a bit, but he could still keep going. Yo, what's up? Pavel. Let's say Pavel. LOL. Hamoon, I sold my Eternals today. Probably a good move. Billy Cuddy, wishlist? What does that mean? I want an option for text only search for comics. Text only search. That would be nice. So you can actually just, because we're gonna get to the point where like searching through the entire, and did I close my phone screen? Okay. I was like, I don't know if I just had like a black screen in the middle because my phone was showing. I agree. Like it's gonna get to the point where like, what's gonna happen when we have 80, 90, 100 plus, 200 plus comics, and like, are you just gonna have to just scroll down for 2.5 minutes straight till you find the one you want? Like, and it's also randomized too. It's not even in alphabetical order or anything. Like that's what I mean about the bookmark system, right? Like if you own a certain NFT, or if you want to check the prices of certain NFTs, and like if you're anything like me, you tend to check like the same, like, you know, 5, 10, 15, 20 NFTs over and over and over, because that's either one you want to buy or trying to keep a close eye on or stack or sell. You can't, it's kind of hard to do that. Yeah, but yeah, Double Quill, I agree. Having a like text search option for comics would be awesome. Richard Smith, should I sell my ultra rare Invisible Woman? It's funny because I was really trashing on Invisible Woman in the most recent drop, like tier list video. I do think she'll recover a bit. But to be honest, and like I don't say this very often, I would try and find a way to get rid of it sooner rather than later. You can wait around for whatever the market squeeze is doing right now. But yeah, it's like when you see numbers like this is a very, very bad trend to have as an NFT. Just nothing but down to the right. Listings are doing nothing but going up and to the right. Little dip in the listings, but not enough to warrant like, whoa, it's gonna do a reversal, like calm down. Unlikely. So I would say either try and get rid of it ASAP, or if you're willing to wait it out, she could maybe go back up to like 400 or so, but I just don't see her doing that well. Maybe a slight pump if they do announce one of the other Fantastic Fours, you know, Human Torch, Thing, Mr. Fantastic. She might see a slight pump, but unlikely. We still have sets that have taken months to finish, so like I think banking on that it's a bit too speculative for me. So in my opinion, I'd rather get rid of it sooner rather than later. Because honestly, whether you sell for 300, 400, like that difference, the amount of like the NFTs you can purchase for those price points aren't going to change that much. So, Road to Victory, check Discord, Women X Veve. Okay, let me check it out. What did you want me to check in there? Ah, okay. Oh, they dropped it in there first? Did they not announce it yet? Let me show you guys. I know you guys can't see it, but like, looks kind of interesting. Cover girls of the DC universe. Batgirl. So are they gonna do more cover girls? Is it announced yet? Like actually announced? Did I just miss it? Or they like leaked it to the Women X Veve first, and then they're gonna announce it later. That's nuts. Let me see. General market share. Where's the social feed? I don't think they've announced it yet, but you guys see that, right? That's really cool. I don't know, like that was posted by a mod, right? Or like someone from the Discord team, so it's legit. It's not like something that's like photoshopped. Because as bad as I am at Photoshop, like I could probably pull off something like that, but if it doesn't seem like it is. Gosh, I went the wrong way. Series 2 coming Saturday. 4 ladies, none are. Yeah, that's pretty big. Hope we have blind box. I would assume so. I think Veve knows to now make things blind box for the most part. 4 ladies, none are FA. Okay, so like who could we speculate? Who's already in cover girls? And who's not? So they said like no poison ivy, no nothing like that, because none of them are FA. But let's see here. I'll show you guys as well. This is with the cover girls. So what do we have so far for the cover girls of the DC universe? Catwoman, Batgirl, Mira, Supergirl. So who do we have left? Did they say it in the Discord? So no Vixen, no Poison Ivy, Wonder Woman, and then Death. At least that's what they've been saying. Hawk Girl. Could see Mira as well as like Starfire. At least they're just showing statues for the most part, so I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, so they're like showing statues and stuff. I guess I'll show the Discord. I don't know if I'm like allowed to show those. Oh, I don't know, but we'll just wing it. Ooh, that's tiny. Why is it so tiny? Oh, you know what? Because I have that as the wrong thing. Let me fix this. Why is that so tiny? Whatever. Do this. Scroll up. So that's the announcement. Basically, that's kind of crazy. Early announcement. Cover girls DC universe. So series 2 coming Saturday. 4 ladies, none are FA. Hope we have blind box. Wonder who joins Batgirl. So there's Batgirl so far, but they said like Wonder Woman, Death. That's Death apparently. And there's Hot Girl. I think they're just kind of posting some others, speculative ones that could do it too, like Starfire, Mira. So I'm kind of curious, like, who else could join? That's super interesting. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. I had like no idea. That's actually pretty cool. I'm not sure how you could like. I doubt the prices of like, you know, Mira and Hot Girl are just gonna explode. Like, I mean, we could maybe see a short-term spike like we did with Invisible Woman when they announced her. Like the FA version spiked, but not any of the other ones. But we'll see. Thanks, Road to Victory. Mickey Minnie, Billy Cuddy. Is my wish list as a quick reference. Okay. Nice. I didn't know that was a thing. Wish list. So you do wish list on Veve. I honestly didn't even think about using that. I've never used wish list, so. What gold item would you buy long term? I'm thinking Marvel logo. Marvel logo. I think you mean. Okay, so when you mean golden item, I think you mean golden moment. And long term, you're thinking the Avengers logo, not Marvel logo. Honestly, like if you can get an Iron Man for golden moments, I'd rather take an Iron Man. I don't know what your budget is when it comes to like golden moments and stuff, but I'd rather take an Iron Man over Avengers logo. Like they both came together. They both showed up together as a set. So they put Iron Man and Avengers logo together. C3PO and like R2D2 and stuff. Like even though Avengers logo is a rare and has half the mints of Iron Man is still more expensive. Like people want characters and superheroes and stuff, not logos and posters and stuff like that. That's kind of my opinion on that. So if you can, I'd rather get Iron Man, but if your price point is like under 2,000, and you really want a golden moment, personally, I'd probably pick either Wally or Pizza Planet truck, in my personal opinion. I know some people are gonna get mad at me for like not picking Homer and Bart. I just see the Pixar originals, or you know, or like Disney originals, just doing slightly better, like in the future, in my opinion. Wish list. I'll have to figure that out later. I'm not gonna figure that out like on stream. Wish list. When is cash out? Hashtag soon. What's programmed for Veve technical analysis? So I use something called ecomi.wiki. That's personally what I use. So it's called ecomi.wiki, but I know some people use cherry charts as well. I'll have to look into cherry charts. I know Crypto Chris, or Chris, I do not know how to pronounce his last name. Cool dude. He uses cherry charts. I like the look of it. I think you can like really customize the charts and stuff a lot, which you can't really do with the Ecomi Wiki. Like if I could put those two together, if I could put the hourly updates and the aesthetic of ecomi.wiki and mix that together with cherry charts as like customization of like search functions and like how you could like set up your graph, that'd be amazing. But as of right now, it's kind of one or the other. Thoughts on ultra rare Hot Girl, part of the Wonder Woman set? Now, I mean, she might get a bit of a boost because now potentially, it's completely speculation. We don't even know what the other girls are. It looks like there's going to be a Batgirl, but as of right now, I think Hot Girl might be okay now. That's if you're very speculative, but in general, let's see what price she's at. Hawk, is it really not looking up? It's not finding Hawk. There it is. At 290. Oof. I'm so glad I sold her a long time ago for like 480, I believe. Maybe it's not 480, but I remember selling her for much higher when she like initially dropped. Yeah, 300. She peaked at 600. Listings are pretty level for the most part, but she could actually go up a bit. She's just like a lesser known superhero, right? Not a lot of shows or movies or anything on her yet. I know she's actually kind of a popular superhero, but just not very well known. Is it good to buy her? I'd rather have a Zombie Hunter Spidey, or at this point you can get 2 common Deadpools. Like I'd rather have those, to be honest, than one Hot Girl. Hawk Girl. I know it sounds like Hot Girl, but it's Hawk Girl. You have to really stick that K so people know. Daniel D, Veve vibes. How you doing? Let me get caught up with stream. How are you feeling today? Vivian3, thanks for the stream, dude. I really appreciate that. I don't know why it's not popping up in like in my top chat thing. I still need to figure that out. But dude, Vivian3, Thank you so much. I'm heavily taking a lot of stuff. Like you had some very good ideas in my last stream. I'm already planning on at some point doing an overlay with like a ticker at the top for best NFTs to buy for this, certain price points. I do think I will probably add a little area for donors where if people donate a certain amount, like maybe I'll do it by each week or each month, and do like a common, uncommon, rare, ultra rare, and something like that. I also like the idea of doing the hedge fund account where people want to, you can either donate directly to me, you can donate to the hedge fund where we basically put all the money of the donations that's by the community into one account. We start flipping, we make decisions by the community. They tell me that I should be buying. And then we go from there. And then when we hit certain milestones, maybe we'll do some NFT giveaways and stuff, which I think will be a lot of fun. So yeah, but Vivian3, thank you so much. I love your content. If you guys have not checked out Vivian3, he does much like heavily information condensed content about most recent drops, things that are going to be happening in like the Veve, just kind of like community and like the Veve like ecosystem, as well as like Omi. Definitely not as long-winded as I am. Like I'm very long-winded with like my videos and stuff, but like there's a reason why he's Vivian3. It's very very compact. If you guys want your information quickly, he's very good content. Go check him out. But yeah, thank you again. Let me get through the listings here, or like the comments. How are you feeling now that most of the drops is over? Do we see a little pump after Friday? Potentially. And as much as I think, I mean, it sounds like this DC CoverGirl drop is going to happen on Saturday. Even then, I don't think that's like a big enough thing. Like they said, none of them are FA. So it's not going to be that crazy. And yeah. So we should see a pump in the market. I don't know about a pump, but like a slow, steady rise. Who knows? Like things are just... We did see some pumps, like actual pumps, I would say, are like Spider-Man 2099, like that we saw today. Like that was a significant pump. I think it went all the way up to 3.6, right? Maybe higher? Let me double check. 3.4. You know, it went from 2.5 to 3.4, so it went up 900 gems. Suddenly, it's not like people were trying to pump it, and then a couple hours later, people were trying to take profit. So it goes down, then back up. Like that's a pump in my opinion. I mean, thing that just skyrockets 30-40%, but a pump in the market, I think certain corners in the market, certain comics, certain maybe like low tier NFTs that people are trying to stack, or maybe certain high tier NFTs like secret rares and stuff. Because right now, this is what we're seeing. It's like common, secret rare, ultra rare, uncommon, ultra rare. So we'll see. The market will trend upward for the next few days, in my opinion. Again, assuming no major announcements. But certain NFTs will just randomly pump up a little bit faster than others. I don't think it'll be like all of season 1 is going to pump up at the same time. It's more like this NFT will go up, and this people just taking positions, or maybe people looking for hard stacks, planning for like the next few weeks. I thought the DeLorean would be worth so much more. It will be. You just have to hold. I'm not sure where your entry point was, but you just have to give it time. Again, I think they're just getting bullied out by like the bigger name NFTs. Harv, yo, what do you think you can look up? Yo, do you think you can hook it up with like 30 gems? No. Sorry, Harv. Flavor HD? I think so. Thoughts on Fantastic Four, Marvel Mighties? Okay, I'm very bullish on Doctor Doom. The other ones, maybe not so much. I do like the Human Torch. The low rarity, he's pretty popular. I think he's probably, I would say on average, more people would probably like the Human Torch. Like, he's the coolest one. I guess that is Marvel Midas, right? Oh, that's because I have it on Top Gainers. Cool. So it's populating. Overall, I think they're okay. I do think Eternals is bottom tier. Then Captain America. Gosh, I don't know. Captain America or Fantastic Four as like, I would say they're tied in the middle, and then obviously the Spider-Man, Marvel Mighties are higher, or like the highest. But I think as long as you focus mostly on like Doctor Doom as well as Human Torch, I think those could do very well. But like these three in the middle are very stackable, though I would probably focus more on the Thing and Mr. Fantastic, rather than Invisible Woman, although I do think she's pretty decent as well. But when it comes to Sam Wilson and all these other ones, Steve Rogers is good. It's hard because like a few of them have some like good gems in between. Red Skull below 900 is not bad, but he's probably the least popular villain in my opinion between Green Goblin and Doctor Doom. Hey Moon, any chance you're buying my rare Captain America comic? Was you able to flip it in a good way? I was only able to gain 10 gems with it. What do you think is the most worthwhile value collectible in comics? Comics, I'm not too sure. And I don't know. That's a very open-ended question. Nikhil, probably killing that. There's a lot. I mean, everything is so heavily discounted right now. Honestly, you could buy anything big name and you'll make money. Like, you could buy any Batman, any Spider-Man, any Mickey, most of the superheroes you could buy, other than probably the Eternals, Marvel Mighties. Again, I know I trashed them, so I'm not entirely certain. I'm sure there's probably still some room to grow for some of these. You can honestly go with anything for the most part and still be fine, to be quite honest. Like, everything is so heavily discounted. I couldn't tell you like this is the most undervalued by 68%, but this other thing is undervalued by 77%. Like, I mean, we can look at their all-time highs, but even then, it doesn't guarantee it'll get back to that time. Like, I also try to find NFTs that could return back to their all-time highs like faster than others, as well. So I kind of hope that answers your question, but like right now you can like everything is so heavily discounted. I would avoid a lot of the decon stuff, a lot of the independent artists. Wouldn't really go for like and that's probably the one exception. This Invisible Woman for the Fantastic Four, I wouldn't get her at all. I think there's way better investments than her. Thoughts on BT Harley Quinn? I think you mean the Black, White, Red series? That one? Let's see. Harley Quinn. It said BT Harley Quinn. Bruce Timm. Okay. Oh, FA Harley. Or is it Babs? I think you mean Babs. Right. Because if it was FA Harley, I feel like you would have just said FA Harley. But Babs Tar? I don't know. This is the Harley I'm kind of like not that bullish on, to be honest. I mean, Harleys have been doing surprisingly well, but like it's just so hard with these peaks. Like we just need like more history going on. Like, but honestly, for 600 gems, I think I'd rather invest in something else than Harley, especially if it's like not FA, and it's more of like a not a weird, but it's just kind of like a very offshoot version of non-traditional version of Harley, which some people might like, some people might not like. Me, I don't mind them, but John Babo, I think it's Babo. That's my take on it. I do think there's better things to invest in for 600. Like, you can't just look at where it's at now in its highest peak and be like, oh my god, this thing's gonna go back to $1,000 again. It probably will, but with these super high total listings, it's at an all-time high basically. It's just gonna take a while to get there, and like I do think there's other NFTs for 600, or if you can afford a couple hundred extra gems that are better investments, in my opinion. They didn't update the price for the dragon yet. Oh, okay, that's probably why it's so cheap. Okay, big legendary. Sorry, I didn't pick that up. I thought they fixed that on the Veve set list. Brandon F, I have 129.84 and 4 options in my head. Okay, so you have 130 gems. Should I buy an uncommon Coke, uncommon Deadpool, wait for Fantastic Four number 5, or save it all for drops? If that's literally all you have in your account, I would save it for drops, because like you just heard, we're gonna have the DC drop happen on Friday. Unless you feel like you can pick one up and you can flip it within the next 2 days, which I wouldn't bank on too closely. Like, honestly, all the ones you just mentioned aren't bad. I don't know about the Fantastic Four number 5 like comic. probably could do well. But in my personal opinion, I'd probably save it for drops, especially since we basically just heard on Saturday that was that in 3 days we're gonna have a drop. So you better have how many gems was that? How many gems was the first set? Mira, hello. How many gems was the cover girls? Guessing 40, but I could be wrong. 60, really? Oh wow. So Mira was 60? They weren't all different prices, were they? Let me see, Batgirl. Because they did some strange stuff on the app back then. Like even right here, you can see, like back then, like early Veve, like this, max limit per account, max limit, there's one limit per account. So like back then there was actually limits you could buy initially off the market. I mean, nowadays it's, with one account, it's so hard to get more than one. I mean, you have to play a rebound and time it perfectly and all that. But Batgirl, let's see. I wonder if they actually had the prices different, because this might not have been blind box. So she was 40. Interesting. Max limit, so like this one was like 3 per account, which is kind of weird. Yeah, this is strange. What about Catwoman? I didn't know they did this with like the early drops. So Batgirl's 3, maybe Catwoman's like 2 per account. We'll see. But she was 50. Yeah, 2 per account, and then Supergirl, what was her deal? I'm kind of hoping they do it blind box format, because if there's different prices for each one, it won't be blind box. It has to be a select your NFT, right? It has to be a select your rarity, right? Basically, or select your superhero. Wow. Jeez. So and I didn't know any of this before. So Supergirl was 90 gems. So Batgirl was 40. Catwoman and Mira were both no, so Batgirl was 40, Catwoman was 50, Mira was 60, and Supergirl was 90. That's crazy to think about. And you can only have one per account with the Supergirl. That is great. Not you only could have one on your account, but like you could only buy one at a time. And then like if you wanted someone else to buy it, you'd have to like hit up your friend or your spouse to like buy the other one. That's crazy. I didn't think about that. I really hope they don't do this format. And it sounds like they've kind of phased it out since then, because I don't think this isn't going to be, I mean, it's going to be the second season of CoverGirl, so we'll see if, it depends on like the contract they did with DC. Like if it's in paper and they said like, hey, we want these next few drops to be released like this, and this is the price point and the mint numbers, we can't control that. But if that is the case, that kind of sucks if we had to like pick your thing. In that case, yeah, bots, that's all I can say. Usually they're the ones that kind of soak up all the secret rare and ultra rares or rares or whatever the highest 2 or 3 rarities are. Those usually get eaten up. Smart buy, when can you expect market pump? Hopefully in the next few days. As far as we know, there will be a CoverGirl Series 2 coming out on Saturday, but then again, I don't think it's that big of a thing. None of them are FA, so it's not gonna like stall the market anyway. Market should be recovering, and I think it is. You never know. Sometimes you go to sleep, you wake up the next morning, a certain NFT you have is like up 40%, and it's just crazy. Man, this market, Gasto, yeah, dude, it's been less than a week, so I think we need to, you know, chill a bit. I think people are so used to just, there's always market stuff going on, there's always announcements, you know, things have been, and that, I think this is where people are not used to, right? From January all the way till now, or up until what? I think, I'm trying to remember when they did the announcement for the Disney cards as well as all that stuff. I think it's like the 20th or something. So basically for 3 straight weeks, we had nothing but pumps. And people that have basically joined Veve since then, that's all they know. It's just the market's just going up and up and up and up. And so they haven't had a They haven't seen a retraction like this. And like, have I seen one this bad? No, but does it surprise me? A little bit, but not, it's not like, oh my God, like, is this ever gonna end? Like, it will end. Everything will pump. Like, there's still millions of gems getting pumped into the app every day at the highest rate that it's ever been prior. So like, I'm not concerned about that. I do think there's people are waiting to either see how things just fill out. People might be waiting for Pokemon. People are waiting for new announcements or drops. Like, who knows? I couldn't tell you. Yo, Vibes, you're my favorite new Veve streamer. Keep it up. Thanks, Choo Choo. I appreciate that. My Veve streamer, a Veve tuber. I appreciate that. Yeah, that means a lot. I appreciate that. Mitchell Brent, have 15K gems to spend and only want Disney. Best long-term holds for my money. Wow, that is... All right, Mitchell. Give me a sec. Let me just catch up with chat because that is a serious question. I want to make sure I give you the right stuff. Market analysis software. It's called ecomi.wiki. Ecomi wiki. Full Sand Comics. Do you think Falcon FA would be worth more than Goblin FA? Goblin FA is double the price. I have no idea, Full Sand. Like, with all that comic stuff, I am... That is way out of my league. I really wish I could know the answer to that. I wish I could tell you. If from what it sounds like, both comics are pretty good. I'd probably give a slight edge to Green Goblin just because that's what I'm familiar with. I don't know how many people are familiar with Falcon. At least like that iteration of Falcon. I don't know. I wish I could help you, Full Sand, but like I'm illiterate when it comes to comics. Nomad with guitar. Thoughts on Amazing Spider-Man 14, Goblin SR. Can you look up a chart to see what the price high is on Goblin SR? Is this more comics? Let's see. I'm pretty illiterate when it comes to comics. Like I said, I could run the numbers and just look at it like almost very objectively, but I don't know like what's good and like what's like. I have an idea, but is that number 14? This one? Secret Rare at 810. Oh yeah, I remember this one. Wow. 1475. Yeah. And usually it's like, yeah, we have a peak here, but remember we have a peak here at 1,000, another one at 1,000, and this one's at basically 1150. I mean, the listings are down trending to the right, and the floor price is at 810. So what that tells me is like, because the listings are like, if you see this in a collectible or even comics, I guess, if you see listings going up and prices are going down, that means people are trying to take profits, and it you know, it can get back up to here, but it's going to take a while. But the fact that listings are going down, at least in my mind, what that tells me is that people that undercut, especially when it's around 800, like people might be undercutting each other by 5 gems, 1 gem, whatever. But if like listings are going down, that means probably from like here to here, like the undercuts are bigger. Like people are undercutting by like maybe 25, 50 gems, which means it'll just get back up to where it was prior, even faster. So now you got me curious. I'm gonna actually like look it up on the market comics. Here's the fun part. Here's the fun part where we get to do this. We get to scroll down until we find that comic. It's not it. There it is. Didn't take us too long. All right, let's look at the... Yeah, look at that. The floor is at 840 and then it jumps up to 1.1K. So that's 11 listings. So that's what I mean. Like there could be like a wall. So there's not even a wall. There's 2 listings at 900, 300. So like if we look, let me take a screenshot, then I'm going to expand it. I'm going to edit this. Let's go here. It's so strange that, so it's like, so from the floor, we didn't look at any of these. We can assume that this one right here is 1,000, and this person, I've done this before too, where I put it at 1.099, so it shows up as 1K, but it's really not. So this is what I'm thinking, like, as the listings are going down and the price is going down with it, what that tells me is like, these are either selling out for people or delisting them. But like this undercut's like a 20 gem undercut. It's a 35 gem undercut. It's the same. 30 gem undercut. It's a 50 gem undercut. That's 20. And that's this is probably 1,000, and then it goes from there. So it's like, sometimes that's how you actually get some NFTs just fly up all of a sudden, because sometimes like the first, and this is probably not the greatest example of it, but I mean, I guess it goes either way, because sometimes like there's a wall here, and like the first like 7 or 8 NFTs, like the price difference is only like 50 gems. Can I not write on there? Whoops. I'm trying to do some like, it's like 50 gems, but then sometimes like the next 6 listings, like if those get sold, it's like a 200 gem jump, which is a big deal. And so it can go either way, which is why I could have just assumed everything, but I wanted to actually like look at the floors. So yeah, I mean, it's at 840. So people are still taking profits, but who knows? Like maybe this guy undercut by 20, and like this guy did have a listing down here, and he's like, I'm really trying to get rid of this. So he undercuts this guy by 50. And then it just keeps going and going and going. So even though like the listings aren't going up, this is actually kind of at least in my mind, kind of a good sign to invest potentially. Again, not financial advice, but like it just means I do think that it will recover quicker in my mind, because people are taking deeper undercuts. Because sometimes like all you are is like 2 or 3 sales away from like the price jumping up $150, as we saw right there. I don't know if any of that made sense. I partially winged that because I just kind of had the idea. But when I see a chart like this and it's going down with it, it just, in my mind, it just means it could return up to this higher high like quicker. And of course, you're gonna have more people come out of the woodwork and take undercuts and stuff, but that's my take on it. So I hope that makes sense. Like that's it. Like is Spider-Man number 14 gonna be better than Marvel Comics Rare, comparing, like, you know, I don't know. Like all I'm doing is looking at the numbers very objectively. And again, who knows, this could keep dipping. Like the squeeze could happen for another day or two, at least on the comic side. Maybe collectibles go up, or the opposite could happen. Maybe comics go up, collectibles keep going down. Not entirely sure. I have not forgot about your question, Mitchell. Let me just double time it through chat because I am behind. Is it safe to buy Omi now after the exchange? Not entirely certain. I don't own any Omi. I'm probably the worst person to ask. I do want to buy Omi. I want to own a ton of Omi, a shit ton of Omi. I would love to, but I just don't have like the fiat right now to invest. If I could, like, I'm trying to think of like a way, like if I could eject like half my vault and like get Omi and not have to pay like 7 different fees for it, and basically have the majority of my money just get taken away because I'm just trying to exchange it, then I would do it. But Sir Crypto, did you see the recent Disney article about them hiring an NFT expert lead? I heard about it. I didn't know if it was like true or not, but yeah, potential. I thought it was pretty well known that like Disney was gonna be having like their own metaverse, or like their own version of it. The Bad with Guitar sold C3PO at 4,500. Need me more Marvel Mighties. Everyone needs the Goblin, be a Goblin Gang OG. Yeah, I would say Goblin Gang, and then Dr. Doom. I do think, and I originally said that Green Goblin's going to be more popular than Dr. Doom, because let's be honest, the majority of people on Veve are probably, you know, MCU. You know, all they do is know the movies. You know, they're a bunch of MCU normies, which is not a bad thing. Like, I don't expect everyone to like really understand like the shows and the comics and really know like the history of Doctor Doom and all that stuff. Like I don't expect them to know that. But if they did, like Doctor Doom would be much higher than what he is right now. But not everyone's like that. So if you could snag a Doctor Doom as well, that'd be sick. Road to Victory, DC drop, just picked up Wonder Woman, so underpriced right now. Agreed. Vibes is that man now. I am. Falanini. Minnie and Mickey, Pluto, DC battle statue, 1 year hold. I don't know about the battle statue. Mickey, Minnie, Pluto for sure. Battle statue, I'm sure it'll go up. Like they'll all go up at the end of the day. It's just which ones will go up more. For a grand, I'd rather have a uncommon Steamboat Willie, to be honest. VV3, love your channel. Let's go. Let's go. Sammy Aguilar, VV3, spread the love. Stefanos, thoughts on Steamboat Willie comment? Awesome. When it was at 750, I think it was an absolute steal. I mean, that thing had a previous peak of like, what, 1,300? And I've been harping on it like every stream and like every other video where I recommend people get it. Like, people know, and I hope people aren't getting tired of it. We're gonna have a market update here in like 20 minutes, so It's Disney at the end of the day, and this thing peaked at 1,300. Like this, there was a period of time where it was at 750, and I'm like, wow, this thing is legitimately like 45% off. That's crazy. Yeah. In my opinion, Captain America 117 belongs above 40 gems. Green Goblin FA comic has 60k editions and is at 40k gems. So it's not always just about strictly editions, right? I think we're getting to the point where there's so many people on the app. If something is 30 to 60k, between 30 and 60k editions, it doesn't matter. It's just how popular is the FA, how popular is the comic itself. Like I mentioned that earlier, but popularity is gonna, it already has, and like the community. The things that the community values have shifted. Before it was rarity and mint number, but now, you know, people like, if we look at, I mean, just look at the Mickey cards. Actually, I have them right here. Daisy has less mints than Minnie, Donald, and Mickey, and is a higher rarity. I mean, usually the rarity is tied to the amount of mints, but it's the cheapest because more people are familiar with Minnie, Donald, and Mickey. It's popularity over mint. Same thing with the Avengers logo and Iron Man. Iron Man is as of this point almost 1,000 gems more expensive than an Avengers logo, even though they released together. Avengers logo has half the mints of Iron Man. Iron Man's just more popular. People know Iron Man. People don't want a logo. I don't say people don't want a logo, but if they had to pick, I would assume people would pick Iron Man over a logo, the Avengers logo. So I assume that could be the case with comics. Like I said, I'm not too familiar with that community or the artists and this and that. Like there's so many little nuances with comics. No, there was a glitch, so I bought like 4 accidentally, but it sold fast. Okay. Would you sell an R2-D2 to buy the whole Mickey and Fred's card set? Or would you sell R2-D2 to buy about 50 to 60 Ghost Spideys? I don't think it's a bad move. I mean, eating that 8.5% fee just to get some cards. I mean, how much is the card set right now? How much would it be for like the whole set right now? So 3,500, 4K, 4.8, 5.4, 9.4. Let's just say that. Wait, did I just jump like a bunch of numbers? I just jumped a bunch of numbers. No. 4, 5.4, 6 point something. I don't know. Let's just call it $5,000. I don't know. I'm breaking my mind trying to do this. Usually I'm really quick with mental math, but I'm just not at it right now. I don't know. I would say no. I do think Daisy Duck and the Minnie Mouse, like I do think the card set has a ton of room to move, but like selling R2, and like where's R2 at right now? If he's at his bottom, like I definitely wouldn't. He's at 8K. He's getting up there. It's definitely not his peak. 7.8. He's getting up there. I would hold it, dude. Like, it's really hard to pit like the Disney fans versus Star Wars because they're both huge fan bases. If you got an R2, I would hold it. I would just hold it. I don't think you'd be, if you did that sale, I wouldn't blame you either because I think you would still have some gems left over to play around with and do other stuff. But I wouldn't blame you, but at least in my opinion, I would hold R2. Stefano's thoughts on Wally, I assume. On 1.4K, it's great. I do think this, I think the golden moments across the board are going to go up a ton in like the next week or so. Especially Wally. The dude needs more love. And there's a reason why people think there's kind of a greater plan why Disney released an FA version of all these different studios that they're partnered with, right? You know, like the Homer and Bart, you know, Pixar, and then Marvel, and then Star Wars, and then actual Disney. Like, there's something going on there. But I do think the Wally is undervalued or underpriced. I do think there will be a point where all of the golden moments will go up, you know, 30-40%. I think relatively at the same rate. Some gems, please. Yeah, Bruce Tim picked up an ultra rare stamp. Sheet. Ultra rare stamp. I thought you meant like picked up an ultra rare stamp. Let's go. Sheet. Let's go. I got you. Either way, I think you meant both. That's how I'm gonna judge as. One of the Jade Dragon, but got the stamp ultra rare instead of the rare. Probably a good move. I see you everywhere. JD stream, but Thompson's comments now here. I'm recovering, so I have time to watch everything. Nice, nice. Hopefully you recovered from whatever that was. I'm gonna go a little bit longer, then I'm gonna answer, whose question was it? Mitchell's question. Because that one's gonna take me a little while to get through. Get well soon. Her movie in 2022, okay. Would you sell Goofy and roll it into Spidey Marvel Mighty set? I will admit, I do think the Spidey Marvel Mighty Marvel set has a lot of room to move. I don't know if you could afford the whole set though. Because I think Spider-Man 2099 is a bit more than Goofy now, right? Not more than Goofy, but I don't think you can afford like the whole set. I could be wrong. So where's Goofy at? Goofy? Hello? Goof. E? Is that 3.5K? Yeah, you wouldn't be able to afford the entire like Marvel Mighty set. You'd probably get close, but again, you would have to eat that 8.5% fee, right? I would say, would you say Goofy? That's debatable. Because I do think Spider-Man 2099 as well as Green Goblin have some room to move. I don't think it would be a bad thing to have, but I think Goofy lenticular cards, that's pretty big. I would probably hold. And you can't go wrong with holding either. Thank you, man. Getting better every day. Do you think that Ghost Spider is going to pass 200? Yeah, of course. At some point. I do think it'll get close to 200. Maybe in the next week, but it might struggle a bit. It'll take longer for it to get over 200 at that point. So like it'll get around 200 for a while, then like it's just gonna be, there's gonna be a lot of sell walls around 199, 200, 198. Like that's just how it is. Whatever it is, those round numbers, people like to just form big sell walls, and but once she gets through that, she's just gonna be running. Is Terry Dodson Harley Quinn a good buy? A lot of people have been talking about her. Let's put Dodson. Dodd. All right, I'll put in Harley then. I guess we'll do it this way. Terry Dodson. This one, yeah, I talked about this one prior. Like, I think this one's just really getting carried by its low mints, and it's kind of hard to judge because, I mean, the thing only has 750 mints. Not a huge fan of like these kind of NFTs, to be honest. Like, I'd rather just stack something else. I know she had a previous peak of basically $4 grand. I mean, she's almost 50% off. I'd rather just get 2 solid NFTs for $1 grand and spend the last 300 on like a small stack or something, in my opinion. Like the listings have been going up and to the right. The sale floor has been going down and to the right. And it's, I just don't even know if it's like, it's an FE. It's not, it's like, there's just a lot of Harleys too. So you kind of just got some competition there as well. I don't know. It's not a bad buy by any means. Like, don't get me wrong, but I'd rather just get 2 1,000 gem NFTs instead. That I think that would perform better. Uncommon Steamboat Willie, plus Wonder Woman, plus, I mean, with that extra gems you're saving, you can maybe even get like a Jason Fabrik Batman, because I think he's around 400. Like, you can get all those for around like 2,400, and I think all those together will outperform the Terry Dodson Harley. Let's see here. All right, let me answer Mitchell's question. I know he's been patiently waiting, if he's still here. If you are, great, thank you for waiting. If not, then I'm still going to cover it anyway. 15K gems, want to spend, and only want Disney. Okay, that's pretty easy. There's not much. I would get the lenticular card set, which we should probably like actually do the freaking math on this. Okay, so we'll just call this 3,600 plus. If you like just wanted Disney, 25. Okay, so that's 6 grand that you'd be putting into the lenticular card set. That's just so I know how much it is for the set. I'm not saying like go buy it right now. Kind of want to check out the golden moments as well as like Steamboat Willie. It's interesting because now Steamboat Willie and like R2-D2 are like the same price. And in my honest opinion, I would still pick up like Steamboat Willie. I don't know how big of a like Disney fan you are. I mean, it sounds like, I mean, if you're willing to drop 15 grand on Disney stuff alone, I would say yes. So, come on, why is it still lagging on me on Mickey? Okay. Steamboat Willie at 1.7 and not picking one up, I feel... That is a grail. People have said multiple times, this is a grail NFT. I mean, there's a lot of the golden moments too. I can give you some options. So, in my mind, I'm thinking... You could pick up, like, because how much is that together? I'm just gonna call it 7,500, just like round it up. So if you bought the card set plus ultra rare Steamboat Willie, plus that leaves you with 1,500 left over. I mean, you could pick up a Wally for that much. I don't know if you personally consider that Disney. I mean, it is Disney, but it's Pixar, so I mean. It depends. So you could pick up a Wally, like that's very solid. Like ultra rare Mickey plus the card set plus a Wally. If you're not that bullish on the card set, I would say ultra rare Steamboat Willie again, and then we have like 6 grand to play with. Or no, we would have technically 7,500 to play with. I mean, you can get R2-D2 and just Steamboat Willie. Like that might put you a little over budget, but like not getting a Star Wars thing kind of feels bad. But if you're bullish on Steamboat Willie, like pick up the ultra rare. You can go with Iron Man plus Elsa. Elsa's very, very good. If we put those two together, that makes it about what, 6 grand? A little bit over 6 grand. So we might not have enough for Wally. So we'd probably have to pick up some lenticular cards to like round it out. You could probably get, I do think like if you're a Disney fan, I would assume you want Mickey, Minnie, and then probably Donald, and that would probably be enough as well. If you're not that bullish on, I still think you should get a Steamboat Willie regardless. You don't have to get the ultra rare if you're not that bullish on it. Like you could get like the card set, an R2-D2, and a like common Steamboat Willie. Like I think you should get some kind of Steamboat Willie, but you could do that as well. There's a lot of different options when it comes with Disney. Like honestly, if you just literally type in Disney or just go to Mickey here, like those are all great. If you like the golden moments more, maybe you're not a big Star Wars fan, like getting Elsa is a huge deal. I do think she'll do some great things in the future. Yeah, like if you just wanted to strictly spend money on just Disney alone, I'm assuming not Marvel, or at least like not like Marvel Mighties in the sense, but like just Disney. Yeah, that'd probably be my take. Like just like any combination of those. Like if you like Steamboat Willie a lot, I put that at the top. Steamboat Willie ultra rare at the top. If you don't like that, then work your way down to probably the lenticular cards, like getting the set, at least because that's like 6 grand. And so if you get both of those together, you can get a Wally. But if you're not feeling the Steamboat Willie, you can replace that with R2-D2 or Elsa plus Iron Man, or any combination of like the you could also double up on some of like the lower end lenticular cards too, right? Just get 2 Mickeys, have one to keep and another one to sell for later in case another Disney drop happens and you have enough gems to like play the drops or something. So that'd be my take on it. So Mitchell, if you're still here, I hope that helped you out. I'm sorry, you might have left a while ago and you asked that question like 40 minutes ago, but I hope that helped. If you wanted to just focus on Disney, that's what I would say. Because I don't think we're ever going to get Steamboat Willie again to like below 7,500 for a long time after he recovers. Can you please check how much the OG Devil Bunny pumped last time? Okay, Kevin Hernandez. Let me look that up. I'll just type in Bunny. I type in OG? OG? Maybe that's not enough. Devil? Okay, there we go. OG, which one? Gold OG Devil Bunny, okay. How much the OG Devil Bunny pumped last time? Yeah, this is pretty much the point where like everything pumped. Like this like January 17th or like 19. Like this day right here, like everything pumped across the board. Because I think the first week of January, like all like the basically grails were getting pumped. Middle of this, like then the second week of January, you know, grails will start getting pumped, and like, but more like the A and B tier NFTs were doing it, and then eventually, I think some independent artists and stuff started seeing a lot of action here on some like the cheaper NFTs, let's say. So it pumped up pretty high. Saw a little bit of resistance here, went up to 360. Again, just in general, like I'm just not very bullish on like the independent artists. It just leans way too heavily on low mints and how well they do on Immutable X, or like, you know, whatever, if they do off platform stuff like that. I don't know, and that's the other thing too. It's like this price action that like just doesn't get me too excited. Like the listings haven't gone up a ton, which is kind of nice to see. But again, like the mints are just so low. I do like the OG Devil Bunnies. Just like in general, I do think they look kind of cool, and I'd probably rate them on like the higher end just because they're more popular than some of the other independent artist stuff. Yeah, I mean it's nosediving pretty hard. What's up to 400? I don't know, like me personally, I'd just rather get a Zombie Hunter Spidey, in my opinion. That's like at that price point. I mean, hell, at this price point now, you can get an uncommon Snow Globe plus a common Deadpool for the same price, and I think both of those would do better than OG Devil Bunny. Like if you had the money to spend, if you own it, hold it. If you're looking to buy something for this price range, get the things not financial advice, but I do think there's better options. Can you suggest on Terry Dodson Harley Quinn, please? Can I suggest? Like I said, I think there's just better investments. I do think there's like safer investments for 2,500 gems rather than Terry Dodson. I know you asked this question a while ago, but V Kerr, do you think Mickey's card will do what the Gold Moment NFTs did, where they were low and popped out of nowhere? I don't think it'd be out of nowhere. Like I think everyone expects it. It's just, you know, whales are going to be moving in, and I mean we're having. I think they popped up because there were so many people jumping on the app and so many gems injected into the market in December that I think it was just kind of like a sleeping giant. No, not a lot of people saw it coming. Of course, Golden Moments, everything took off. But I think this time alone, it's a much more not slower bleed, but we're seeing the gems coming into the market. I think that most recently, the other day, we had like 5 million gems coming into the market, but there's not a lot of market movement, which is kind of weird. I would say 5 million gems on the market, 5 million gems on the app. So these are in people's wallets. It sounds like. I'm sure a good portion of them went through the market. But yeah, I mean, it could be any day now where the Golden Moments just go up 30-40% across the board. And some of them might go up to 60%, like Elsa and Iron Man. I do think those could pop off very well, like 60 to 70%. Like Elsa going up to 5K, Iron Man going up to 4.5K. I don't think that's out of reason. What is next? But yeah, Vicar, it wouldn't surprise me at all. Can you check Killer Croc, please? Sure. Wait, what? New drop? What is it? And what characters? We don't know yet. All we know is that there could be Batgirl, and it's like the new CoverGirl season 2, as far as I know. The battle statue, it's not doing great. Again, I think it's mostly just a victim to, like, it was a drop. People were kind of hesitant what to think about it, like the new battle statue. Like this chart just like looks terrible, but I think it's mostly just a victim of like, it was announced, it came out, people were kind of hesitant, and then like literally the next day or 2 days later, it's like, boom, Disney, boom, Marvel, like 2 big IPs back to back. So I think it just kind of just got crushed there. It wouldn't surprise me if this thing went back up to like 1.5K, 1.7. It's just going to take some time to get there. So if you did buy here, you know, don't get discouraged. Just hold. Just hold this like while you can. I would say I'm not sure how long it would take for you to recover, but it is what it is. I mean, I didn't win the drop. I didn't buy into it at all. I kind of wish I did initially in the market, bought it at 1,000, resold it up here. Like I thought about it a dozen times, but I didn't. What's up, Saz? Can you please check Terry Dodson, Harley Quinn? I think I already did that. And try not to spam, guys. Like I know some of you guys are new. I remember doing that before. I'm just behind on chat. So I'm just trying to catch up for the most part. So you don't need to spam your question. I'll get to it eventually. VV Vibes, will the season 1 cover girl pump? Because season 2, Keystones, I doubt it'll pump. And if it does, it will be very, very short term. Like I'm talking maybe a few hours, if that. But I doubt it will pump those. If anything, it'll probably maybe pump the FA versions of them rather than like the cover girl versions. I don't think the cover girls will pump like the season 1 ones. But I do think the FA versions of the season 2 ones, like Batgirl, and I don't know what the others are going to be, but whatever the other versions are, might see a small pump, like very, very brief. Is Green Goblin FA Mighty a pickup? Yes, in my opinion, yes. How often, SWF LF resale, how often or what time does ecomi wiki update? Every hour on the hour. So like this time it updated 3 minutes ago. So every hour on the hour. That's one edge it does have on like cherry charts, is I think cherry charts is by the day, but because, you know, Omi the Clown is awesome, he was able to, you know, work with Veve, get access to their API, and like he gets hourly updates on the prices, which is very nice. Jim Tomaselli, can I ask you what you think a large amount of Omi would be? I don't know. I don't own any Omi. Again, I would like to own a lot, but I don't know. I would say like the 1 million mark is probably a lot of Omi, or good enough. I think everyone thinks of 1 million because like if Omi hit 1 million, or no, if Omi hit $1, then now you have $1 million, which is, you know, a lot to some, maybe not many to others, but maybe 1 million Omi, I would say. Terry Dodson, yeah, I know. Nomad with guitar. Yeah, I got both Dr. Doom and Green Goblin. Can you look up Amazing Spider-Man number 14, Segura Comlic? It's at 1800. Was that the high? No, that was not the high. I thought I already looked that up, or maybe I'm just like ungodly behind on chat. Okay, I don't think I'm that far behind on chat, but I'll pull it up again one more time. That was not his all-time high. Its all-time high was, I believe like 1100? 1200? Let me see if I'm trying to remember. Work with me. Wow, higher than that. Almost 1500. But again, that was very narrow. We do see peaks, you know, we do see some peaks around 1100 twice, 3 times. So I'm pretty comfortable with that. When I do see some level of consistency and some peaks on either side of this, that means people want this. If it was down here, flew up, went back down, and there's like not a lot of resistance, then probably not. Look. Sorry. Thought I heard my like roommate say something. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I'm just hearing things. Yeah. So that's my take on it. I think it's pretty good deal, and I explained earlier about the whole listing thing. So, is Veve going to make a way to cash out? Yes. Hashtag when. Enjoying the stream? Veve Vault. Oh my gosh, dude. What's up? Veve Vault, my man. Dude, Veve Vault has taught me a lot. Maybe not, maybe he doesn't know it, but I have learned a lot. I have learned a lot watching his streams and stuff. I don't know how long you've been hanging out for, but I hope you're enjoying the stream. Sounds like you are. So yeah, if you got any questions about NFTs, price action, anything like that, anything you want to speculate on, I'm glad to help. Yeah, of course. It's very nice seeing you, Veve Vault. Julian Gonzalez, 2 Goofies or 1 ultra rare Steamboat Willie. Ultra rare Steamboat Willie. You can't put a. I know the lenticular cards. I think both are going to do extremely well, but a day will come where ultra rare Steamboat Willie will just run away. It's such a historical like NFT and just like the Disney just history. I don't know how else to explain it. 2 Goofies wouldn't be terrible, but even then, like you would still be short, right? I will say too, Goofies does give you more flexibility to like actually play the market. So there is that. So at least you can keep one, sell the other one, or if you do find an opportunity to sell both, like there is that. Again, I don't know, like if you're trying to play the market and you want to be able to sell one and be flexible and do some flipping, I would say 2 Goofies. But if you're talking long-term hodl, ultra rare Steamboat Willie. Lenny1323 TV says, I like the Mighty Marvel Spider-Mans right now. Some cheap to me. They are cheap, in my opinion. Like I've said before, I do think, I'll just type in Mighty or just Might. I do think, it would not surprise me if Black Cat hit like 175, Green Goblin hits 1.2, Spider-Man hits 250, Ghost Spider hits 200, and then Spider-Woman, I mean, she might be at 100, but probably shy of that. Probably in like 4 days, 3-4 days. It would not surprise me at all. Green Goblin might be a reach. I mean, him basically flying up 50% might be a bit of a reach. I don't know what Spider-Man 2099 is going to do. I mean, I got him at 2.3K. I'm happy with that, but I couldn't tell you where he's going to land. It's pretty volatile. I think he did get artificially pumped like via Twitter, you know, or whatever is happening with him. So I couldn't give you like an accurate price thing on him. Axon, I'm gonna buy a Murmurcorno set 2, very cheap, and a lot of MCP points in it. Yes, that is true. I like, as much as I don't think the Murmurcornos are great in them themselves, honestly, there is some merit to NFTs that do get propped up by the Master Collector program. Like looking at rare comics, like even some trash tier rare comics, like none of them are going for below like 50, 55 gems, because you know, like there's only a handful that are below 60 gems, and then beyond that, like they're all 60. So I think the Master Collector program does have a lot of weight to it, and it's probably smart to invest in some of those. Like even if you don't care about the Master Collector points, just be like, people are going to eventually buy these because Master Collector points. Like there is that. So LeGroin James, I dig the name. Sup homie, great job putting out real content and real data. I hate these YouTubers that just speculate all day and pump their bags. Yeah, I would say so. I'm not trying to spread hate, but like every YouTuber has their strengths and weaknesses, right? Like you need people like Veve to show you tips on like how to actually win drops. Like that's why I have always liked Veve and his content. Like he shows you ways how you can like actually make money, like not just speculate on like, you know, this or that, but like you need the speculation guys too, right? You need people to keep your morale up and hopes into the future, right? Because if you do nothing but live in the here and now, people would be freaking out about bots. People are like, oh my God, the market's crashing, like let's just run. But you know, you have to think about, you have to have people that think about the future and speculate and like, oh my God, what if, and what if, you know, it's like, you know, but then again, like you said, you can't daydream the entire time or else you're going to go nowhere, right? You kind of, there has to be some basis. And so, yeah, I'm one of those guys that as I would like to think that understands the market, digs through the mud, gives some people some good advice based on how much they owe and all that stuff, and not owe, but how much they own, and all of that. So yeah, I appreciate the compliment. LeGroin James, I love your name. I hope to see you more often in chat. Mitchell Brent, thanks mate, appreciate your advice. Yeah, that's what I would say on the Disney stuff, dude. If you're investing that much money, not getting an ultra rare Steamboat Willie at this price, I think is you got to get one. And if you're not bullish on Steamboat Willie, at the very least get like a common or an uncommon, and then like finish the card set. I think Elsa would be great. Of course, same thing with like Wally. Like Wally is something to round out your price point, right? But the Disney stuff is probably some of the best stuff you can invest in my personal opinion. Which is why I'm not going to sell my Steamboat Willie like literally anytime soon. One day I will. When that day comes, I'm not sure when, but one day it'll come. Green Goblin, good pickup. I think I already answered that one. It's short term. I kind of think like the Gwen Stacy's and or Spider-Man's would do better short term, in my personal opinion. I think they're going to run a bit more. It's unfortunate because I say Gwen Stacy's, I meant Ghost Spiders. All right, I already had it pulled up, duh. I think they could run a bit more, in my opinion. Come on. I think Green Goblin will get there eventually, but it might take a while. Gosh, dude, Ghost Spiders. Good thing I bought 2 of her. I kind of wish I stacked more, but yeah, I do like the look of her and her aesthetic. I'll pull it up here. I've always liked the look of the NFT and just her look in general. So, yeah, I mean, if you were able to get some down here, I think I bought a couple around 100, like a couple like below, like just shy of 100 and a couple above 100. I've already sold one. Kind of wish I held the other two or like that one a bit longer, but it is what it is. But even now at 140, I think it's still a decent buy. I could definitely see her running up to 200. So it wouldn't surprise me. At least the way this trend is going, like the listings are going down to the right. She's an FA. I think Spider-Man will still be more popular, or priced higher, but Gwen Stacy, Ghost Spider is still up there. Any more price predictions, comments on Spider-Man 29? I couldn't tell you, dude. I do own one. I was lucky enough to buy one at like 2.3. Again, I don't think anyone expected the market to like just glitch and crash and like make false bottoms or false floors and stuff. So it went down a bit further. Like if I would have known that in hindsight, I would have told you guys like, hey, if you're gonna buy this, like wait a day. Like if I would have known, but you know, no one foresaw that the market was gonna like falsely post floors and stuff like that, or like not pull them off. So, but yeah, I think I mean, I did put value in the fact that it's the first secret rare Spider-Man as the lowest mints. It is the second secret rare Spider-Man on the app, you know, other than the Grail of Grails, which is the #1 secret rare Spider-Man. So I do think there is some merit with it. What is price going to be at? I don't know, 3,500. Let's say like when the price points that I said here, like 250, 1.1, like this will probably be at 3,500. Like I couldn't tell you, but it's going to go up. AR Bollywood Bangers, bro, your channel is the best. Love the work you put in. And also Minnie is so slept on, bro. I can't believe it. I've stacked 3 now. Good move, do you think? Oh yeah. I really think between Mickey and Minnie, like the cards, I would give I'm talking the slightest edge. Not even the slightest edge. Because every time like Mickey pulls ahead, like even though it's a 100 gem difference, I feel like Minnie catches up, right? I think people just won't let her get too far behind. I think the price point is always going to be like plus or minus 10%. So if there's ever a time, you know, Mickey's ahead by 100 gems or like more than 10%, I think Minnie will pull ahead and try and match that, or at least get within a certain percentage. And then if they ever swap, that's what's going to happen. You know, more people are going to want Mickey. That's just what it is. But I do think Minnie Mouse is slept on. I was telling people for a while, like, dude, like, why are you guys not getting Donald Ducks? Like, Donald Duck, to big time Disney fans, like, he's actually played a huge role. And I also heard too, like, he actually has more screen time than Mickey in like every like shows, movies, like in all entertainment mediums. Donald Duck actually has more screen time than Mickey. From what I've heard. Plus he's been in a lot of like historical shows and like propaganda and stuff like that with this, not propaganda like in a bad way, but like advertising campaigns and stuff like that with Donald. So he's a very well loved character. I know a lot of the focus is on Mickey, but Donald is up there too as well. And there was a price point where like there was a point where like Mickey, Minnie, and Donald were like Donald was only like 100 gems more than Mickey. I'm like, why are people not buying Donald? I wish I took my own advice for some of this stuff, but like I just usually didn't have enough gems, or I wanted to complete the set. So yeah. But AR Bollywoods, that's a solid stack. Honestly, any of the cards are a good stack. They're all going to go up in price. I can't tell you exactly which one's going to go up faster than the other one percentage wise, but they're all going to go up. If you invest in Disney, you're going to be solid. Richard Smith, what are your thoughts on Captain America? 117. I have the whole set. Is that the new comic? I think it has to be, right? It's the new comic. I don't know much about comics, I'll be honest. Like that seems to be an interesting divide, like in the VV community. Like either you know a ton about comics and like you know an okay about collectibles, or like you know a lot about the collectibles and understand like their price action or what are some good ones to invest in, and like you know nothing about comics. I'm the former. The latter is the one before. So yeah, I'm the former. I think that's how it works. Dude, I don't know what is going on. My ear is like hurting right now, so I gotta put my thing off. Captain, no, that's not right. I'm sorry, I was reading the Falcon thing below, but maybe I wasn't. Captain America. 117. Is that a comic or a collectible? Because sometimes there are like numbers on collectibles, and I just don't even know. One. Okay, it's a comic. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I can't help you out too much with comics. And the whole set, like I'm not sure. I think if you buy comics now, if you're gonna hodl anything long term, like you're set. So. Everybody with bangers. Richard, I was just gonna say the Falcon FA comic, how listed so cheap. That's gonna be worth money. I definitely agree. Homer or Batman in the price range? I figure Homer will be worth more long term. In my opinion, you're the best Veve YouTuber. I'd be so bored without your streams every day. Dude, Dax, thank you so much. That's a huge compliment. I don't think there's like a best or worst Veve YouTuber. It's just like whichever one you resonate with the most, right? If you have a ton of money and you don't need advice like this on what to buy, you know, there's plenty of other YouTubers you're gonna watch that will probably teach you more about like Omi, the future of ecomi, and you know, a lot of speculation stuff, and like just kind of keeping you hype in the whole project as a whole. But I did this because it's only a matter of time before the Q system's up. People are gonna have to learn the secondary market. This is where you're gonna have to actually like learn to make money, what to invest in, and all that stuff. I still think the biggest catalyst, other than Pokemon, to come to affect the market will be the Q system. Once that happens, I think the market will just skyrocket. Blue chips are going to price themselves out, and that's mostly because there are people that rely on drops that have gotten so good at the drops that basically rely this on a source of income. Like there are some people that have gotten so good at the drops that are just like, all right, there's 2 comic drops this week and 2 collectible drops. Like I'll probably win half. All right, flip a couple. You know, I'll probably make like, you know, 300-400 gems this week. So okay, cool. Like, when you take away that source of consistent income, now what? Now what are they gonna have to do? They're gonna have to reconsolidate their NFTs probably into blue chips. Blue chips are gonna run away because everything's gonna be done in the secondary market, right? Like, you know, and I think also with the secondary market too, where people with less experience actually like winning drops, because there's people on the app that like haven't won a drop in months, and when you finally give those people an NFT, they're like, I don't know, do I sell now, do I do whatever? So you're gonna have some people that will, you know, price NFTs probably a little bit too low based on like the IP, people posting low mints at floor price. You know, you're gonna have some, there will be opportunity for people to do that as well. So if you're good at sniping, I think the new Q system will provide more opportunity for people sniping the market. Because A, you have just more experience, but B, like, I think there's just gonna be more people, you know, making mistakes when it comes to listing prices and stuff like that. People putting 1.2 gems instead of 1.2 thousand gems, you know, that kind of stuff I think will be a bit more abundant once we go to the Q system as well. Let's double time it. Tybo style. I think I mentioned that 2 streams ago, or last stream, where it's like, I remember my mom used to watch Tybo, and then you'd be punching and be like, double time, 1, 2. So that's me trying to get through these chat questions. But Dax G, that's a huge compliment. I appreciate it. Creeper Dash Dude, when do you think the markets will start pumping? I think in some aspects already have. I mean, look at the. I mean, we've had the market refresh, and like, look, Ghost Spider's already up. Spider-Man 2099 is up. Hell, if Spider-Woman's up, you know, the market's going somewhere. It is slowly but steadily going up right now, I think. Ooh, we got a hard crash. So I think people are just hesitant, but like, we're having still 3 to 5 million gems pumped into the app every day. That those gems are going to go somewhere eventually. Even if you are strong-willed, sitting on that many gems, people are just going to have that knack. There's that itch to spend it on something. That was me when I made it one of the biggest sales I did when I first got on the app. I was like, wow, this is a lot of gems, and I just went on a spree. I was just buying stuff. I was using ecomi wiki, doing what I could to buy certain things, but you know, I made some mistakes here and there. Good time to buy Wonder Woman? I would say so. It would have been a little bit better earlier. It's just so hard because like there's so many other good like NFTs in like that 900 to like 1,000 price range. Like, is she? Some people say she's a grail. I'm not at that point yet. I would say she's high A tier. I still think like something like the uncommon Steamboat Willie. How much is that right now? Okay, it's a bit higher. So if you can afford the extra 100 gems, You know, I would go with uncommon Steamboat Willie. I think it will outperform the Jaunty Jig, not by much though. I do like the fact that it's like, I mean, you can get Jaunty Jig plus a Storm, and still pay less than that. And I think both of those might perform a bit better together. Zombie Hunter Spidey, I like ultra rare. That's around $1,000. Where's that? Yeah, 930. So that's actually a bit cheaper than Spider Woman. I think Wonder Woman peaked at, if I remember, 5,500 at one point. Zombie Hunter Spidey. Come on, graph. Peaked at 1,800. We have like multiple candles on either side of like 15, 14. So like, I like seeing this. Like if something's going down and there's actually resistance and like there's actually peaks on its way down, that means people are still buying into it. People are like, this is a good price. This is a good price. This is a good price. But when it just like lies over and just dies and just like, there's not a lot of resistance, people just like let it go. That's when I get a bit not concerned, but just a bit more hesitant. The total listings are up, but like I have no doubt that Zombie Hunter Spider-Man's gonna just like eat right through this pretty quickly. Plus just like the other Spider-Mans in general. You can get a common Spider-Man. I'm not sure if common Spider-Man will do better than Wonder Woman. Don't get me wrong, I do think Wonder Woman will have her day. But I mean, she's up against some hard hitters in like the same price bracket as herself, as well. And I think the Captain America Ultra Rare is still around that price too. Like that's what I mean. I think some NFTs are very good. But just like their competition just needs to price themselves out first. Like that's just the way it works. Secret Rare, so Ultra Rare. Wow, Ultra Rare Captain America is below 9. I think he had a previous peak of like 1,900. So this dude is like legitimately 50% off. But like then again, you think like how much of this is it just like the Captain America hype? Because I remember like that Secret Rare just started flying up, and I think it dragged the Ultra Rare price with it. Again, I mean there's some resistance. I mean there's candles on either side, and like the listings are pretty high. Plus it's animated. So I do think that's another option too, like instead of Wonder Woman. So like I said, if you get Wonder Woman, it's still an awesome buy. Like I couldn't tell you if Captain America is going to hit 1,200 before Wonder Woman, but who knows? Like maybe Captain America does, but like Wonder Woman will hit 15 faster or 1,500 faster. Like I think people are sometimes think like all NFTs move up at the same gradual pace. It doesn't work that way. Sometimes Captain America could go up and get stuck at 1,300 for weeks, but Wonder Woman just keeps going up and up and up. So like maybe short-term Captain America is better, but Wonder Woman's better longer term. It's tough just because there's so many good options. It's really up to you, like whatever one you're feeling the most convicted in. Let's see. Steven Lago, what times, days are your live streams? Dude, I do not have a schedule yet. Like this channel is less than 2 months old. I think it's coming up on 2 months. Kind of just, I probably should not be winging it. I probably should have like a, like an overlay and some other stuff. But I just don't right now. And probably have like a bit more of a schedule. I will get to that at some point, because honestly, I would love to do something like this full time. Like I've done cold calling sales like a lot in my life, like 9 years, and I learned a lot of great stuff, but I've always hated like trying to twist people's arms to like spend more money and this and that. Like I've always been more of a consultant. Like, all right, you have money, you want to understand how to spend it optimally. Let me show you some packages or deals or NFTs in this case and how to do it. And it's great. I love this kind of thing. It's like speculative market. We're talking about nerdy stuff at the end of the day. We're talking about like Marvel, DC, Disney. We're talking about Back to the Future, like all kinds of stuff. Like it's great. Like I love this. So LeGroin James, Misty, I would wait to see it in the next bombshell drop. Yeah, LeGroin James, you don't own any Omi. If you got an Omi one, I'll sell you some for helping out the community. I don't think I do. I honestly have done no research on, I would say no research, but trust, I really want to get into Omi, but it's like I genuinely just don't have like the fiat to like put a bunch of money in it. Honestly, like when I first got into Veve, I put in like $100. I want some drops. I got lucky. I'll give the abridged version because I know Veve Vault's in here and I tell this story. So I won an Elsa, my very first drop, very first attempt. I won an Elsa. I was in my car in the parking lot at Taco Bell. I was out doing DoorDash or something like that, and then my brother's already on it, but my friend told me about it, and so he told me, he's like, hey, the drop's gonna happen soon. I'm like, all right. So I pull over. I'm eating my bean burrito. And I pull up the app, I see Elsa, and I start clicking yes, and I'm like, oh shit, I got a thing. And I took a screenshot, sent to my friend. He's like, dude, that's crazy. Dude, like my app crashed, like a bunch of people's apps are crashing. I'm like, okay, that's crazy. But I have no frame of reference. Like, this is my first drop. And then I missed the next 2 drops. I'm like, damn, that's hard. And then Walt gets announced, and it was 333 gems. I'm like, dude, I can't put in this much money for it. I'm like, you know, I guess I could sell my Elsa. Then like between the gems I've left over and Elsa, like I could get Walt. So I sold Elsa, I think for like 280 or something like that. And so then after that, I won Walt. Like I got it on the drop. I was sitting next to my Wi-Fi router and just spam tapping as fast as I could. And I got a Walt, and I was like, oh my God, like this is nuts. I screenshot sent to my friend. He's like, dude, that is nuts. And so I got it, and I held on to it. The long story short is like I held on to it, but like, again, I just don't have a ton of fiat to like put in the app. So I was like, you know, I know a lot about the market. I've played a lot of video games. I used to do Team Fortress 2 like hat trading and stuff. So I've made a few grand doing that for a while back in the day. So that's basically NFT trading, right? You find rarities, you find season 1 stuff. Like it's all the same math. It's all the same stuff. And there's websites I would use that were charts just like this. And I'm like, dude, I think I could play this game very well, but I just don't have the money. I'm like, you know what? People are gonna think I'm crazy. People think I'm gonna stupid. Like I'm gonna sell my Walt. And I noticed it was like plateauing for a while. It wasn't moving much. So I remember selling it for like 9K. This was pretty early on. This was probably a couple weeks after the drop, maybe a few weeks. Wasn't moving much. And I was like, you know what? I don't want to ride my whole Veve experience on just one NFT. I'd rather sell it, get the gems, spend it on just a bunch of stuff, understand the market like firsthand, like really get my hands into the market. So I bought up like everything. I bought up like serial killers. I bought up Myrmicornos, some of the black and white series stuff. Like I put my money in a bunch of different places, and I was just flipping and moving and all that stuff. So like I feel like I understand the market pretty well because I did it firsthand. Like I didn't just, you know, I wasn't on the app super early. I wasn't on, you know, I had a lot of gems to play with, so I just learned it firsthand. And I found a way to basically keep flipping my way to up to like, you know, I started with like 9 grand. I think I flipped my way up to like 16, 17 at one point, and then I got super lucky and I landed the ultra rare Mickey on drop. So I got that. So like I held that. I thought about selling that thing like so many times. I was like, God, I want a Todd. I want a Todd. I want a Todd. And of course, I was just like everyone else. I'm like, well, Todd hasn't moved much. Like Todd is always going to be there. And like, I'll get it later. I'll get it later. There's a move now to make some quick gems. I'll get it later. Then before you know it, it runs, and I just couldn't get it. So I kept my Steamboat Willie because basically like NFT Pirates, Taps Trades, and I think a couple others in the community were like, dude, Steamboat Willie's a grail. Like, do not sell it. And I'm like, all right. And that's just, after I heard that, I'm glad I held it, because then it ran up from like 4K up to like 10 or whatever. So yeah, like I do not regret selling my Walt at all whatsoever. Is my vault worth as much as a Walt? Kind of funny rhyme. No, but I don't regret selling it at all, because I willingly knew that I was like taking the short-term profit to get the experience in order to like give you guys this information and really understand the market. Because like you could just read charts all day, but it's like until you actually like put your money to some certain things, like you just don't really understand it, right? And you can't literally, especially with the way just the websites and stuff are set, you can't have your eyes on all the NFTs at all times. Sometimes you have to actually like put some gems into it and like force yourself to understand it. So yeah, that's my story. I know it's like a long story for some of you, and that's probably the second or third time you guys have heard that story, but yeah, like I don't regret selling my Walt at all whatsoever. My whole goal has always been, you know, flip stuff until I can get to the point where I can afford a grail, and then not necessarily start over, but just keep flipping. And that's typically what I do, is try and help people find ways to invest in things that they are confident in and that will make them, you know, money, whether they're looking to flip or whether they're looking to like medium to like long-term hodl, whatever it is. But let me get through the chat. I'm trying to speed through this. Yeah, but like the whole Omi thing, like I've really wanted to invest, and I'm kind of banking on the fact that like I can maybe sell my NFTs for Omi. I don't know how that works. I'm still trying to get a clarification. Like I know eventually people can buy Omi, or sorry, buy NFTs with Omi, but does that mean I can sell it for gems or Omi? And if that's the case, that would be awesome. But yeah, so yeah, that's the whole thing. I know Omi's gonna like take off, and I'm kind of hoping like I can make some more money on the NFT side first, then I can like exchange it for Omi. I'm not sure how that works, but it's gonna suck to eat like 3 or 4 different fees or discounts between NFTs to Omi if I did that. But yeah, anyway. Veve Vault, nice, but like Lagorian James, I'll look into like trying to get an Omi wallet and all that stuff on like a certain exchange. I haven't set up a lot of that stuff, but I probably should. Probably because I just can't afford it. I'm like, why bother until I can? I don't know. Meet Angel. What up, Veve Vault? Yeah. Stamp Pains. Good pickup. Hi, Angel. Stamp Pains. I think you mean the stamp. Are you talking about like the Lunar New Year ones? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Check out. I mean, I'm just gonna like. It's kind of hard to do a market analysis on like something so new. I mean, this thing is barely 24 years old. Not 24 years. 24 hours old. It was at 137. Now it's at 174. Listings are looking pretty low, which is nice. I mean, I'm looking like a very micro view of what's going on. I'll be honest. I was never very bullish on the stamps, but when I heard the Lunar New Year, and actually heard from somewhere that like 1 in 10 collectors out in like I think it was China, but like 1 in 10 collectors are like stamp collectors. And, you know, if you multiply that number by 1 billion, and then even if you only take a quarter of those people that are interested in NFTs, like that's a lot of people. And especially if this is a Lunar New Year thing that's kind of themed around that. I think it'd be a decent little pickup. I do think some of these NFTs, it's just a trend I've seen with stamps in general. If you want to try and flip these or whatever, like you kind of have to play the gem squeezes. Like that's just how it is, honestly, with a lot of independent artists. And some of the like the lesser known, not even like lesser known IPs, but like it's something that like Ghostbusters and Back to the Future and hell, even like Powerpuff Girls, like it's something they all fall victim to. Like every gem squeeze, they get affected, they get shrunk down. I definitely expect like the rare and ultra rare to get affected by gem squeezes, because people typically, when they need enough gems to play the next drop, they try to sell things obviously on the lower end, right? If you have a 60 or 70 gem NFT, you try to sell that so you have just enough gems for the next drop. But if you don't have any gems that low, then you have to resort to like selling like 150, 200, 250 gem NFTs to have enough for that drop. So you know, that's just how it is in general. I've never been that bullish on the stamps, but stamp sheets, I'm not entirely sure, because that's a whole new thing too, right? I do think stamp collectors, they will definitely shoot for the sheets, because this is the first time, you know, the US or at least like the stamps we've done a sheet. So yeah, if you're really banking on stamp collectors and you think that's going to be a big thing in the future, like I think you should get the sheet if you think that's going to be a big thing. I'm not sure how big of a deal like the Lunar New Year stamps are compared to like the Day of the Dead or the Christmas stamps, but yeah, I don't know that much about stamps, but if you think it's gonna pay off, I think the sheets are gonna be a good deal. Good pickup. I'm also trying to think too, like what are some like, I mean, for something as cheap as, I wouldn't say it's cheap, I know $200, 175 gems to some people is a lot, but like even then, like I can't think of a lot of NFTs that are just gonna like 2 to 3x, and it's like never buy this because there's another NFT. Like I'm thinking like, all right, like common Deadpool, whatever. But even then, I could see the sheet stamps doing well, as well. I'm probably like really behind on chat because I did tell like a long story. Not too far. Hilo, my bad. Managed to get the full set of Zombie Hunter Spidey at 239 and 888 respectively. What are your thoughts personally? It's the best looking NFT in my opinion. I plan to hold him long term. Thank you. Dude, no, that's amazing. Yeah, the fact that you managed to pick up that entire set for, what was that? Just about 1,100 gems. I mean, that's how much the Zombie Hunter Spidey was not too long ago. I mean, Zombie Hunter Spidey was at like 1,400 not too long ago. So that was an amazing pickup. If you like the set a lot, I don't think you're wrong to eat like double up or triple up on some of the common Zombie Hunter Spideys, because those things peaked. I still tell people to pick those up, because I bought 9 of them of the commons when they were at about 280, I believe. And this was a while back when I saw them going up. I'm like, dude, a lot of Spider-Mans are pumping right now. All of them but the Zombie Hunters. And I'm like, I think Zombie Hunters are next. So was it 280? Okay, it was between like 250, 280. I bought like 9 of them because the floor was going up. And I managed to sell, I think 7 of them for above 400. And this actually peaked, even though it doesn't show it on the market. It actually peaked at like 490. And then it started going down. But like you can see the listings are, I mean, they're going up, but it's not up to like 800 or anything crazy like that. It's not up to 650 or 700. So there's not that many people taking profits. I do think this one will rebound very well. I mean, it's Spider-Man at the end of the day. I think it'll be fine. We just need this kind of market to figure itself out, whatever the glitch is, or I think the glitch is gone, but right now we just need a bit of downtime. And right now it's at the price point where it's 223. That's nuts. If Disney posted their Veve stuff on Instagram or Twitter, damn, blow up. Probably like 99% of Disney fans have no idea these exist. For sure, Dax. Like, I remember watching the interview that Randy Chavez had with like 2 of his friends that used to work at Disney. And like, that's good, like on hands thing. Like you can actually see the Disney community like out in real life, purchasing stuff, asking for stuff at the parks. And I think one of his friends, I think it was the girl, she said that she was like in a Discord with like 100,000 Disney collectors. Like there's a Discord with just Disney collectors. They collect stuff, cards, digital, whatever. And she typed in the words like NFT and Veve, and like they didn't appear anywhere in the Discord. So it's like there's like collectors out there, you know, thousands of them, tens of thousands of them, hundreds, that have no idea that NFTs exist, let alone Veve. And once they find out, you know, probably a good portion of them are going to grumble, blah, blah, blah. Internet digital, it's a scam, blah, blah. And maybe they only want physical stuff. Like, that's fine. But even if only 10% of them show up, that's still a lot of people. Hi, Axe. Yeah. Axion, hey, Chris. Best, awesome. Thank you, Vibes. Mr. Vibes. No, thank you, Veve Vault, for stopping by. I love your content. I love your stuff. Keep it up. I dig it. LeGroy James, Veve Vault, sup, homie. Great content. Hi. Thanks. I think I'm actually catching up with chat. Kind of. Once the world knows, they will flood the market. Lego, owe me $1. Yeah, I can see that. Would you sell Homer and skateboard for Goofy? I mean, skateboard. Oh, homie and skateboard for Goofy? No. I think that's what you meant by golden moments, right? No, I wouldn't do that. As much as I hate to say it, as much as I do think Homer and skateboard are on the lower end when it comes to the golden moments, like tier list, if I had to put one, I don't know. I'd have to see how the rest of the video pans out. And I understand I made basically my tier list video into like 3 parts, which I know some people might not like, but I don't know. Maybe this next tier list review, I'll make it just one shot and just see how much that does better than like the 3-part series. Because I would probably put skateboard as well as Homer and the Avengers logo like towards the bottom, in my opinion. But I would still keep them because I do think a day will come when we will see golden moments go up by like 20, 30, potentially even 40% at some point. I definitely see it coming. But also you're eating an 8.5% fee on both of these, and you're gonna have to probably undercut to sell them. Like that's rough. I would just hold them. Like, be happy they're golden moments at the end of the day. Like, they're gonna do well. Garrett, that's a good question, Garrett. And it's good that, like, this is the kind of thing you have to think of, right? Like, I'm glad that people are asking, do I sell this and this for this? That means you're planning ahead, right? Like, the advice I always give is, if you're planning on selling something, make sure you're going towards something. Don't just run away like, oh my God, I think my thing is gonna dip, I'm gonna sell it. And just get gems out of it, right? Try and come up with a game plan like, all right, if I sell these 2 things, I can afford this other thing that I want more. That's also Disney or Marvel, or even if it's not those things, like, at least have a game plan put together of to sell. Like, don't just say, I think Homer and Bart sucks, I want to sell it. Like, you know, try and come up with a plan that you can exchange it for something else. Because, you know, as gems are just sitting in your account, like, gems aren't accumulating value. The other NFTs are, like, other things are going up in value, so you got to make moves while you can. I'm trying to stack up on Omi, $1 incoming. I think so too. I'll think of something about doing an Omi wallet. I've thought about doing a fun idea with like investing and like people that do a donation thing. So some people last stream donated, which is very nice of them. And I'm only bringing this up because we have a bunch of new names in here. I wanted people to do a kind of like, I'm going to make another account and make it like a hedge fund where people that want to basically, you know, donate to me, but they can donate to this account where as a community, we decide on what we buy. So let's say over the course of a few weeks or whatever it is, let's say we get, you know, $100. And that $100, I'm going to ask the community, whether via YouTube, community post or Twitter or whatever, like, hey, we got 100 gems or 150 gems. What should we buy? Should we buy this, or this? And the community gets to pick. And I'm not sure if I'm going to figure out if I'm going to be the one to figure out the sell points or whether I should ask the community like, hey, we bought a Storm last time. Storm's up 50%. Should we sell her or hold on to her? And people are going to say hodl or sell. And, you know, everything's going to be driven basically by the community, which I think will be a lot of fun. So it's basically going to be a community generated account. And then after we hit certain milestones, maybe like on the vault, we'll probably give some NFTs away and stuff like that. So that way it's kind of feels like a group thing. So it seems like people like that idea. I think it'll be a lot of fun. It's going to require a little bit of work on my end, obviously doing the research and like kind of keeping the account together. And kind of just, you know, showing proof that I'm doing what I'm doing too, right? Like I don't, and plus I don't know if I'm going to show the name of the account because I probably still will because I don't want people to influence the account by like just giving me a bunch of donations of gems or NFTs, which are all accepted and great, like thank you, but like might screw with like the vault value. I have no idea. Like I'll have to figure it out at the end of the day. But I think that would be a lot of fun, like a community led like account. I think would be a lot of fun. Anyway, let's go. Not anytime soon. Too much supply. I'm hodling, so it won't be a problem. C3PO is about to catch up to Superman. What to do? Is Superman still a grail? Ty Rod, that's kind of a good question to ask. It's funny because I thought about that myself. I'm like, dude, is Superman really a grail? Because in my mind, I don't see grails basically losing 40% of their value due to a dip and like holding on to that, right? Like at least like if you look at Todd, like Todd's dipped a bit, but like he's holding on to his value. Like he's not down to 8,000. He's not down to 8K. Like look at, I mean, this thing is it's down 40%, which is not. I mean, it peaked at 8K and now it's down to 4,800, which is, yeah. I don't know if it's just an old school thing. Like people, just early adopters of Veve are just like, well, this is a grail. It's the first appearance of Superman. Yeah. I will say probably a lot of like the MCU or just like Marvel in general has done an infinitely better job of handling their IP and like their characters and movies and setting everything up. Like the last two movies of Superman, like didn't he die or something like that? And like the movies were pretty mediocre and they like rushed the whole like thing with like trying to do like the Justice League and all that stuff. So I'm not saying that is why Superman is crashing, but like just Marvel has done such an amazing job. Like literally the last 10 or 15 years building up their franchise and making awesome movies, and like so far it seems like the Superman movies have been very hit and miss, and like right now we're just in an era where people just love, you know, I think people right now are liking Batman more than Superman as well. Do I think Superman's a grail? I think he's still a grail. Just the fact that it's the FA version. It's a gorgeous looking NFT, but he's on the very I think he's on the very lowest end of grail status. In my opinion, he's still a grail, but he's at the very bottom tier. And honestly, like in my opinion, the next nominee for like actual grail is probably R2D2. It went up in value. It's maintaining its value. It's a Star Wars FA. It's FA like R2D2. Like that's a huge deal. The Star Wars fandom is completely massive. I think they have yet to enter the space as well, just like Disney and, you know, some of the other groups. So Superman's still a grail. He's on the very low end. Like I know some people would get upset with me if I put him in high A tier, but we'll see. But yeah, let me go on. But yeah, that's true. C3PO is catching up to Superman. It is what it is. John Tonek. Sorry. I'm god awful at pronouncing names. That's what happens when you're, you know, American and you live in a very small, just the Pacific Southwest, and that's all you know. Or like Southwestern US. That's pretty much all I've known. I have about 1,100 gems. What's a good pickup for short-term flips? Short-term flips. Short-term flips. You know, I'm leaning more towards something that has the 2.5% fee. Although, you could still get some really good flips with DC and Marvel. Marvel and Disney. Disney, it's hard to like let certain things go because you just don't know where it's gonna stop, right? If you're really risky, I'm not saying like really risky, like there's some movement that happens with Adventure Time that I just don't understand. I think it's mostly because there's rumors about them like doing like pump groups and things like that. Like I just see Jake the dog and Finn Mertens just make some like just really weird moves. Finn Mertens is a really good buy, but like there's a period of time where like Jake the dog and Finn were like both around like 200, then they like go up to like 240 and then like back down to like 130. Like it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But right now it just seems like people are trying to take profits, or maybe the pump groups are trying to cash out. Who knows? Like it's all speculation. Short-term flips, it's hard in this market to say, to be honest. Honestly, at this point, I think you could legitimately buy anything and be able to flip it in a week and probably make profit, in my personal opinion. So I'm trying to think of some other stuff. I think hoverboards actually aren't, I remember flipping hoverboards pretty well. I flipped the Pitbull hoverboard like 3 or 4 times and made profit, you know, like 50 gem profit like each time. So I do think the hoverboards actually aren't bad either. Again, with just this market, it's just being kind of weird. And like, I mean, the listings are almost at an all-time high. So it might take a bit of time for it to go back up. So yeah, it's hard to tell, like as of right now, like which ones are going to recover super quick that are going to be the highest return short term. Yeah, I back in the day, you know, this is talking, you know, probably like back here, like late November, early December, I was like flipping hoverboards and I was making good profit, at least on the Pitbull, as well as the, I think it was like, Marty's was kind of more of a slow mover, but there he would spike occasionally. I would say, when I say he, like it's like the board is a he, I guess it's Marty's. I'm trying to think of some other ones. You know, not financial advice. Like these are just ones I've had experience with. I'm not sure if these still hold up till today, because I've kind of gotten the habit of doing like more, I don't want to say short-term flipping, but I guess it's technically short-term. But usually it's just buying, like I'm just playing the gem squeezes at this point. Like it's so hard to just like time the market, because as we get more announcements, as they get more accelerated, prices are just going to fluctuate more, and it's going to just be really hard to time stuff. So I hope that answers your question. If you want like more and more advice, you could just ask the question again, or like, what do you think about Pluto? I think he's great. I think it's awesome. It's a Doge, ultra rare, lenticular card. It's great. Probably not the most popular Disney character, but I do think the combination that is Disney, low mint, ultra rare, like I think that will carry that. Is the new Falcon comic a good buy right now? I would say so. It sounds like most people are saying yes. MA, I don't know about, I don't know much about comics again. I heard this new comic was a hodl, because they're gonna have like the new Falcon movie coming out and all that stuff. So is it movie or show? I don't remember which one it is, but how will yo, really? 1900, I scooped one at 700 yesterday. The cap you are 1900. Oh, Captain ultra rare. Oh, yesterday at 700. Wow, that's nuts. Dax G, I'm a realtor, so when I'm not busy, I just sit at the office, study the wiki, drink my energy drink, watch your vid streams, trying to learn this before Q system. Plus I got into Veve late, 4 grails. Nice. Too late, 4 grails. Yeah. Yeah, I'm drinking my energy drink right now too. Sugar-free monster. LeGroin James, Elsa, great come up. I do think the next golden moments in line to just like pull an R2D2 is Elsa and Iron Man, in my opinion. It just doesn't make sense that they're not at where they're at. So, you know, in case you guys didn't know, if you guys didn't see this prior, so R2D2 took a pretty hefty, like over the course of what, like 4 days? Not even. So yeah, like 4 days. Went from 2.5 all the way up to 8.5K. So basically increased, I don't know, what is that? Almost 3.5 fold based on its price. So basically just did like a 3.5x, which is nuts. It would not surprise me if we saw Iron Man and Elsa like pull the same stunt, because I love Iron Man. I like Iron Man more than Batman, not like NFT wise, but just like the characters, in my personal opinion. And he's like the leader of the Avengers, and I think a lot of people forget he's the dude that actually snapped the Infinity Gauntlet in Endgame to like literally end it all. Not that that matters, but it's like in the grand scheme of things. But Elsa and Iron Man, like they're both, Iron Man's very iconic in the Marvel MCU and just comic books as well. And Elsa is the biggest, most profitable princess that Disney's ever had. They're always going to push this IP, or I should say this princess, as much as they can. And they're just going to, yeah. I was going to say something else. Last time I said, yeah, it's like they're going to milk this IP. And I'm like, that's probably the wrong choice of words to use. But yeah, like Elsa's, it would not surprise me next pump. You know, Elsa just runs to 6.5K and like Iron Man goes to like 5. Like it wouldn't surprise me at all. You know, they might do a 3.5K or like a 3.5 jump, but like Iron Man doubling and Elsa basically doing a 2.5, like it would not surprise me at all whatsoever. But Dax, that's cool. Appreciate it. Greg Salazar, I like hearing about your first move. Yeah, it's a good story. I basically willingly, I'm like, I could either just hodl Walt, and I did that for a few weeks. I just hodled Walt, but I didn't have enough gems to like play every drop, and you know I didn't get every drop afterward. And I'm like I want to play the market. Like the money's going to be in the secondary market. Like I saw things go for low and then sell for high, like we saw with Golden Moments. Like there's opportunity here, you know, and it's a bit tougher now because people have gotten smarter. You know, gone are the days that people are going to be selling. I don't say gone. I mean, depends on the strength of the character, right, or like the IP, but. It's like people aren't going to be selling Marvel NFTs for like well below box price anymore. Like that's just not going to happen anymore. Though the most recent gem squeeze, we did kind of see it with, I believe, Suestorm Commons and the Groot Commons. They like kind of touched the box price. So I guess in the right scenarios, given a gem squeeze, sure. But like right after market, that's not going to happen anymore. People have learned their lesson. People know what the value of certain NFTs are, what the NFTs just in general can go for price wise. So. But Greg, I appreciate it. I think it's a good story. It's a bit long-winded, but yeah. That's fire. I started with 40 gems myself. In the beginning of December, I've hit a few drops and whatnot at current prices. My collection's around 2K. Dude, that's awesome. So it's a huge increase in gems. It's only something like Veve that you can invest so little and make a lot, right? And it's not just, of course, the profit, but it's like you're not investing in some random coin or some 2D NFT that like has no other utility or operability, or you know when you get in Veve, there's an entire community, right? And you're investing into hopefully things that you like, right? Like Batman and you know, Elsa or whatever these cool Jade Dragons are. If you like the what's it called, like the Cthulhu stuff with the book, you know, like there's so many different things you can get into, and it's only going to get more and more and more as we go along, right? Who would have thought that you can invest so little and get a huge payout on things that you just enjoy doing? Like even now, like even though it's not like the biggest profit thing, but at some point, I think for my dad's birthday coming up, like he loves Star Trek. And I know it's probably not the best thing to do, but like he loves Star Trek. He got me into watching The Next Generation. Like I'm a big Trekkie. I've watched all the shows except for Picard, and probably I've watched most of the original series. But it's like I want to get him a USS Enterprise and a Borg cube because he likes that's his favorite show. And it's my favorite show too. It's The Next Generation. Then probably Deep Space Nine. I mean, Captain Sisko is pretty badass. But overall, I do like The Next Generation a bit more. But I did like Deep Space Nine kind of surprised me. Yeah, I would say that's my second favorite Star Trek show. The Daily Life of a Salesman, Uncommon Ben Reilly, or Secret Rare Falcon Comic 117. I don't know. Let me look at. Okay, that one's kind of interesting. I mean, I feel like if you can land a Secret Rare comic, and Falcon's like pretty popular, right? At least like from what I've heard, like this one could actually do pretty well. So I'm not that knowledgeable about comics, but again, we'll just look at the numbers. Okay, it's not called Falcon, right? It's actually just this. It's called Captain America 117, right? That's it. Honestly, can't go wrong. That's pretty sick. I do like, dude, some of these covers on comics just look really awesome. I'm not really feeling these like ultra rare and rare covers. I don't know why. Like, let me just pull them up really quick. I'm not really feeling it. Like, I get a very like weird, like, I don't know, like late 80s, early 90s, like computer like RPG like screen like portrait thing. Like I don't know if you guys ever played like Daggerfall or anything like that, but I take like that's just a screenshot of his face and that's like the rest of his body or something. I don't know, it just seems like a bit off, like the art style. It just seems like too digital art, but I really like the secret rare. I'm not sure, to be honest. Like it does help that Ben Riley has a history of like, you know, going up to where he's at 1100 or so. Let's see here. Sales are down, so it's at 51 listings. It's also really hard to rate things with like low mints and something that's 2 days old. So I wish I could help you out more. The safer bet is probably Ben Riley, but there's probably some comic book person out there that's like, you're an idiot, get the secret rare. You know, there's only so many secret rares. I mean, there is some value in that, and that's a sick cover art. Like I do like that a lot. But for, let's look at Ben Riley. Let's look at Benjamin Riley. I don't know why, but I randomly thought of a meme. It showed, which by the way, like the original Tobey Maguire movies have like the best memes. I don't know if you guys have seen those, like the Spider-Man memes. And there was a meme that had Tobey Maguire, like that meme where he's like crying, and it said kid. It said kid, said like the kid says, he's like, I want to be Spider-Man, and then the kid's uncle, he's like, don't say that, because you know, Peter Parker, his uncle gets shot and dies in the movies and stuff. So he's like, don't say that because I don't want to die. I don't know. Kind of a bad joke. So yeah, like Ben Riley has history of going up above 800 all the way up to 1100 multiple times. Like he has a candle at 800 and another one at 860. Another at like, you know, there's a lot of resistance here on the way back down. So the safer bet is Ben Riley. But if you're very bullish on comics, or if you can get a not professional, but like another person that collects comics a lot and get their opinion, I would say if they say yes, I'd probably take it. But if they're like, I don't know, or like probably not, you could probably invest in something else, then probably get Ben Riley. So that's my take on it. Probably take their word over mine. Like take their word of comics over my word of collectibles. Great story. 100 gems to an Elsa, then Walt, selling a Walt to learn the market to teach us. Amazing what a difficult decision I'd be. So thankful for the info. Dax G, and Sandman willing to flip some on here before getting into Omi? Into Omi? Yeah. BB Vault, thanks. I bought a bunch. I think you're talking about the stamp sheets. So what do you think about the 007 Twist Ultra Rare? In my most recent tier list video, if you watched what I said about 007 stuff, as much as I hate to say it, I think 007 series was probably the biggest flop on, like, all the NFTs have just been the biggest flop on the app. Like, none of them performed well. I would just say no. Like, very few times do I say, like, just no. Anything 007 related, especially a poster, just no. People are much more likely to invest in characters and superheroes than posters and memorabilia and logos and things like that. That's what I've noticed. As you can see, like, I mean, you can just look at the graph here, right? Like, this thing has been in a holding pattern between like 140 and like 155, or like, I mean, it kind of peaks above 200 a couple times, but really it's been going between 155 and 140. No, a little bit higher than that. Yeah, let's just say 190 and on the low end. Like, there's just not a lot of margin there, and it's just like, I just wouldn't. Like, maybe, okay, I will say this. There's a tiny bit of margin here. I suppose the last few days, not much, but I would just say no. Just no for now. Just no. All the, what's it called? 007 NFTs look the same for the most part. They get carried by their low mints, but even then, like, even though the total listings are low, like it's still doing this, which is not saying much. Like, common Deadpools are moving more than this. I'd rather get a common Deadpool. So 14K Gino, like, again, I'm not trying to like shit on your question or whatever, but it's like, dude, I was that guy. Like, I was that guy that bought shit like this when I first started. After I sold my Walt, I bought stuff like this, and I remember sitting on 2 007 posters for like 2 months, trying to find at least some point to like make profit, and it just like didn't happen. At least like profit that I was happy with, and after I did that, I'm like, God, I was way better off just like buying anything else. And again, that's, you know, it could be a little bit of bias because I bought it probably in this time span here where there just wasn't much going on, like between mid-November and like mid-December, like just not much was happening. I'm like, probably could have sold up here, but like this lasted like a day. And unless you caught it that day, you're just not going to see it, right? Specimen number 80, welcome. Starting to become obvious right now that all the other NFTs except for FA Spider-Man are noise to the Disney. Not necessarily. I mean, they're all great investments. You know, even a lot of the black and white series you can't go wrong with, like Batman's and stuff. Yeah, but no, I like Disney's great. Spider-Man's are great. Are Spider-Man's going to be able to retain their value, or like are they going to be able to keep escalating or increasing in value as they go along? Yes, but I don't think it'll compound as much as Disney, in my honest opinion. I think the increase of value is just going to compound much quicker than Disney. So Spider-Man's are still great. They're still probably going to be, you know, number 1 or number 2 on like the app for the most part, but I do think Disney will like pull away eventually. Myth Fame bought a Laughing Batman 285, good pickup, and Wonder Woman, the red one, for 62. Oh, Spider Woman. Yeah, it's Spider-Man. That's great. Spider-Man for 62. I mean, she's only going to go up as well. You know, it's probably one of the better purchases on the app for like below 70, I would say. I'd probably put it better than Groot, and it's probably not as good as Storm, so that's good. Because Storm is like 80 right now, so it's in that weird in-between spot. Laughing Batman, I was very hesitant for a while. I told people to buy him like a month and a half ago when he was like, I think like 80 or something like that. And I'm like, hey, these are good NFTs for like, they're all FAs and they're below 100. Like, this is kind of cool. You guys should buy them. I was like, hey, Batgirl, Catwoman, Zombie Hunter, Spider-Man, and I'm trying to remember what the other one was. I think I told people to buy Ben Reilly's when it was at like 110 or something like that, or like 150. But yeah, but Batman Who Laughs, it's probably one of my favorite NFTs on the platform, alongside Dragon Girl. But yeah, Batman Who Laughs is number 89. But if you picked it up for 285, that's a pretty solid pickup. As much as this was artificially pumped, I think via Twitter and, you know, some pump groups or something like that, I think it's kind of done bottoming out. I could be wrong. It could go a bit lower, but who knows? It could go down to 265. Who knows? But at least you secured it, and it could go back up. I don't think it's going to reach this high point again for a while. I mean, it's at an all-time high for listings, so it might take a good portion for it to get up there, but probably go up to like 400. It's going to take some time, but I think you made a good purchase. And I even thought about picking one up because I sold all the ones I had that were down here. I think I sold one because I picked one up for like 89. I think I sold one at like 200, and then another one at like, I sold one at 189, and then another one at like 215. I'm like, all right, this thing has got to be done pumping. Like, there's just no way. And it just started really running, and I'm like, God, what did I just do? And I sold my last one too, so yeah. Hello, a community burnt wallet? A community burn wallet? Is that what you mean? Daniel D, thank you so much for the super chat, dude. I don't know if I just saw this. I don't know why it doesn't notify me on here that there's a super chat going on, but thank you so much, dude. What did you turn your wallet into again? I don't think you ever went into detail. That's if you don't mind. What is the best 3K? What is the best 3K gems move to make today? Yeah, like I don't remember off the top of my head. Like I probably have to look through my transaction history and stuff, like what I actually purchased and flipped. But it was mostly, yeah, like it was after I flipped that, it was mostly, I made a good chunk off of like Ben Reilly's as well as like Batman Who Laughs. Trying to remember like what else I invested in that like ended up doing actually pretty well on the app. And honestly, I was like diversifying so much. A lot of it was just like incremental profits like here and there. It's not like I spent half my wallet on like one NFT and I'm just like, this is nuts. I just increased by a ton. I bought like 2 or 3 of like everything. It was like 2 here, 3 there, 3 there. Also did some comics and stuff. I also bought quite a few. I tried to buy every common comic and I got even multiples of those. So, I mean, if you just bought any common comic 2 months ago, a month ago, and you just sold them today, you're going to make profit. Like even in a dip right now, like if you just sold them today, you're going to make profit. So a lot of it was just a good quote I heard is just time in the market beats timing the market. For certain NFTs, that's the case. I would say for most it is. But certain NFTs, if you time it right in the market, you could do really well. But overall, time in the market is better than timing the market. What is the best 3K gems move to make today? 3K gems. I have a few. If you're looking for a single NFT, let's see where Becky Cloonan's at. I could have sworn like Becky Cloonan was at, there was a brief period of time when I did my morning stream, not stream, but like my morning video, like just covering the market. I'm trying to do a thing where I cover the market very briefly at like 30 minutes prior to drop, because that's when the market closes. And a lot of the time, you know, if you're not watching VV Vault stream, a lot of the time people just are on their app, you know, there's nothing to do on the app, right? And so people are just waiting around. I kind of cover at least what was the last snapshot of the market before market close. So if people want to make moves when the market opens again, they can at least, because I think there was a period of time where like Becky Cloonan was at like 1,700. I'm like, what is going on? I think it was just a mislisting. I think someone just like messed up or something like that. But I was like, what the heck? So Becky Cloonan, I mean, she's at 2,200 right now. She had an all-time high of 6,300. She has basically another peak at 3,200. She has multiple candles like around 3K. So it's like, I mean, this thing alone, even if we go on the low end and just say 2,800, I mean, this thing still has like 800 gems to move, 700 gems to move. So if you want to just like one NFT and like you just want to sit on it, Becky Cloonan's pretty good. You know, Superman could go down to 3K at some point. I don't think that's the case. What else? So for 3K, again, I'm trying to think of like what's a single NFT. I think that's a bit high for Goofy. I mean, good Spider-Man 2099. Though I think it's, where's he at right now? It's not pumping, right? I think it's kind of like retraced down to like 2,500. Let's type in 2099. It's gone down a bit. Like, I mean, you could probably wait till it gets down to about 2,500 and purchase one there. And that still leaves you with a few gems left over. Trying to think, like, there's not a lot of like single NFTs in that range. And I know for a fact I'm like overlooking one. Oh yeah, there's golden moments. What the hell am I thinking? Iron Man, dude. Iron Man is solid. It's hard to not pick up an Iron Man if you're spending that much on that. And if you want a golden moment, and if you still want golden moments but you don't, you know, you can pick up a Wally and a is this still too high? Skateboard? Yeah, Iron Man. If you're down for like 2 NFTs, I would say, come on, Spider-Man, help me out. I think the rare Spider-Man is still in that range. So it's actually gone down even lower. And it's hard to just say like buy these 2 things. I'd rather give you options and like different price points and kind of like let you come up with it, because these are all solid. God. I was telling people to buy this at 1,500. Now it's down to 1,300. This thing had an all-time high of 23. Has a candle at 2,100. Another one at 18. Like another one here. Like again, like worst case scenario. Let's say it only gets up to like 1,700 for a bit and it kind of plateaus. I mean, this thing still has 400 gems to move. So you could get this in conjunction with a, of course, ultra rare, not ultra rare, but uncommon Steamboat Willie as well. That's like 1,000 gems. You probably put those 2 together, like Wonder Woman. Like everything is so heavily discounted, and there's a lot of room. These NFTs have like a lot of room to move compared to what they were before. I'm mostly recommending like Spider-Man, you know, and Mickey and all stuff, because I do think they'll recover the fastest. Like they'll get back up to that all-time high. Gosh, there was another one I had in mind for that 3K. I don't know. Kind of hope that helps. Like those are the typical ones that I just out or like ask people to get. I mean, ultra rare, Spider-Man. Of course, ultra rare, Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. The one I like to do for like 3K is like I sometimes tell people like if you want to get like a Disney, a DC, and a Marvel, like get the. Common Spider-Man's great too. Like honestly, any of the Spider-Mans are awesome. Like any of the ones that I think are affordable. Like you can pick up a Jump into Action Spider-Man. Pick up an uncommon Steamboat Willie for $1,000. So that puts you at 2,300. Yeah, like uncommon, where the hell is it? Am I lost here? Yeah, for a grand, dude, this thing peaked at, what was it? 1,800 at one point. And again, like these are like, and you also have to look too, like I'm not saying like, oh, this will go up to 1,800, like, but just the fact that people even paid 1,800 means that there's actually quite a few people, probably between even like 1,100 to 1,800, that are probably going to hodl, or at least they should hodl. So like, and then again, the listings are plateauing, which I think just means that the listing, like people that are undercutting, like those gaps are getting bigger. So the fact that it's like the price is going down, I do think it'll probably like return to its price much quicker. So you can get that puts you at like, let's just say 2,500, and then, or like 2,400. And then for Batman, I like recommending there's actually quite a few deals here for like the Batmans. I mean, and hell, you can get anything like below 600, like with the gems you have left over. You can get 71 Batman. I do like Jason Fabok a lot too. It's at 420. Nice. Had an all-time high of 800. Has multiple candles around 630, 670, 700, 665. Has resistance at like, the listings are at an all-time high. Like I get that, but it's like this one you might have to hold for a bit. But like gem for gem, this is probably one of the best Batmans to get on the platform. And the thing is heavily discounted. Like all the Black and White series Batmans are done well. So it's like rare Spider-Man, uncommon Steamboat Willie, and you get a Jason Fabok Batman. You get a Disney, a Marvel, and a DC. So you get the big three. I know it's a long-winded answer, but you know, you got to give the people that give the bread a bit more attention. All right, we're gonna double time it through here because I'm like ridiculously behind chat. Yeah, but a community burn wallet. Yeah, so I thought about doing like a community-led account, and like we make all the decisions together. I might provide the options. I'm like, hey, we have 300 gems. I'm thinking Zombie Hunter Spidey. If you guys want, stack like 5 storms, or we could do this or this, and like people just vote. Whichever gets the most votes happens, and then we do that. And then after some time, I don't know if I'm gonna ask the community like, hey, by the way, I sold this, or like if people want to sell. It depends. I would have to think that out, but. Dion Sabico, I'm just gonna call you Dion. What's up, vibes? I saw Nightwing last night for 1.7K. Tried to sell off my Joker, but no buys. Was too late to snatch it. This market dip is crazy. Never thought I'd see Nightwing that low. Yep, Nightwing's an old school NFT too, but I think people's attention is just on Batman and other things, right? Dax G, amazing idea about the community account. I think so too. Hallow, on the topic of Superman being a Grail DC, it's kind of on the slacking side, I feel, especially with the community or the continuity. I'm hearing they're getting rid of Superman for Supergirl. Interesting. I don't know about that. Not a huge fan of it. I don't know. I'm over the school of thought. Like, I understand there's characters that have been established for a long time, like Supergirl and Wonder Woman. Or Wonder Woman's her own unique character. Like, we need to have more Wonder Womans. Like, we need more writers and artists to come up with just new and unique, just, you know, female or whatever superheroes. Like I'm not a huge fan of just if they already exist, like that's fine. But like if it's new, if they're trying to force it and just gender bending already existing superheroes and stuff like that and like forcing it, like I'm not a huge fan of that. Like if we want more, you know, of a certain variety of superheroes, like I think we just need writers and artists just need to get more creative. Like I honestly think like the comic book industry and like Hollywood has been creatively bankrupt for like a decade, like almost 2 decades now. Like all they're doing is like rebooting old IPs, remaking them, rehashing, redoing like new superheroes with like a small twist and like this and that. It's like, no, come up with something new and unique. Like instead of just rehashing old stuff. Like that's my take on it. It's like we have tons of like, and that's why I think manga is doing so better than comics. Like manga actually comes up with like new and interesting heroes and storylines and stuff like that. And like anime in general, like it's honestly just stomping like the US, at least that version or like that market. It's just stomping it out because they actually come up with like new and interesting stories and like likable characters that are more than just their identity or their problem or whatever it is. It's like, you know, I like to treat people that they are just more than their problem, right? Like you are this, or it's like this person has this problem and that's all they are. Like, all right, come up with something a bit more appealing than that, right? I don't know. I know I just kind of got deep right there, but that's just my thought process. It's like, I'd rather just have more unique and interesting like heroes just get introduced with actually like creative thought and that are like relatable characters than just like just forcing us to like this new character that's already established, killing off or degrading the old. That's the worst part. It's like when they just degrade the old character or force them out or whatever it is. It's like, don't do that. Like, I just see that a lot recently, and I'm just not like in Hollywood and certain comics and stuff that just force that overall. So that's not it. Anyway, I'm gonna double time it. That was kind of a rant and a half. I bought 10 fins in this dip. Not bad. It's the new metaverse game. That's why. Yeah. Jake has the coolest game effects. Sure. Market is so volatile. Just picked up a Mickey for 618. Couldn't resist buying the the dip, of course. Brandon Wu, he's gonna drop again. Specimen, yeah, could. I was thinking that as well, but when Mickey's gonna hold 600, maybe. There's no really cool drops this weekend. Probably goes up a lot. Fun on the set. What value would you give R2D2 number 216? What percent of the floor? It's entirely dependent on what the other ones are doing, right? I'm only gonna do this quickly because I get this question quite a bit. Just look at the other ones around floor. So while this is going on, and you said what? R2D2? Let's see. Okay. So this is what I typically do. If I honestly don't really collect low mints, like I'm not a low mint collector or anything like that, but this is how I'd imagine you would do it. Is so we're at R2D2, mints low to high, and you're trying to figure out, let's blow this up. Put this in the middle. And you said what, 210? No, 216. I'll just go to 216. Try it, so we'll put it on 200. Okay, so right now, if we look here, so the lowest one on this graph right now between like 200 to 300, I'll put it up a little bit. There, that's good. The lowest one here is 9.9K. Not bad. And yours is on the low end, right? So I wouldn't say obviously just put it in between like 12 and 50 or whatever. But like if you wanted to sell it quickly, you know, obviously you would have to undercut the guy at 9.9 if you wanted to sell it quickly. But if you're looking for a long-term hodl and you're trying to get the best price possible, I couldn't tell you where to price it exactly. Like, you know, none of this is financial advice or whatever, but and that's the other thing too. If your price is pretty close to another one, like let's say you put yours at, you know, 10, you know, at like say 12, maybe even higher than it would have to be higher than that. But like, let's say you put it at 20, someone might pass up, even though like your mint number is lower than this 272. They're like, I'm not going to pay double when I could just get a mint number that's just like, okay, it's 60 points or 60 mints higher, like whatever. So that's how I go about it. It's like, it's super hard to judge, but like, again, if you're trying to like just get rid of it ASAP, soon as possible, you have to undercut the person, you know, around there. You can even like look up a bit. So it seems like none of the ones around here are like even remotely close to that price point. But if we go down here, even to like the 300s too, right? Because what if there's like a 316 that's like for 5K and like someone's like, all right, I'm just gonna buy this like I wanted a low mint, but I don't need a sub 300 or whatever. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of these are really high, pretty expensive. Definitely seems like people in that 200 region like are trying to not necessarily get rid of it, but it's definitely on the low end of pricing. There's a 9.9K and a 12K, so at this price point. So that would be my take on it. I try and find a price point around there. I can't tell you how much it is exactly, but at least now you know the price is around that same mint number. Elsa chart looks interesting. If it breaks the recent high, look at 8K plus. I could definitely see that. Mike Mueller, you absolutely need respect. The Cisco, dude. Cisco is badass. He is he's an interesting character. I think some of my favorite characters is obviously like Data, Cisco, you know, Captain Picard. But Garrick in that series is something else. I think he's probably the most interesting character. Let's say that. I can't put him at number one, but he's definitely the most interesting character is Garrick. Dion, hey vibes. I have some stacking choices I really need help with. Cool. Robin FA, Zombie Hunter Spidey, Spider-Man Mighty. I think in the short term, I think Spider-Man Mighty will move the most. Short term. Mid-term, Zombie Hunter Spidey will probably move the most. Like mid-term, F.A. Robin, not so much. I'm not too much. I think a lot of people do overlook Robin F.A. and plus, like, how many mints does he have, right? And kind of a weird way, like, it's kind of better that if they have like a lot of mints. I know it sounds weird, but Robin, come on. My B buttons like mess up on my keyboard. Doesn't register sometimes. 12,000 or 13,000. Yeah, I would love to see, like, I mean, you can kind of tell here, but I would love to see like how many sales certain NFTs get in a day. I know it's hard to tell because, like, even here, like, even if we go from 266 down here to 214, we don't know if all of those are actually sales. So, like, we don't know if there was actually 52 people that bought this, or there's actually 52 sales, or did it go halfway down and the other half of the people were like, wow, Robin's really running right now. I should probably delist my NFTs and then relist them higher. That could be a thing too. Sometimes people do that. Like, if, you know, they list their NFT and if they see it running and they think it can go above their price point, they'll delist it and relist it for higher. So I would love to see, and that's hard to tell, but I would love to see how many actual transactions happen with NFTs, because that tells us a lot of the popularity of like what's going on. Because if we're looking, like, if I see that Zombie Hunter Spidey is having 150 transactions a day, but Robin only has 42, you know, I'll probably go with Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. There's just more transactions going on. There's more activity, more room for flipping and profit. So yeah, so there's that. I would say Superman Spidey for the short term, but if you want something with actual historical data that's done well, and I think that might have a higher end, Zombie Hunter Spidey, I would say, because Zombie Hunter Spidey has reached, like, you know, you saw in the graph, 450, almost 500. I would pick that. Specimen number 80, Falcon. Well, I think those Lee Haney variants are geared to a different audience this month. Okay, nice. Sam Wilson FA might be a sleeper play for Falcon / Captain America. Cool. I've heard about that. I've heard you know, there's certainly, like, I think Cody Thrive really likes Sam Wilson. There's a few others. There's the show coming out about him and all that stuff. So yeah, I like Sam Wilson. I like the character. BTC Bear Flag to 19K. I think Omi will fall soon. Don't know what that means for sure. Disney number 1. Sold off my entire VV portfolio. 100K. Locked in those profits. That's solid, Anthony. That's awesome. 100K. It's pretty good. That's to some people, that's life-changing money. You know, don't have it, but Laughing Batman looks awesome. It does look awesome. Nice support for LB, about 200. I think I don't know what LB is. I'll probably remember later what LB is, but Pluto or Wonder Woman. Also stocked up on low mint Ice Kings. What's your thoughts on that? Low mint Ice Kings. That's interesting. Ice King. Ice King. I'll have to ice. If I just did ice. Oof, we're grabbing all these, huh? Ice King. Not very bullish on Adventure Time. I do think this in conjunction with Ghostbusters, Back to the Future, Powerpuff Girls, like, I do think these NFTs will have their time, but until like the DC and like the Marvel and stuff price themselves out, like, it's very hard for these season 1, like these low mint collectibles to like really get off the ground. Like, they're only getting carried by their low mints, to be honest. Like, they just don't have the power and the popularity of like the other IPs, right? So low mint Ice Kings, I think it's fine, but like, honestly, with all those IPs, you pretty much just have to play the gem squeezes, really. Like, like, that's all you can really do. Like, I just don't see these. At the end of the day, if you invest in anything in VV today and you wait 6 months, it's going to go up in value. But if you want something that's going to continually go up, or it's going to get affected less by gem squeezes, and or if it does get squeezed, it recovers very quickly, I suggest, you know, the big 3, of course. Kobe Collects, what's up? What this button do? It helps you get noticed. Gets you the big brain plays. let me help you out. But thank you so much for the 5 Canadian doll hairs. I've been watching you pretty recently on your streams, Kobe Collects. I don't know. I remember seeing you a lot in other streams, mostly Randy Chavez and all that stuff. But dude, I really appreciate the $5. I really appreciate that, dude. I was thinking about, and I know you'd probably be interested in this. I was thinking about leading having a community-led account where when people donate, they can either choose to donate to me, which is always awesome, or they could choose to donate to a community-led account that I'm going to be running where, you know, after I get the money or whatever from the ad revenue, I put that into the gems, and then we put that into an account, and then we have the community depend on, like, hey, we have 300 gems. Do we want this NFT? Do we want to stack these? And it's pretty much a completely community-led account, and I'll be doing basically votes and surveys and stuff based on what people want to do. So yeah, Kobe Collects is in the house, people. I'm stoked. All right, we're gonna double time it just so we can catch up, and then we'll give more praise to Kobe Collects when we get to his thing. Okay, there. Pluto or Wonder Woman? That's kind of tough because it's like the same price, huh? Shorter term, I would say Wonder Woman, but I think long term, it's, I don't know. I'd probably give a small edge to Wonder Woman. A small edge to Wonder Woman. I think Pluto and all the lenticular cards could do extremely well, but I do think Wonder Woman is getting slept on. I think so. Plus, if you ever wanted to sell it, you know, the 2.5% fee is nice. So, also stocked up on low mint Ice Kings. Okay, you already asked that question, Brandon. I already read it. Again, not too bullish on it, like, because you do have the low mints, that is nice. So, like, next pump, I mean, I'm not sure how well it'll do, but whenever I look at these charts, they just seem pretty erratic. And plus, they're kind of hard to read when you do have low mints. Like, it looks like people are just mass peoples are selling off, but like the listings only went up by like 20 people. Or not even that sometimes, so it's not much to go off of. That's how. Hey, good to see you tonight. Nice to see you too. Andre, when you predict the next market pump, kind sir? I know that has pumped a bit today, but I'm talking about a real pump, if you know what I'm saying, my G. How you doing today? Gotta go. I don't know if you're talking to me or someone else. Next pump, who knows, dude? I couldn't tell you when's like the next pump. That's like asking when the next gym squeeze is gonna happen. A lot of it revolves around announcements and stuff like that, but I do think we could see some recovery. And that's the thing, like the VV space is so weird. Like literally you could wake up one morning and this NFT you own is up 40% or just doubles in price. Like just the strangest things happen. You just never know. And this other NFT you have is, you know, slowly getting sold off because more attention is over here. So I do think we'll see the market going up the next few days. Willie is weak next to the Disney cards, but it looks like it's at its bottom. I think Steamboat Willie will perform better in general over the cards. At least the ultra rare, I'm not talking just price point, like, oh, this will just be worth more. It's just like, in general, I would say the percentage profit and all that stuff, and like, which one will probably be more popular. It's actually a good question. It's just really hard to pass up a Steamboat Willie Common at 750. At that point, it's like, what would do better, Steamboat Willie Common or a Daffy Duck card? It's like, I would say Steamboat Willie Common. We kind of have to also compare prices too, right? Like, what would do better, Pluto or uncommon Steamboat Willie? I think that was debatable. I would give a slight edge to Mickey, but it wouldn't surprise me if like Pluto jumps ahead for a bit. African Batman, should I sell my Assassin Uncommon for Disney cards? I've held it since I got it from drop. Sell my Assassin Uncommon. Let me look that one up. Honestly, that's the other thing too, is the so sell my Assassin Uncommon for Disney cards. I've held it since I got it from drop. Jeez, this is such an erratic chart. Like this thing has just been living in 300 to 380 land for months. And this is typically what happens with, honestly, a lot of like the independent artist stuff. It just doesn't move up. It doesn't plateau. It just does this a lot. It's, like I said, it's just playing, what is this? Gem squeeze, like crashes, goes back up, goes down here, got pumped, crashes, still crashing. Jeez. With this low money, like if you sold at 275, like even if you waited for it to go back up to 400, which other than right here would be basically its all-time high. I mean, I don't really look at the first few days. It's the market hype and whatever. You wouldn't get that much more from 400 than you would from 270, and you might have to wait like a couple of weeks or longer than that, who knows, to get back up to like 400 or 350. So I think the cards will run away faster. Like if you're legitimately just 300 gems short from acquiring a card, I would do it. But if you have enough gems to buy the cards anyway and you just want like an assassin to like kind of top it off or whatever, like I don't know, but I would just hodl it for now, wait till the market recovers. But if you need 300 gems and you're like exactly 300 gems short of getting a card, I would do it, unfortunately. Like, even though it's really low, but a lot of the independent artist stuff is it just does this. It just doesn't go anywhere. You know, it'll peak up, and like that's the thing, like they will move, but you have to be really on point with selling it. So either you have it up as a sale and it just sells, or you just don't. Like this probably happened within 2 hours on this sale. Actually, let's check it out. Zoom out. Like, how long did this like? Okay. Like, how long did this peak actually last for? Getting there, getting there. Yeah, I think we went a little bit too far. Okay. I think that's probably good enough. Now, how long did this peak last for? All right, there's a handful of sales. One person heavily for 450. But, I mean, that looked like it lasted like 6 hours. Maybe a little bit longer, and then it just started falling off and kind of supported here. So basically, unless you were awake during those 6 hours, like you weren't going to get like massive profits. That's just how it goes sometimes. But yes, I would African Batman. I would say if you're 300 gems short, I think it would serve you better to get the cards or get a card or whatever. It's tough to sell wand drops. Can't sell mine. Yeah, it depends. Each person, you know, it's up to them. I know it's pure profit at the end of the day, but sometimes the NFT you want is just like here, it's just not moving. Like, even if you sold it at a midpoint for 335, imagine back here in November, and I know it's, imagine back here in November you bought, and back here you probably could have got a Batman Who Laughs, a Zombie Hunter Spider-Man, and a Catwoman, all for 300 back here, you know, or even here, or like it pretty much at any point up to about like January. At any point you could have sold it for around this amount. Get those, and all those prices have like 3 or 4x since then, you know, or 2x at least. So it's sometimes your just NFTs just not doing anything. Like, yeah, you want it on drop, but it's to each, it's, you know, it's up to each person. I agree with 100% with your rant. Cool. Trade a Wally and Homer for Elsa one day. God, it just sucks losing 8.5% of it, but only because I'm speculating like Elsa could just do a crazy R2D2 thing. I think Wally will also see a pump too. Where are they at now? Let me just see. I think right now like Homer's actually like decently high, but it seems like what's it called? But it does seem like, so it seems like Homer is on his high point. No, he's actually down 150. Let's look at the chart. I might have to actually also like reset my thing. Yeah, it's just, he's been living in this middle zone for a while. He's peaked at 2,000. I mean, he doesn't have much more room to go. Someone did buy a low mint for 2,900 though. So he's there, and then where's Wally? Wally, 1,500. Could have sworn, didn't he go up to like 1,800 at one point, or like over 2K? I think he hit 2K like briefly and then like went right back down, or almost. Yeah, people are like, oh, he's gonna go to 2K. The little guy will make it. Nah. I mean, Wally's up right now compared to where he was. You know, obviously like 1.2. So is Homer. I don't think it's a terrible move, but you're still short though. Even if you sold these, I mean, you'd get what, 1,300 from this, and then this is assuming you sell it at floor. 1,300 from this, and you would get, let's say, 1,800 from this. Let's get 3,100. You would have to make up 600 gems, roughly 500 gems. I wouldn't do that in that case. At that point, you're just sacrificing a lot. Like, if you could just do a straight up 2-for-1, I would have tempted the idea. But the fact you have to make up an additional 500 gems, 600 gems to make it happen, and plus you have to deal with selling them, and like, yeah, I would just hodl for now. I would just hodl those for now. Like a day will come where all the golden moments will go up. You know, Elsa might run away a bit more, but that's fine. I mean, you got 2 golden moments. Queue system won't solve the bot problem at all. We'll create a new one. Window as small as 3 seconds lets everybody in. Solutions. Replace buy button with slide bar. Solves bots and multiple devices. I think there's bots that can like slide a bar and stuff like that. And to be honest, when the queue system comes out, it's just going to come down to people with the most number of phones, and it has nothing to do with bots. So if anything, it'll be easier to bot, because now you just need a ton of phones. You don't even need software. You just need a ton of phones. You just go start. And I hope at the very least Veve does like a limit on IPs or whatever it is, because I know there are families with multiple, multiple phones because of a family and stuff like that. So it's going to be an issue that's never going to get resolved, but all it will do is just spread out the winners a bit more and not favor the bots, DM Mexican Taco. There's a Wally, 341 for 2K. Is that a good deal? I don't have the gems to buy it, but just wanted your opinion. I think it's okay. Like, I don't know. I'm not a big mint number guy, to be honest. Like, in my opinion, like, I feel like unless I can get like a very low 100 or sub 100, like, I don't really go for low mints. Like, I feel like a lot of the mints that are like above like 300 are just kind of like that awkward middle stage where it's like, it's kind of a low mint, but it's not. Like, I could be completely wrong, but that's just my opinion. It's like, if you're gonna go low mint, you might as well just go all out and like have the sub 100 whatever, or like a very low 100. Buying one that's like 300, 400 ish, like kind of gets attention, but kind of doesn't. It kind of goes above floor, but doesn't. And you have to also compete with all the other like really spread out random pricing around you. And you're like, all right, if I'm gonna sell this sooner rather than later, I need to undercut this guy that has a lower mint than me, but I need to do it by a significant amount. And like, it's not like a headache or anything like that. Like, go for low mints when you can, but I prefer to get them when they're like closer to floor price at the time, instead of paying a premium, especially a third extra for that. That's just my opinion. Specimen 80 would sell those too and get Elsa. The Disney collectors move into, what do you think they'll buy? Need volume. Need a volume chart. Yeah. Like I said, it's the fact that you have to make up an extra 600 gems to do it, I would do it. But the fact you have to, if you could 2-for-1 it, I would take it. But the fact you have to make up 600 gems, I don't know. It might be a bit steep, but then again, this could be the bottom of Elsa right now. Let's actually just pull up the chart really quick. I'm surprised I didn't even pull it up earlier. I was talking about her. Yeah, she's been keeping steady for a while too. Listings are pretty much plateauing. Yeah, and as far as I know, there's just going to be the CoverGirls Series 2 announcement for Saturday. They leaked it in the Women of Veve like Discord, so if you check that out, like, you'll see it in there. So yeah, that's not gonna like cause a gem squeeze or anything like that. And as far as I know, none of them are FA, they're all FE. So it'd be cool. New chart with this buy button. New Kobe collects. Thank you again for the dono. Lives in my fridge hood. Yes, I live on the wall on Randy's stream, which is nice. I actually got really lucky. Like, I was like, you know what? I really want this. I really want to do this Veve thing like full time, or at least like the streaming and like the creating content. I love doing this stuff, talking about nerdy shit and being more of like a consultant. And I was like, I need more eyes on my channel. Like, I need to do something. And so I watched Randy a ton, and I know he's putting stuff up on his fridge. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna do it. I was like, I'll start with 2 alligator Lokis and see where it goes. So I gave him 2, and we did the thing live on stream. And he's like, well, I have no room in my fridge, so I'll just drawn on this piece of paper and you put it up on the wall, and like it's perfect because now I stand out like on the wall. Like, you know, there's a huge bunch of text on the fridge, which is great. Like all those people are gonna get exposure, but like the fact that I just stand out in the corner on the wall is like perfect. Like I just got super lucky. But then again, I'm you know, I do believe that there is a certain amount of luck, but then again, like people that tend to put in a lot of effort and are very knowledgeable and are convicted tend to get more lucky than other people. You know, I don't think it's a coincidence. Yeah, talk about Wally. Yeah, I think Wally could do well. I think so. Kobe, Ghost Spider starting to pop. I agree. I did stack a few of her. I probably should have bought more. I kind of split up between Ghost Spider and Spider-Man. But it wouldn't surprise me if Ghost Spider hits like 200 by the end of the week. It would not surprise me at all. That assassin is a steal. Yeah. Should I sell Batman and Croc and invest on Spider-Man? So Batman and Croc and invest on Spider-Man. I don't know which Spider-Man in general. But if you sell Batman and Croc for right now, I think it's at around $1K. I mean, you can get a common Spider-Man for that much. I don't think you'd be able to, at least if you wanted a 1-for-1, I don't think you'd be able to afford like an ultra rare Zombie Hunter. Ben Reilly's not bad. Ben Reilly's great as well. Like if you just wanted to do Spider-Man, I don't know. Yeah, if you're just talking Spider-Man, like Specimen 80. If we had overlapping comparison charts, it would be obvious. Yeah, trade Mickey and a Daisy for Pluto. No, buy Daisy and Donald. Mickey, hold, buy Daisy and Donald. I don't know about. I will say Daisy is underpriced. I did not think she would be the cheapest. I thought the pricing would go obviously Goofy, Pluto, Donald, Daisy, then Mickey and Minnie, and probably Mickey then Minnie. Like Minnie would probably be the cheapest. I remember like I was telling people, I'm like, people are gonna sleep on Donald Duck. I mean, he's a huge part of like the Disney everything. I don't know. I learned it from NFT Pirates' interview when he interviewed, I think it was like Veve Magic or something. She's very knowledgeable on like the Disney community. But yeah, so Daisy and Donald. If I had to choose, like if I could, like if you could only invest in 3, like I'd pick Mickey, Minnie, and Donald. But yeah, to each their own. Danny, I have a Donald, but trying to find the same mint for Daisy, but it's so hard to find a perfect match. That would be sweet. If you could find a perfect match, that'd be it. Specimen number 80, in my opinion, buy Mickey, Minnie, Donald, Daisy, Pluto, and Goofy, not do much. I agree mostly. Like if I feel like when there's new sets come out, I used to do this, and I might even change my strategy on this. I used to try and like, I don't know why, I just wanted to collect the set. I had like no reason to, but I was like, oh, I kind of want to collect the set and whatever. Like not even for like master collector points, but like just to have it. But eventually I found out like I feel like it's either better. You got to play like on either end. Either you play on the top end and like you stack 2 Goofies, or you know 3 or 4 Plutos. You just stack the top end. You're like, all right, I'm gonna keep one for a while and sell it when I get profitable, and then you know I still have a Goofy. I can still flex that I have one, and I can always sell one later. Or you just like, you know, you just buy stuff on the bottom end. You can stack, you know, Minnies, Mickeys, Donalds, and stuff like that. Because I could have done that as well. Like shit, I could have bought, you know, for the same price of Goofy, you could have bought like what? How much is it? Like 6 or 7 Mickeys or something like that. Even more than that. It's like, all right, is that going to be more profitable than a single Goofy? Will those see more price movement? I think those would see more price movement because more people can afford it. So there's that as well. I agree. Daisy is so undervalued right now. I did not expect it to be the cheapest. I thought she'd be cheaper than Donald for sure, but not cheaper than Mickey and Minnie. Like it is so undervalued. African Batman, thank you, my man. I thought about waiting for it to pump to 450 gems and sell it, but I think by that time every other blue chip or Disney. Yeah, I think some people forget that. People are like, oh, just hodl it and it'll just go back in price and you'll sell it. And like you forget, like if this, I don't want to say random, but it's like if the independent artist stuff is pumping, independent of Immutable X, you know, or whatever is going on with that, and independent of people on Twitter trying to pump stuff, like if the Immutable X NFTs, not Jesus Christ, if like decon NFTs or like the independent art NFTs are going up, you're sure as hell like the Disney, the Marvel, and like the Disney, like they're all going up too. So it's like, and I think those NFTs are going to outrun the price of that. It's like I'm gonna wait 150 gems. I'm gonna wait for this to go up to 150 gems, but it's like, cool, the thing you wanted to buy went up 400 gems. Now you can't afford it. Like, so there's kind of a middle ground, right? I held it to now because I was emotionally attached to it. You know what they say about your investments? Don't get emotionally attached. And that's it. Some people view this as investments. Some people are collectibles. I get it. But it's hard to sell low mints. I have Hot Girl, Ultra Rare, Mint 51, and I can't sell her. Yeah, that's tough. I don't know. I think I've kind of gotten to the point where it's like, yeah, Hot Girl number 51 is cool, but hell, I can get this other NFT that's gonna earn me a bit more. I can stack some other NFTs. Like, I just see it all as just opportunity cost for the most part. Like, I sold my wallet for 9K, and the opportunity it gave me is to learn a bunch of shit, put it up on stream, teach you guys, and like, it's, you know, money wise, was it the best deal? No, but you know, because I'm kind of counteracting my point. Yeah, it's up to you. But if you do see an opportunity to something that you really want, I'm sure at some point William Rubbles, something, an IP will get announced, a character will get announced, something will happen where you're just like, do like dad's, for me it's Wolverine. If Wolverine gets announced, or in like the majority of the X-Men or whatever it is, I'm like, oh, I'm pretty attached to this. Then I'm like, if Wolverine comes out, I'm like, do I really need Steamboat Willie Ultra Rare? No, I'll always keep Steamboat Willie Ultra Rare, but it's like there's some collections that I'm holding and I'm like, do I really need this now? All of a sudden, like I was so attached, and I'm like, I don't know, I like this thing more than that. Like, it's, you know, it's funny people talk about long-term hodls, but I don't think a lot of people have actually hodled something for longer than like a couple months. I think it's funny. It's like, and most people that are in that position that need to flip, unfortunately, like myself, that like, you just don't have a bunch of fiat to put in the platform, right? If you have a bunch of money to put in the platform, yeah, you can grab a set or collectibles. You can kind of not overextend yourself, but spend the majority of your gems on something. And then a new announcement comes out, like, cool, I can just throw more money on the app. Like, who cares? I'm just gonna hold this. But people that like, they're pretty much just limited to just what they have on the app, and they just can't afford to put in new money. Yeah, you're kind of just basically forced to flip stuff you didn't want to, or sell it a little bit too early so you have it in time for something else. Like, most of the people on the app are like that. So I just saw something very interesting. Look at the sellers profiles for Finn or Death, even Frankenstein, Franken Fat. Yeah, maybe I'll do that later. Sell Iron Man Ace and Ito to get Spidey 2099. I think Ultraman is too hyped, and no one knows how popular he is in Asia. What do you think of Spider-Man 29? I think Spider-Man 29 is great, especially if he goes down to like 2,500. It's the first secret rare in the Marvel Mighty series. It's the second secret rare Spider-Man. I think even kind of like, even if it's like indirect like this, it's like Marvel Mighty is like, I mean, it's somehow tied or at least named in the same way as the other secret rare Spider-Man. I do think Ultraman as well as the Voltron stuff is overhyped, because from what I've known, even if we do get the Southeastern market in here, like the Ultraman that we have, like the actual 3D NFT isn't even like the original. And on top of that, we have to wait for localization. We have to make sure that like the Chinese government is okay with them using Veve. Odds are China will probably could force their people just to be like, you can only buy NFTs that were made in China and through a government sanctioned like blockchain and all that stuff. Like, who knows? Like, I have no idea what they're going to do. So it's just too much speculation. And I'd rather rely on brands that are known internationally very, very well than rely on a brand that's, you know, very, very popular in a localized region and like the US. And it's a huge region. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, fucking, you know, billions of people in that Southeastern Asian region just in general. But yeah. Era Hollywood bangers, trying to buy things that actually matter, don't have the guts to sell my older things that I love, like Lucky and some decons. Is there any tips that made it easy for you to be able to buy and sell? Because you want them on drive. Because it's funny, because like the first two things I want, I just sold. And that's probably because, to be honest, I'm in a position where I'm like, I'm trying to make money off this. Like, I'm trying to actually see this as a means to make money. Like, I don't know, it depends on everyone and like their financial position, but for someone like me, like, hey, I'm trying to make money on this, and I'm trying to leverage this in a way where it's like, you know, probably the better, smarter move is to like invest in Nomi and like basically cash out all my NFTs put it into Omi, and even then, like, you know, would that be enough to have me like live off of it at a certain point? Like maybe. But yeah, like this is something that's like I'm trying to like financially make work for myself, and if it's not that kind of thing for you, or it's just like a kind of like a more of a collector thing, then like sure, you're probably going to treat it a bit differently, be a bit like more emotionally attached. But like I'm just strictly seeing a lot of this stuff as just like I'm using this to get more gems, or to get more money, or to get this other thing that I need to earn myself more gems or whatever. Like that's just the way I see it. And plus, even you can always just go back and purchase it again if you know, and if you're specifically tied to that very certain mint or whatever. And like it's not up to me to tell you like you shouldn't be emotionally attached to your NFTs. It's up to you at the end of the day. But bro, I had the opportunity to get a Spidey 29 at 1.4 and I didn't jump on it. Completely regret it. It happens, man. That's how you learn. I mean, I probably overshot the price of Spidey 2099. I think I said it was going to go for 3.5 to 4K in the aftermarket, which it did peak there for a moment, and it probably might have if there wasn't those market glitches for like a day and a half after the drop. Because I'm like, dude, it's secret rare, it's Spider-Man, it has absurdly low mints. Obviously, the MCU normies might not know what Spider-Man 2099 is, but people in the comics that watch the shows and cartoons like do know. But yeah. If you have 51, reach out to Mr. Pags or Real Randy Chavez, sell it to a low mint collector, sold fast. Sick. Yeah, do that as well. And maybe you're attached to it until you're like, wow, someone, because what was it again? 51, Hawk Girl. Got to stick that K so people don't think you're just saying Hawk Girl. Yeah, until someone offers you 10 times the floor price, you're like, maybe I'm not attached to this as much as I could, you know, I am. For 3K, shit, I could get some nice stuff. Tyrod, I think Randy said secret rares should be triple or quadruple the value of the other rarities. In legitimacy to this theory, when looking for rarities being under or overvalued. So I think that was something he kind of not made up, obviously, but there's legitimacy to it, to the like I think he got it from like Pokemon and stuff like that. Yes, I think up to a certain degree. Like I think he got it down in the market, but the market changes and fluctuates a lot. People value different things. You know, early on it was about low mints and rarity, but now it's more about popularity. And I do think that algorithm that follows it, sometimes just like ultra rares just can't keep up. Like if a secret rare flew up to a certain point, you know, and the secret rares obviously do have the highest limit when it comes to the highest ceiling when it comes to like prices and stuff. But sometimes like there could be a point where like just secret rares or the ultra rares just can't keep up with the secret rare like percentage or algorithm. Like people just aren't going to pay that much, especially if there's low rarities and stuff involved. So I would say yes, up to a certain extent. And for certain NFTs that is the case, but for other NFTs they're just in a league of their own. And so you can't follow that algorithm specifically, right? Plus I think he usually did that connection with like, you know, physical cards, and like it's a good algorithm to kind of follow by loosely, but we're talking about digital collectible NFTs that literally with a single tweet from Disney saying, hey, by the way, do you know we have a Elsa NFT on this brand new platform you guys haven't heard of called Veve, and that goes out to 500,000 people. They all jump at the app. Elsa goes to 15K, and then it's like, well, how could you foresee that? Well, this is a common. Obviously, this should be some like. There's just not a lot of rhyme or reason for some of this stuff, and literally if all it takes is one tweet, announcement, one celebrity, anything like that for things to pump, it's just not going to follow. And like if secret rare Deadpool like went up to 10K, does that mean the ultra rare has to go up to 2K or you know, 2,500 gems? Like probably not. Like it doesn't. It's just whether people want to pay that. So I think there's some legitimacy to it, but there becomes a certain point, hell, especially a few years from now, where it's like the secret rares or even the ultra rares compared to rares are just gonna like up and run away, and like you just can't follow that algorithm forever. Especially in like you know, it probably follows it loosely because we're in a closed market. But once we get some like ETH whales in here, and we get people from like Omi to NFT, people are just gonna be like, yeah, let's just buy up all the secret rares and just price it out of everyone's reach. Like people could easily do that. So, and we don't even have like. We still have yet to see some real serious money on the app. Also about to take off soon and steady. I agree, Pavel. Modric, the collector, I'm feeling an announcement tomorrow for the weekend drop. Hoping it causes some movement in the market. It is, as far as I know. If you guys haven't checked it out. So I'm gonna pull it up again. Did I pass it? I think I passed it. I mean, they already kind of did announce it, right? Like, I mean, it's a... Come on. Did I go up? No, there it is. And this is from a green tag. This is it. It's a Discord. Don't pay attention to that name in the bottom left. That's an old... I need to change it. I used to go by a different name, obviously, back in the day. So it says Cover Girls, DC Universe, Series 2 probably. It says Series 2 coming Saturday. 4 ladies, none are FA. Hope we have Blind Box. Wonder who joins Batgirl. And I thought this was just some like photoshopped, like whatever, but I'm like, it's coming from someone with a green name. I mean, that is a mod. So, and they're like, oh my God, amazing, great. But so none of them are FAs. So they're all FEs, they're all existing superheroes. So we could get a Cover Girl Wonder Woman, we could get a Cover Girl Death, we could get a Cover Girl Hawk Girl, we could get Supergirl, we could get Starfire, we can get Mira, not Mira, but whoever, I forgot who that is, but yeah. So that's what seems to be the announcement Saturday, if I had to say. Danny, I have an Elsa and a Donald. I think Daisy is the next pickup. I do think Daisy will probably see a nice we'll see a nice pump in the near future. Bought Harley Quinn on pullback, FA, like the Ghost Spider stack. I'd say so. Yeah, the Harley Quinn FA pickup right now is solid in the Ghost Spider stack. Where's it at right now? Actually, we're gonna get a market update here in 3 minutes, so I'll check it then. Because that'll actually be the perfect. Actually, we'll check up on my phone. It's gonna be faster. Where is Mickey? Ghost Spider is at 164, 65 right now. It already moved up 20 gems. Let's move this. Let's shrink that. I mean, it's moved 20 gems since we looked it up like, what, an hour ago? Remember, was it like 140 something? Let's look it up. No, it's not what I want to click. Ghost. Ghost Spider. Yeah, it was 150. Okay, it was like 140, 150. But yeah, it's going up. It is going up. Is it passing up Spider-Man? Whoop, sorry, didn't mean to do that. Is it passing up Spider-Man though? That's the question. Spider-Man. At 200 basically. Spider-Man. 199. Maybe Ghost Spider will hit 200 by tomorrow. Maybe it won't be by the end of the week. I'd set that 51 Hawk Girl in a second to invest in better stuff. Mendes flips, I would agree. You know, I'm not going to twist someone's arm to sell it, but I mean, a Hawk Girl number 51 can only go so far. Trying to sell one of my faves, Deadpool Ultra Rare animated for $622 for another Disney now. Really like Deadpool animated NFTs too? Yeah. Don't worry. I think you'll be able to get one again. William, can't find a buyer. I'm taking offers right now. Okay. Vker, which drop would you sell your whole portfolio besides Pokemon? It's kind of big. If I had to, if it was strictly a financial decision and not an emotional one, as much as I hate to say it, it'd probably be something like, I don't know, let me look up something really quick. Sorry, it's probably faster on my phone. Because there was a list of IPs I put on one of my videos of like, oh, IPs I would like to see, and there was some on there that I thought would do really well. So you said besides Pokemon. Okay, I already did that. Let's see. Because there was a video I did a while back. God, this video did not do well at all. God, this video I made a month ago has like not even 100 views. It's called Brands and IPs I Would Like to See in Veve 2022. And I just wrote down a whole bunch of stuff. Mostly it's just emotionally like ones I would like to see, but I was like Dungeons and Dragons, Ninja Turtles, Firefly, Lord of the Rings, Pokemon, Zelda, Konami, more specifically, Metal Gear Solid, Yu-Gi-Oh, Warhammer 40K, Jurassic Park, Battlestar Galactica, more Marvel NFTs, more DC NFTs. If I was like drop my whole net worth, my whole portfolio, probably something like Harry Potter or something. Like I'm not a huge Harry Potter fan. I like Lord of the Rings more, but I just know Harry Potter is bigger. I'm trying to think of like another, I'm sure there's another just like mega IP out there that would that's probably better. Probably certain anime. If there was like an anime month, I'm telling you, like, this is how you can't determine the market. Like, you're like, oh, what's this going to be worth next month or a week? Like, it's hard to tell. Like, of course, given the market the way it's going, but like, what if January, February, March, what if March is anime month and they just reach Dragon Ball Z, One Punch Man, they do, God, what the hell else? One Piece, they do, God, I know I'm gonna get killed for not like knowing all the animes like off the top of my head. They did Death Note, if they did My Hero Academia, of course that's like, you know, very popular. Like if they just had anime month, just like, oh yeah, every week we're just gonna release like every week we're gonna do a 3-day NFT drop of this series and this series and this series, and like, oh yeah, we're also gonna toss in some manga instead of comics. Like that would just crash the entire app, in my opinion. But yeah, probably one of those IPs. I'm sure there's a bigger one I can't think of. It's strictly financial, but if it was like emotional, I would definitely drop a decent amount of money on like Wolverine or something like that. Sell Donald for common Steamboat Willie. I would hold Donald. I think Steamboat Willie is good, but the fact that you have to eat, like if you had liquid money, I'd probably still say Donald. I don't know. Mark, I've been using Strong Node, Thor Node, proceeds to feed Veve. Cool. What do you guys think of fair price for Hot Girl 51? Again, you probably have to look on the market and just try and find a low mint. And if you're trying to sell it quickly, you're gonna have to like really undercut any of the other like sub 100s around you, I would assume. I have 450,000 Omi tokens, trying to get up to 1 million soon. That's awesome, Mendez Slips. Hell yeah. Omi to $1, you're half a millionaire, I think. Yeah, pretty much. AR Bollywood Bangers, you the man, bro. Appreciate it. Bro, you've been seeing the hype about the Batmobile coming this year? I didn't hear. I don't know where people get that information. Backroll makes me smile, posting a Backroll pic to Veve feed. I'm buddied. Yeah, I do like Backroll. I think it's funny because like all the other like DC characters are like dark and serious and angry, and like Backroll's like the only one like being like lighthearted, taking a selfie. I think that's the one you're talking about. I kind of like her. It's probably one of my favorite ones too. Hey William, to answer your question and help Veve vibes out a bit, I sold my number 50 common Eternal for 1K, then instantly someone sold it for 2K, but it was all within a day. How do you know he sold it? How do you know he just didn't delist it? Like he might have listed for 2K, then just delisted it. I don't know. Maybe he did, and if he did, then so be it. Like, I mean, he still got massive profit out of it. Target for Spider-Man 2099. I don't know. By the end of the week, it would be chill if he was at 3,500. It'd be pretty chill. Arrow Bollywood Bangers. So your Hot Girl 51 is definitely around that, if not more. No? Yeah. Price around 1.5 to 3K. Problem is finding a buyer. Yep. Pretty much. Hey Vibes, where do you see my mini by the end of the month? Okay, this month just started. Well, potentially a Pokemon, and potentially we have other announcements and Mutable X and MTL and Omida NFT and a lot of other catalysts. I'm just gonna give you a random number. I'm gonna say 850. I'm just gonna. I couldn't tell you, dude. That far out. I hope that's. AK Bash. Should I sell Ghost Spider since it's up much, or just hold? I think if you're gonna sell her, wait till she gets around like 200. I think she'll stop there, but just keep a close eye on the market. I'll keep a close eye on Ghost Spider if you do tune into the stream, or if you do have access to like ecomi wiki or anything like that. That's probably the best way to do it. But just keep an eye on the market. When I think she'll hit 200 soon. I would just hodl for now if you want to at least, you know, get the most gems you can out of it. Should I sell? Okay, I already read that. Barta. Can Mickey Steamboat Willie Ultra Rare go to 20k before May? Possibly. I think with Omi to NFT, and if we can get more people on board, I think it's possible. I don't know. As someone who studies the market very closely, like when you see things like this, or you know, better example. I mean, when you see prices like this that happen within a couple days, or when you see prices like this happen, I understand this is a grail. It's kind of a different thing. I mean, so is Steamboat Willie, in my opinion. It's also a grail. When you see prices that happen like this, like there's no way to tell how far certain things can go, right? Like it's almost, I wouldn't say it's almost impossible, but it's extremely hard to tell like what pricing can do in a month when we don't even know what's going to happen next week. You know, from week to week, things can go up 50%, down 50%. So again, I'm not trying to like shit on your question or like whatever. It's just so hard to tell. And as someone that actually studies charts, you know, and if anyone says they can tell you with 100% certainty what the price is going to be, they're full of it. If someone told you towards the end of December when Todd was 3K barely, like, oh yeah, in 3 weeks he'll be 13K. He'll just quadruple in price. Like everyone would have thought like, dude, you're ridiculous. But it did it like in 3 weeks, not even a full month, like 3 weeks. Let's see. If I see Goku, Wolverine, Yu-Gi-Oh, Thor, I'm gonna drop whatever I can. Yeah, exactly, dude. Those are big ones. I was gonna say Yu-Gi-Oh too, you know, like anime month or whatever. Like if they did anime month, it's just like, and they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna do manga instead of comics. Like that month is, the market will be crushed. I think that gem squeeze will be bigger than, I don't know if that gem squeeze would be bigger. I think it'd be, I don't know. Depends on where the market is sitting at and how many people are on the app, like how big the gem squeeze would be, but yeah. Shakes are the third. The fact that I stay awake till 2 a.m. to watch your streams, bro, smashing it. Thank you, dude. And you're from the UK. Awesome. Awesome. Dude, it's, I don't know how you stay up till 2 a.m. doing this. Yeah, it's 7 p.m. over here. You have an item listed so I can follow your Veve? Of course. I meant to do this. I need to do this in like the intro of my videos and stuff. So if you go to the Ultra Rare Steamboat Willie, and go to 9 million, because there's a bunch at, you know, there's a bunch at 9.9 million. Might just be easier for you to find that. But I cannot believe Ultra Rare Steamboat Willie's at 3.7 or 7.3. So here. So if you go here, scroll down, there's Veve Vibes, 9 million. So you go to the Ultra Rare, or just all together now, Steamboat Willie, you go down to 9 million. There's a lot of 9.9 million here. So, yep, that's where I'm at. I don't know why I just like brain farted right there. I was just staring at the screen, just zoning out. Gotta put this back over here. Shanks are the third. So hard pulling the trigger on things I want to buy. Market is so tipsy. I don't know when to buy it. Dude, I bought a Joker at 1.7k or 1.7. It's okay. So it was at 1750. And right now Joker's at like 1300. I'm down like 450 gems like on Joker, which the grand scheme of things, yeah, it's not that much, but it's like, I bought that when I thought it was at its bottom, and I'm just like, then you never know, because literally a day later they were like, oh yeah, by the way, we're gonna do Disney lenticular cards, and then oh yeah, by the way, we're gonna do Marvel Mighties with Spider-Man, which is the most successful superhero on the app, like just back to back. It's hard. It's hard to time the market like that, which is why typically after those announcements, market just goes up. Like after they're done with the drops, they're like, all right, it's gonna be a while. It could be a week, 2 weeks before the next announcement, and it really takes off. Plus, I think people just got really comfortable here. Like there was just nothing going on for 3 weeks. There was a ton of gems in the market, nothing happening, and people are just like, I'm just gonna start buying stuff, and that's exactly what happened. It's Surprise Green Goblin is lower than Doctor Doom and even Red Skull. Will he eventually pass both of them? And will all three pump when the move starts? Yeah, all three of them will go up. I will say the majority of the people on the app are MCU normies. Like, that's all they know is just the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which is fine. And people love Spider-Man and are super nostalgic for Green Goblin. One thing that is Green Goblin's advantage is that it is lower mints. It has 3,333 versus the 5,000 that Red Skull and Doctor Doom have. I think it'll probably be in between, and I thought it would surpass Doctor Doom, and it might for a small period of time, but overall I do think Doctor Doom will be the most expensive of the three, with Red Skull being the cheapest. Because if more people actually knew about Doctor Doom, like more about the comics and the shows and cartoons, and like knew about him like outside of the MCU lore, but I think he's going to appear in like the most recent movie, right? Or possibly he might have more appearances. If that's the case, he will especially go up, and like he should be the most successful character because he's easily one of the most powerful villains in like the Marvel universe. Rocky Richards. Man, what are your thoughts on Ghost Spider spiking up right now? Not surprised at all. I said this, and I was probably a bit too extreme with my thing, but I said like when the Marvel Mighties was announced, and it might have gone this way if the market didn't glitch and like basically everyone was just bottoming, like undercutting each other constantly. But I said, I'm like, dude, it wouldn't surprise me if the Marvel Mighty Spider-Man was like 350. Ghost Spider was probably like 250 to 300. I put what's it called? Spider Woman at like 150, and I put Black Cat, I think around Spider-Man's price, like 350, maybe 300. And then I put Green Goblin at like 1.5K, and then I put Spider-Man 2099 at like 3.5 to 4K. That's what I thought the prices were going to be, you know, at some point during the market. I mean, the market is just so erratic with the first couple hours. It's hard to say like this is the price, but I thought like that would probably be the price, you know, towards the end of the day after. But I think because the market glitches, all the people being upset about bots and stuff, I think people were just constantly undercutting each other because the market glitch, and who knows, bots were probably selling off stuff as well, just to like liquidate it as fast as possible. So not entirely sure, but I was probably a bit too extreme. But I was like, it's Marvel Mighties, the first secret rare. Spider-Man's the most successful superhero on the platform. Multiple FAs, like this is a pretty big deal. That's what I thought. That's what I thought was going to be the case, and it could still get to that price in the near future. Maybe I was off, but only by a week. I don't know, whatever. But Gwen Stacy or Ghost Spider hitting up to 200 doesn't surprise me. And if Spider-Man hits 250, 300, Black Cat hitting probably 250, Spider-Woman maybe hitting 100, 125 at most. It wouldn't surprise me. Followed, thanks. Of course, Dax, thank you. Danny, what do you think of Common Storm, Uncommon, and Rare Plus? I feel like they're super undervalued at these prices for one of the biggest X-Men characters. Yeah, I think some people just didn't like the look of her hair or something like that, and she didn't look like the OG. And I was in that crowd too, don't get me wrong. I was like, what happened to her big flowy hair and her outfit from like the classic cartoon or whatever? But yeah, she was slept on. I think people kind of forgot. You know, same thing with Deadpool. Was like, who cares? It's an FA. It's the FA X-Men. It's the FA Storm. And then Deadpool appeared like, Christmas outfit. What is this crap? And then sure enough, he went up in price. Like, it doesn't matter. FA Deadpool. Like, eventually be able to remove cosmetics. Not cosmetics, but the accessories and stuff. So, I do think, I mean, we'll pull her up really quick. Storm. Yeah. I have to refresh. Also might need to like comment at 78. Are we talking about just stacking in general, or what do you guys think? I would say yeah. I think it's a good way to maybe like round out your vault, or if you need to stack a couple. Like storms are pretty good for that. Like if you just You got 150 gems, 200 gems, you don't know what to get. Like, you know, you get a storm, you get a common and like an uncommon storm, or whatever. It's more to round out your vault, but like I wouldn't like hard stack these. In my opinion, I do think the common does have a lot of wiggle room to go, but in my opinion, probably like the best things, I mean, sorry, maybe it's a little too late, but I was gonna say the Spider-Mans. I was telling people to buy Spider-Mans like all day yesterday, like the short term. I said short term, I think Spider-Man and the Ghost Spider would probably spike a lot in the next couple days. Storms are still good. I mean, she peaked up here. She's been over 100 a couple times, a bit of resistance at basically 100, so I'd say that's above 100. Yeah, I like her as an investment. It's not something I would just ape into her and buy 40 of her or anything crazy, but as for like the uncommon, I don't know, from what I've kind of learned myself is gem for gem, uncommon is the best, but if you want to sell things a bit quicker, common is kind of the way to go. And then you said rare? I don't think much about the rare. Can, man. It's actually holding its value, not too bad. That 300. We'll see. Give me just 1 sec. Cool. Yeah, it's been jumping quite a bit the last couple hours. Yeah, C3PO keeps shooting, but seems like the other golden moments are going up at a slower pace. Yeah, just give it time. I think C3PO mostly it's just trying to catch up with R2D2, possibly. Rocky Richards, did it get? It did get to 250 the first day and then dumped down to 88 or so. Now climbing to 172. Yeah, it's the prices. I think the first day, people are like price predictions. It's like the first day is so erratic. You can't even begin to think of like where the price is going to steady out at, right? Plus, it entirely depends on how fast the deliveries go out, and a bunch of other factors too, right? I got 2 Queen of Wakanda's. Nice. I do like the rare. Does look cool. And I think it's the market listing looks a bit better, in my opinion, than some of the other ones. Like the fact that like the listings haven't like panicked and gone up to like 350 or like 400 means that it could go back up again. Do you think Groot is a good buy right now? Of course, Groot's pretty much always a good buy. It's slow and steady, but it'll get there. Groot's a good buy. Again, it's not something I would. It depends on your portfolio, right? I wouldn't spend 40% of your portfolio on Groots. You know, it's more like, all right, I'm going to buy these things that I think they're going to do well, but I'm going to round it out, or, you know, round off my vault with some Groots. Went from 100 to 172 all day. That's crazy. Now 174. She keeps going up. Yeah. What do you think I should sell my Ghost Spidey? I think it gets closer to like 200. And even then, even if it does hit 200, just hold. Like, you never know. I mean, she could break through that barrier. I mean, we haven't even. Like, let me pull it up really quick. The hell? Let's see here. Wind station. Also, if you guys are liking the content, my friend keeps telling me, he watches my streams too. He's like, dude, you need to say you need to sub and follow, or like hit the like button more often. I'm like, I just forget. I just get so into like the market stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, don't forget to hit like and subscribe and all that stuff. And you guys like the content. That's awesome. Marvel Minded, where the hell is it? Okay, here it is. Ghost Spider. Ghost Spooter. So hit the like button and all that stuff. Makes the algorithm gods happy. All right, let's look at let's even pull up Ghost Spider here. Let's get the full action going on. Make it like really seem like we're doing some market stuff instead of just jibber jabbering. 169, nice. At least that's what's according to the market, but it's going up. Whoops, did not mean to click whatever the heck that was. Look at this. Can you guys see that? Maybe make it a bit bigger. We don't need to see the bottom of the... don't need to see that. That way you guys can see. Let's go. That looks nice. That's a nice little setup we got there. 180. Okay, decent little wall at 180. See if the, I like to refresh it occasionally, see if it's moving. Okay, we got one person to undercut. I feel like we're gonna have a massive sell wall at 190. 199. Yeah, pretty big wall at 199. Basically 199 and 200. Like, I mean, this is... All right. We'll even count 198, so it doesn't matter. There's a 1436 if you guys want to spend an extra 16 gems to get a lower mint. Or hell, even a 1294. And this is also the time too to pick up lower mints, right? Is occasionally sometimes people just overlook the fact that they see if we can find any for like, let's say sub 300. We're gonna keep going down until we find like a sub 300. All right, 466, 179. Getting there. Come on, there's got to be a sub. There's some decent ones here. I'll just play around with that. All right, we'll just head back to the normal page. Yeah, there's a pretty hefty wall at 200. So I'd say if you guys are looking to sell it, I mean, obviously some of you guys are looking to take profit. I'd probably put it at, like, me personally, again, not financial advice, but me personally, I'd probably put it at probably like 194. If you're like really trying to squeeze the gems out of it, probably like 197.5 or something like that, like right between the 98 and 90, like 1999 or like 199. Because there's what? That's 11, 22, 33. Yeah, I mean, there's about 40 something listings. Probably maybe a little bit closer to 50. So, I mean, roughly 8% of the ghost spiders on the market is just a wall at 200. But then again, remember I've mentioned it before, but sometimes like the first 50 listings or like the first like 20 listings, sometimes like the price will move $20. But then like once you break that 200 wall, like it jumps up 8 gems, and then like now you're really running, right? Now it's 20 gem run. Now it's back to, you know, moves 1 gem. So like I said, if you guys are looking to sell it, like, and you want to try and catch it before it hits the 200 wall, because I feel like what might happen is it gets to the 200 wall, starts going back down. But then again, like, it's sometimes it does that, and then like you go to bed, like, you know, go to bed here in like 3-4 hours or whatever. And, like, you wake up the next morning, it's already just like bulldozed through that 200. Or what some people might do, if some people do have part of that 200 gem sell wall, they'll just delist it, so now that 200 gem wall is smaller, and then it'll break through that 200 and it starts really running, and then you relist it for like 235, and now you just made an extra 35-40 gems off of it. That's kind of my take on it. So let me catch up. You may be correct, 200 next stop. Yeah, there's a lot there. I see Ghost Spider reaching 250 in the next couple hours. I don't know, in the next couple hours, but it will hit 250. I would, at this rate, it could be by the end of the week, but like in a couple hours, I don't see it happening. that's a bit much. Gooseneck. Will the Mickey and Friends be the second most valuable set on Veve after Spider-Man set? Potentially. I mean, I guess you can't count. Walt is technically a set, but it's a one-person set. I'm sure there's some other set I'm just not thinking of, you know. And there's a lot of one-person sets, right? I mean, there's like Donnie and this, and like, I don't know. But full set where it goes from common all the way up to secret rare. I'm sure there's some other one that I'm just like not thinking of, but it's definitely up there. It's very high. Gooseneck. Just up, buddy. Cheers. Thanks, Danny, for stopping by. Dear Pair, Drew Pair. Howdy, thank you. I'd like to have, I would love an opinion on Elsa or Spider-Man 2099 for a long-term hodl. If it's Elsa in the short term, could Spider-Man outperform Elsa? In the short term, Spider-Man will outperform Elsa, but long term, and even not even somewhat speculative, I do think Elsa is going to pump very soon. Like, I would not be surprised if we see Elsa at like 5,500 in the near future. Like I said, it's only a matter of time with the golden moment. And if I had to pick between a secret rare Marvel or something, I'd still pick a golden moment, especially Elsa. So, geez, Ghost is moving. I have a feeling Ghost is going to rocket. Weird, I have a 174 floor price. Yeah, you might have to just refresh it or something, Rocky Richards. So, not entirely sure. But, yeah, how long have I been streaming for? I kind of told myself I'd only go for a little while today. 4.5 hours. What am I doing to myself? All right, I'm going to get off in 6 minutes. If you guys have any burning questions, because I actually do have some other stuff I need to do, including eating, because I've not ate yet, at least since I started the stream. So, I'm getting a little bit hungry. Any other burning questions? If not, we'll probably take a quick glimpse over at kind of wondering what the other Spider-Man's almost at 200. That's there. Spider-Woman at 65. Good for her. Yeah, a lot of movement happening with the new Spider-Man, like Marvel Mighties and stuff. Shoot, maybe I sell some and snag a 20.99 to flip short term and get Elsa. Timing that's going to be rough, Dax, but you can. I'm not going to stop you. Currently holding a golden moment or GG, debating on selling for a Donald. Decided to wait on drop announcement tomorrow. Good idea or other ideas? Holding a GG. What is a GG? I'm going to kick myself if already at 176. Yeah. Just hold it. It's like she's gonna reach 200, and who knows? I mean, she could blow by 200 too, like by tomorrow. Like I said, time in the market is difficult. Either way, I'm sure 20.99 be worth long term. Exactly, it's gonna be worth it long term. But if you have the dough to buy an Elsa like right now, I would definitely take it. Green Goblin, sorry. I don't know why I didn't pick that up. William Green Goblin debating on selling it for a Donald. Decided to wait on drop announcement tomorrow. I think the tomorrow drop announcement won't do much. I think that's Friday, right? The AMA. As far as I know, the drop announcement Saturday is just going to be CoverGirls Series 2, and that's it. So I don't think that's maybe a tiny gem squeeze, but not even a gem squeeze. Like, it's a slight dip in the market. It might not even be recognizable, to be quite honest. But we'll see. For a Donald, I see Green Goblin reaching a K, or like reaching a K before Donald, but I do think long-term Donald would be better. So maybe hodl it a bit longer, see if you can get Green Goblin up to like 950, flip it so you have enough to just like 1-for-1 for Donald, possibly. I don't know, let's see where Donald's at right now. Come on, it was right there. 850, oof. It's up to you. Where's Green Gobbo right now? Because you have to take in consideration the fees right now, right? 850. I would probably still do it. If you have like the 80 gems, like as much as like Green Goblin FA, I still think Donald Duck is gonna do really, really well. Even though it's like triple the mints, different rarities, like all that stuff doesn't really matter, but I think short term, again, I think Green Gobbo could do well, but I'm afraid Donald Duck could also do well short term and it just runs away. I don't think you're wrong doing either one, but I do put a slight edge to Donald. Actually, I get Donald. Yeah, get Donald. Like, now that I'm thinking about it, Marvel Mighty, even with like utility stuff, those only have such a high limit. Donald Duck, it being such a collectible and most people are going to consider it FA. I would say Donald. But yeah, I'm getting off here in like 2 minutes. Brandon Britt, thank you for clarifying that. Wow, 4 hours, far out. Yeah, dude, and my feet are killing me. It's like sometimes I catch myself like it's just standing. Like I'm not using a standing desk right now. Like I'm not sitting at all. So that's probably why my back like gets tired all the time, because I'm just standing for 4 hours straight. But like you guys keep me entertained, and like I'm not in pain or anything like that. Like I'm a little stiff and sore. Helps also being remotely active too. Hey, thank you for the information, Brandon Pitt. Such a hard choice. It is a hard choice, but I would go with Donald. Love the stream. Thanks for the advice. Have a nice night. Of course. On it. Thank you so much. Just needed someone to help. You just needed confirmation, right? So I don't think you're gonna regret it. I mean, even if Green Goblin does run up to 1K and Donald's still chilling at 840, don't worry. They'll all do well together. Small token of appreciation. Thank you so much, Dax, for the $5 hairs. I'll be sure to make the stream look a bit nicer. Maybe not next time. I think I might work on it over the weekend when I have some like free time or before then. But I do want to come up with like an overlay, some top picks of the day, as well as do some cool stuff with the stream as well. So it's fun on the sun. Smash that like button, fam. Yeah, of course. Yeah, just tune into my videos when you guys can. Even if you guys just play in the background, press like, all that fun stuff. Darwin Batman, black and white hood. Bye. Yeah. I think we talked about that one. I'll cover this and then I'm gonna jump off. I think it's a great buy at Jesus, Jason Fabric still going down. What is going on? Oh, there's a crash. I know I could just type in Darwin, but I kind of wanted to give a like maybe a bit of a counter offer. Pan up. What would be a good pickup if I were to flip my ghost at 180-ish to 200? Let me see here. Let me help out pan up really quick, and then I'll get you, and then I'm definitely getting off. I probably pass it, which is fine, because I do want to kind of like populate all these. Where are you? There you are. Darwin Cook. Jeez, he's at 215. It makes no sense. Floor's now at 17. Yeah, 78. Rocky Richards. I kind of remind me of my one of my friends who got on recently, and he's looking every second of the market. I'm not upset or impatient with you at all whatsoever. You just remind me of my friend who's, oh my god, this is moving. It's like you have to think more than just like a couple hours, right? Or even a couple minutes. Like, look at the big picture. Like, I'm not sure how long you've been on the app, but it's like, and to be honest, dude, like I would just hold. Like the best thing I could tell you to get right now, like if you flipped your Gwen Stacy, your Ghost Spider, it's like maybe a common Deadpool. Maybe you pick up a common Storm plus a uncommon Snow Globe, something like that. But even then, it's like I still think Ghost Spider still has room to move. Clearly, if it's this popular right now, it could move more later. So that'd be my take. 215 is Darwin Cook. That is crazy. He's legitimately, he's not half price yet from his peaks, but I'm kind of comparing it more at the point of 318. It's a solid pickup. Even especially at this price point, it's a solid pickup. But there is if you can afford the extra, what were we looking at the other day? I think 71 is good, but we were also looking at Dick Sprang. If you could afford the extra 45 gems, I think that's the difference. This dude has a massive peak of 600, 420, nice, 385. Listings are super high. Honestly, I think until something changes, like I can kind of see these Batmans going down a bit more. It's so strange that these cheaper Batmans are just getting left behind. But if you can afford the extra like 45 gems, I mean, who knows? Like Dick Sprang could be for 240 in a few hours. Like who knows? Not entirely sure. Also, will the Marvel Mighties have a gamification application? Not entirely certain. People are kind of assuming that, but it does seem like Marvel is having a lot of their FAs purposely be on on Marvel Mighty, so we'll see, Rocky. Thanks for the good advice. You make hard choices easier. Yeah, for real, he does. Thank you, Rod. Yeah, of course. No, thank you guys for being here. So I'm gonna head off. Rocky, just chill, just be patient. If you really want to sell it sooner rather than later and release yourself of that burden that is Ghost Spider, I don't know what time zone you live in, just list it for like 197.5. I think, like I said, that'll get you the most gems for it. But if not, just leave it off the market and maybe look at it later. Don't obsess over it too much. All right, I'll see you guys later. Take care and be safe.